So welcome, this is VRay for Architectural Visualization, Beginner to Intermediate. Here is the agenda we'll be going over. This is a 2-day class, 9 hours each day. In day 1, we're going to be talking about the critical settings and materials. Critical settings are settings that I believe you simply cannot not understand and not know. And when I say understand and know, I mean know exactly what's going on behind the scenes, not just knowing what a few good settings are. So we're going to start with the Radiance Maps, spend about 45 minutes to an hour on that, and move into image sampling, which I believe is the most important area in VRay. I always like to teach things in a certain order of precedence, things that are most critical and most important. Image sampling is actually the most important area in VRay, but I have to discuss Irradiance Maps first because it simply won't be possible to talk about image sampling without knowing a little bit about Radiance Maps. We'll move into light cache and the deterministic Monte Carlo, DMC. In the afternoon, we'll look at color mapping, environment lighting, and a lot of different material settings and material applications. In day 2, we'll look at lighting, which will be a little bit more enjoyable or glamorous or a little bit more exciting, so to speak. A lot of the stuff we talk about today, especially in the first 4 hours, is really going to be a little dry. I'll make it as entertaining as I can, a little interesting, but it is somewhat dry because there is a lot of math and a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that you simply have to know. And it's unfortunate that we can't just start creating some pretty scenes from scratch and start rendering some beautiful stuff from scratch, but it's not, that wouldn't be conducive to good learning, at least at the beginner level. So then on day 2, we'll look at things like photometric lights, VRay lights, standard lights, a few advanced lighting techniques. Then we'll switch over to animation and look at different ways scenes can be animated. We'll look at the VRay physical camera, move into some things that I like to call power tools, things like displacement, progressive path tracing, and talk about the ever-important VRay proxies. And then we'll switch over to some practical application and look at how do we light interior scenes and exterior scenes from scratch. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. You should have received an email that said to download the files that we're going to be using in this class. We're going to be using the files that you see here today, and it's about 90 megabytes. So if you haven't downloaded it yet, you can still download it right now. You can sit back, watch, and just relax and watch what's going on, or you can follow along if you want. It's your choice. Today's class, probably more than, or at least this morning's class, probably more than the second day, it's conducive to just sitting back, watching, and grasping everything I say. When we start doing some practical application, then that's probably when you want to start really playing around with some scenes. All right, so here's an image that utilizes what's known as indirect illumination or global illumination. What is indirect illumination? Well, direct illumination is illumination that first strikes the surface after exiting the light. So the patio floor here, the wall that you see here, this is all illuminated with direct light. If there was no indirect light, if there was no global illumination, everything in shadows would be completely black, and it certainly wouldn't look realistic. Back before global illumination was around, the only thing you could do was sort of fake global illumination by placing lights pointing in all different directions and have them fill out your scene and create the illusion of global illumination. But everything you see in shadow is global illumination, and that is what VRay is all about. VRay is here to approximate global illumination. And one of the things that makes VRay so much better than other render engines is that it is fast. It is what is known as adaptive. Adaptive means sort of intuitive and smart and taking shortcuts. So all this math going on behind the scenes, has these settings that allow you to truncate the algorithms that are being processed. So instead of, for example, calculating pi to infinity, it will simply stop the calculation at some point and say pi is 3.14, and that's good enough to display the global illumination that you see. Other render engines, for example Maxwell, they don't take shortcuts. They use a brute force method and calculate global illumination as long as you want to let your rendering bake, and you just stop it when you're ready to, when you're satisfied with the level of quality. But VRay takes a lot of shortcuts, and that makes it very fast and very effective. So one of the ways that it takes shortcuts is breaking up a scene into two different parts. If I go into the global illumination or indirect illumination rollout within VRay, there are two things known as primary bounces and secondary bounces. There are 4 different options for primary bounces, and there are 3 different options for secondary bounces. My first question would be, what is a primary bounce and what is a secondary bounce? If I asked you what those are, or I should say when I typically ask students what those are, the typical response is a primary bounce is the first bounce a ray of light strikes the surface, and then the secondary bounce would be the second bounce, the third bounce, and the fourth time it bounces off the different surfaces. That's not true. A primary bounce is a bounce that lands in your camera's view. Everything that you see in this view is rendered by or approximated by the primary bounce engine. Everything you don't see, everything inside this building, everything behind the building, everything off to the sides is calculated by the secondary bounce engine. Why does it do that? Well, because it likes to take shortcuts, and it knows that the GI that you're trying to approximate in your view is more important to calculate accurately than the GI that you see out of your view. And therefore, you can assign one engine to the primary bounce with one set of settings and a different engine to the secondary bounce. So going back to this image, the primary bounce is going to approximate all the GI that's striking the surfaces that you see. And I should caveat that with and the surfaces that you see in reflection and refraction. So as an example, the pool water that you see here, if you didn't for some reason see it in your view directly with the camera and only saw it in reflections, that also would be calculated by the primary bounce. Everything outside your view plays a dramatic role on your scene. As an example, if I just render this right now with just a primary bounce engine assigned, I have a fairly dark scene. But the moment that I apply a secondary bounce, such as light cache, I now am allowed to incorporate all the light that was previously striking surfaces that I don't see but cut off. So without this secondary bounce assigned, I am telling VRay when light strikes a surface outside of the view, kill that light ray and don't let it bounce back into the part of the scene that you can see. Okay, that's absolutely fundamental that you understand that. As I said before, there are 4 different types of engines that can be assigned to the primary bounce. We have a Radiance Map, Photon Map, Brute Force, and Light Cache. Good news is you can throw one of these out right off the bat. Photon Map. Throw it out because you should never use it. It's an antiquated solution that was superseded by the Light Cache when the Light Cache came out. The only place that photon maps are needed would be with caustics, and you see if I open up the caustics rollout, you actually see photon map here in this rollout. So your real options are Irradiance Map, Brute Force, and Light Cache. Irradiance Map is only available as a primary bounce. Notice that you don't even see it available as a secondary bounce. And the reason why is it is intended to be a fast solution and a good solution, an accurate, fast solution. it's not really appropriate for the secondary bounce because it is a map, and the map has a resolution. And that resolution is tied to the resolution of your of the image that you're rendering. In this case, I'm rendering a 640 by 480 image. So just the math going on behind the scenes, I can't use in a Radiance map for secondary bounce. You have a brute force method, which is, as the name implies, it's very slow. But it's still very practical in about 4 specific situations that we'll get to in a few hours. Light cache is a solution that was developed after VRay was started, a few years after VRay got going, and it is a very good solution that calculates a lot of bounces very quickly, which is why it's more practical for secondary bounces. There's only one instance, one reason why you would use light cache for primary bounces, and that would be progressive path tracing, which we will look at tomorrow. Really, the only solutions that you should consider 99% of the time for your primary bounce are the Radiance Map and brute force. And so the first discussion is going to be a discussion on a Radiance Map. For the secondary bounces, you can again throw out photon map, so the only choices really for secondary bounces becomes brute force and light cache. About 95% of the time, you will probably want to use the Radiance Map and light cache configuration, and there are specific reasons for that. Yet there are specific reasons why you would want to use one of the other methods. In those situations, they are invaluable. We'll get to all that later, but first we're going to start to talk about a Radiance Map. Before I go any farther, does anybody have any questions about anything that I've covered up to this point? Does anybody have any questions about what GI is, an overview of primary bounces, secondary bounces, and what they are all about and what they do? Please, if you don't understand, if you have any questions, go ahead and stop, or go ahead and raise your hand and I'll stop. Okay, no questions? So let's open up the Radiance Map rollout. The Radiance Map rollout looks a little intimidating to start with, but the good news is there's very few things in here you need to worry about or need to touch. We'll get into all the stuff at the bottom half of this rollout a little bit later, especially when we start talking about animations, because the bottom half, the area you see me circling right here is completely about animation. We'll get to some of these other things a little bit later. The things that we're going to focus on are in the top half of this rollout. Now, what is an Irradiance map? Just like the name implies, it is a map. It has a resolution, and that resolution is determined by the min and max rate that you see here, which is ghosted out. There are presets at the top that you can use and should use in your scenes. The only time that I can change this min and max rate is if I set the preset to custom. So what is this min and max rate? Let's set both the min and max rate to 0, which you can quickly do by right-clicking these sliders. Anytime you see a slider, you can set it to its lowest possible value by right-clicking it. Let's look at what the min and max rate is. Now, in order to see the Irradiance map being calculated, we need to turn on this Show Calc phase. That will allow us to see the Irradiance map as it's being processed. So when I hit the rendering button, you're not going to see a rendering. You're actually going to see what is the actual Irradiance map being calculated. So I'll go ahead and hit the render button. And I need to stop it right about now. Okay, here is part of the image with the Irradiance map shown. Now, first thing about these squares that you see rendered, these are known as buckets, and these buckets have a resolution, and that resolution is found under the Settings tab under the System Rollout, and you can see it's currently set to 64 by 64. So each one of these buckets are 64 pixels by 64 pixels. There's really no reason why you need to change this. If you were to set this value really low, like something in the order of 10 or 20, you're probably going to slow your rendering down a little bit, because every time a bucket gets rendered, there's a certain amount of overhead steps that get processed. And the more buckets you have, the more times those same steps have to get repeated. So if you set this to something like 1, you'll literally have this process repeated tens of thousands of times, however many pixels you have in your image. And that will cause the rendering to go really, really slow. You could increase this if you wanted to, but there's really no benefit of doing that, especially for small scenes, really even for larger scenes. There's no benefit of doing that because if you have, as long as you have all your cores working, all the cores working behind the scenes, all the processors, and don't have some cores sitting idle, then you're good. A quick note about the computer that I'm using. I'm using a 6-core machines, a 6-core Go box from Box Computers. This is a mobile workstation. This is not a laptop. It's a mobile workstation. It's about the size of a large laptop. It has 6 processors, which combined with hyperthreading gives 12 virtual cores. So you see 12 different processors here. And since I have 12 processors, I will see 12 buckets rendering at one time. I have 12 gigs of RAM on this machine too, so I have plenty of RAM and plenty of processing power to work on these scenes. These scenes, for the most part, are going to be somewhat small because it's not a good idea to have scenes that take an hour or two to render. Even if you do a render region and it takes 2 or 3 minutes, it's still not a good use of time when you can demonstrate everything you need to demonstrate in a few seconds. So that's why I like to use smaller scenes, and there are some larger scenes that we'll be using, and in those cases we'll do a small render region so we just simply won't spend too much time. So we have all of these 64 by 64 pixel buckets rendering, and I'm going to zoom in nice and close to this first bucket on the top left-hand corner so we can see exactly what's going on. I want to quickly count from left to right the number of dots that I see on this screen here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 32 halfway through, 64 all the way across. I am looking at my Radiance map. I am not looking at the final rendered image. And it's important to note because what you are seeing are not 64 pixels, but rather 64 dots that make up this first bucket. What does that tell you? It tells you, or it should tell you, that when the minimum and maximum rate for this Irradiance map, and remember it's a map and it has a resolution, when the min and max rate is set to 0, the Irradiance map perfectly matches my rendered output. My rendered output is 640 by 480. If I have 64 dots going across this first bucket and have 10 buckets going across, which I do, then you can see that 64 dots times 10 buckets is 640 pixels, or 640 dots. So when I have min and max rate set to 0, my Irradiance map matches my rendered output. So it feeds off of the rendered image. Now if I were to, I'm going to go back and zoom in and change this min and max rate to -1, and render again, and watch what happens to these buckets. They get twice as big, or the dots in the bucket, they get twice as big. Okay, it covered the rendered image, covered it. So I'll try -2, -2, and they will get twice as big again. There you can see it. And you only saw it for a second. I have to stop this. Actually, what I'm going to do, just because this computer is so darn fast, it's replacing the Radiance map with the final rendered image. I'm going to go to the VRay tab, and inside this global switches rollout, I'm going to turn on Don't Render Final Image. This will allow me to stop the image from being rendered so that I can see the Radiance map being calculated. I'm going to do this one more time with 0 and 0 so we can see these dots get bigger. Notice that it says pre-pass 1 of 1. I'll explain what that means in just a moment. So here are the dots, 64 dots making up a pixel. As soon as I drop this to -1, you should see these dots get twice as big. And there they are, twice as big. I'm going to drop to -2, -2, and they'll get twice as big again. I'll drop it to -3, -3, twice as big again. So every time I'm dropping this min and max rate, what is happening is the Irradiance map is getting twice as small, and these dots are getting twice as big. What does that tell you? Well, If I go back to 0 and 0, that tells you that the irradiance map perfectly matches the rendered output. And when I drop to -1, -1, and the dots get twice as big, I then have 32 dots making up the image. We have a question in class. 1 second. Go ahead. The question here is, when we change the irradiance map resolution, does the image size change? No. We're still always, whatever it says here, that's what's going to get rendered. This only controls the irradiance map resolution. Good question. Every time I drop this value down and the dots get twice as big, I have my irradiance map resolution cut in half. So if my rendered output is 640 by 480, and I drop my min and max rate to -1, -1, then my irradiance map resolution is cut in half and it becomes half of what you see here. And therefore, it would be 320 by 240. If I drop to -2, it gets cut in half again, and it goes to 160, 120. Every time I drop this value by 1, it cuts my irradiance map resolution in half. And that's very important because the irradiance map resolution will control the number of samples that are taken. And the number of samples is directly proportional to the quality of the irradiance map. Now, I would never want to set the min and max rate to the same value. It would defeat the whole purpose of having the irradiance map. The whole purpose of this is that of having a min and max rate is so that you have a certain minimum amount of quality applied to some areas and a higher amount of quality applied to areas that needs that higher quality. If I just rendered this at the same resolution, -1, -1, but for min and max rate, I'm going to have every part of my image rendered to the same level of quality in terms of a radiance map, in terms of GI, and I don't want that. If I render this as -1, -1, notice that it says pre-pass 1 of 1 right there. Pre-pass 1 of 1, and it happened pretty quickly. I'll do that one more time, so if anyone online didn't see it, I'm setting this to 0 and 0, so it takes a little bit longer. It says pre-pass 1 of 1. That means that before the rendering takes place, there's this pre-pass calculated, this irradiance map. And it's calculated at a certain resolution. And since we have the same rate for the min and max rate, you're only going to need one pre-pass. But the moment I drop the minimum rate to -1 and have a lower rate for the minimum, a higher rate for the maximum, I'm going to see 2 pre-passes. It now says pre-pass 1 of 2, pre-pass 2 of 2. If I drop this to -2, you'll see 3 pre-passes. Okay, and you get the idea. And notice, yes, we have a question. I'm about to explain that. There was a question about how it calculates, where it calculates the minimum rate, where it calculates the maximum rate. Another question? Why would it have 3 pre-passes if all we changed is the minimum and maximum rate? Because you have a first pre-pass at -2 at a resolution that is less than the final output. Then you have a pre-pass at -1, and then you have another final pass at 0. So what happens is VRay will calculate. Let's make this really easy to understand. Let's go 0 and let's go -1. Oops, -1 and 0. So you know that -1 means that the irradiance map is going to be half the resolution of final output. So what happens is VRay renders the irradiance map at 320 by 240, and it looks to see if the irradiance map is good enough for all the different areas of your scene. If it is, then it won't do any more samples in the next pre-pass that you have set, the maximum rate. But it still has to do that next pre-pass because you're telling it do a pre-pass at -1, do a pre-pass at 0. And so the first one's at half the resolution, the second one is at full resolution. If I set this to -2, then it's going to go, the first pre-pass is going to be 120, 160 by 120. The next pre-pass will be 320 by 240, and the final pre-pass will be at full resolution, 640 by 480. So it works. The question is, does it work its way to 0? It works its way to whatever you set for the maximum value. I could set the maximum value to -2 and the minimum value to -4. And the first pre-pass will be really super low resolution at -4. Then it will have a -3, and then finally -2. And that -2 will be much lower than the full resolution. Now, how does it know whether or not samples are good enough? Or better yet, what is a sample? Let's take a look at what exactly a sample is. In order to see the samples, I need to turn the Don't Render Final Image option off. So I'll disable this and go back to the Indirect Illumination rollout, or the Radiance Map rollout. And let's set the preset to something very low. Let's just use a very low preset. And let's turn on this option that says Show Samples and render the final image. Okay, here is the rendered image with Show Samples turned on. When you have Show Samples turned on, you're not going to see a proper rendering because it is simply a tool that lets you see where the samples are. And it couldn't show you the samples properly if it showed you the rendered image the way it's supposed to look. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at a bunch of dots that are in two different types of densities. We have dots that are spaced out a certain distance apart, as you can see here, and then you have dots spaced out a little bit tighter in this area here. Why is that? Because we have two pre-passes. So the dots that you see out here, which are samples, the samples that you see out here are samples that are conducted at the first pre-pass, the minimum rate of -4. Then samples are added where it's needed at a resolution of -3. So that's why you see samples added. Now you see samples at a certain density here, spaced out as you can see here, and samples at a certain density here. But then you see samples like right here that seem to be even a different density. It's really not. What happens is every part of the scene is sampled at a resolution of -4, which is very, very low resolution. And then it looks at each of these samples and decides, are these samples good enough, and are there enough to meet the criteria that we need to meet? And I'll explain what that criteria is in a minute. But is it good enough to meet the criteria that we have set? If it is, fine, leave the samples as you see here. If it's not, calculate more samples at a higher resolution or at a higher density like you see right here. But then you have some areas that are, like you see here, that are sort of a combination of where at the border where the minimum rate was not quite good enough and it had to use more samples. So if you see an area like this, it looks like it's even a higher density. It's just because when it threw in those extra samples at the next pre-pass, it happened to be at a spot where it was very close to an area that didn't need those extra samples. So anyway, you see two areas of dots at two different densities. Now, how does it determine whether or not these dots at the first pre-pass done at a minimum rate of -4 are good enough? Well, it does it by looking to these ghosted out values that you see here. These values are ghosted out unless you turn on the custom option, which allows you to then change it yourself, change it manually. What do these things represent? CLR means color, and thresh means threshold. So this is color threshold. NRM means normal. DIST is distance. So you have a color, normal, and distance threshold. And these three values are the primary settings that control whether or not VRay does the minimum rate or the maximum rate or something in between. So the first pre-pass is calculated at -4 and these samples are thrown out. And it looks to the color, normal, and distance threshold and tries to decide, are the samples good enough to match this color, normal, distance threshold? These values go from you know, really, really high. I don't even know if there is a maximum limit to this, but this really, if you, I think this was 0.4. Unfortunately, these values cannot be quantified very easily. It's not like there's a certain percentage, or not like there's a certain amount of there's not a quantitative value you can put on this. It's a little bit more difficult to say where does the color, normal, and distance threshold meet. But suffice to say, these samples are taken, and to illustrate exactly what's going on here and to make it very simplistic, it looks at two samples. It looks at two samples and decides, are the color threshold between these two samples close enough, and do they meet this threshold set here? Is the normal between the faces that these two samples are taken, are they close enough, and do they match this? Do they meet this threshold? Is the distance between two samples close enough? And if they are, then the minimum rate's good enough. If not, then more samples will be conducted. So, looking at two samples, this sample right here, this sample right here, the color approximated by the GI, this has nothing to do with the final render image, the color approximated by the GI has to be within a certain color threshold. The distance has to be within a certain value, and the angles of the normals have to be within a certain value. Otherwise, it's going to shoot for a higher maximum rate or a higher prepass. So these samples are showing you approximation of the GI, not approximation of the final rendered image, approximation of the GI striking these points. These samples are dots that have an infinitely small point. So VRay takes a sample right at the center of each of these dots and tries to approximate what is going on in terms of GI at these points. And if the color is close enough between the two samples, if the distance is close enough and the normals are close enough, then the minimum rate is good enough and it won't try for a higher rate. And just a quick note about these advanced options here. These advanced options are not anything you would ever need to touch. It's just something that is used to, in this case, sample lookup. It is used to determine how to look at samples and how to compare one sample to another. So that's we don't need to talk about that much more beyond that. I'll mention something about interpolation when we get to interpolation samples. But all you really need to know at this point is that there is a minimum rate, maximum rate, and they are used to determine the number of samples that are taken. And the number of samples controls the quality of the irradiance map, is directly proportional to the quality of the irradiance map. Now, if we were doing a test render, and by the way, there's two types of renders. There's test renders and there's production renders. Everything you do, every rendering you do is going to fall into one of those two categories, test renders or production renders. You're either testing something or you're doing the final rendered output. If you're testing something, you should always try to strive for the lowest possible settings that you can get away with. The lowest settings that allow you to achieve the quality that you need. I notice that we have a question, so I will unmute the microphone. Javier, your mic's live. Do you have a question? Javier, can you hear me? Apparently not. Okay. It says you have a live mic, but I don't hear anything. So you can write your question, and I'll get to it in a minute if you do have a question. Okay. So these samples are these infinitely small dots that are taken to approximate GI. I don't want to leave the show samples turned on. I want to take this off. I don't need this on right now. And I want to show you what the difference is between these presets and what you should be using. So if you know that you need to render test renders as fast as possible while still achieving the certain minimum level of quality that lets you test what it is you're testing, then Very low is a good preset because very low renders things very quickly. It renders the Radiance Map very quickly and it gives you a good solution. In this case, it actually rendered the Radiance Map in less than a second on this computer. And that's plenty good enough. There's no reason for me to set it higher if I'm just trying to test different material settings or play around with the lighting and the shadows. I don't need anything higher. If I set this to something like high, which is a good preset for production renders, notice that I have 4 pre-passes. I have one at -3, one at -2, one at -1, and the final one at 0. So the final pre-pass is conducted at full resolution. And even still, it rendered very quickly. Now notice 2 things happen when I render with this higher pre-pass. I see more detail around the legs of the chair. It seems like the shadows are a little bit more accurate. And when I say shadows, I mean GI shadows, not the same kind of shadows you see here created by direct illumination. These are GI shadows. I see more detail around the base of the legs. And if there were more detail in this image, like some sort of brick pattern or some sort of detail that I could see, I would notice more detail than I would in the previous rendering. But I also see more noise. Notice all the noise that you see down here that wasn't there in the previous image. Anybody have any idea why I see more noise now than I saw in the previous image? If you want to raise your hand, feel free to raise your hand. I will unmute your phone, unmute your microphone to ask a question or to let you answer a question. If I don't get enough responses online, I'm going to start unmuting microphones and calling on individuals. So, you can participate or not. But anyone in here in class want to take a guess as to why I see more detail, or I should say more noise in this image than I saw in the previous image when I used a much lower quality Irradiance map? Why would that be? No idea? Anybody online have any idea? Sort of. The answer was that the lower preset masked all the noise. Sort of. Remember, the Radiance map is a resolution, and that resolution controls the amount of information that is stored in here. When I have a higher resolution image, I'm going to have more information stored. When I have a low resolution image, I'm going to have less information. And so if you imagine taking a small little image, say an image that was maybe, in this case, -3, I believe that is going to be 60 by 40. So if I had a 60 by 40 Irradiance map that was about this big, if I had a Radiance map that was that big and I stretched it to the length of this full rendered output, then I'm going to have a very blurry image, right? I'm not going to have as much information in it. And you would see the same thing if I used a custom preset and went really low with this minimum maximum rate. I just set them both to -5 just to illustrate this point. If I set both of these to -5, I have no noise, but I also have no detail. So I'm using this extremely low Irradiance map that has very little information stored in it, very few samples. In fact, I can see the samples if I turn on Show Sample. Very few samples used to calculate this Irradiance map. And the good part is there's no noise, but the bad part is there's no detail. Yes, you have a question? Is there a way to? You're asking, is there a way to make the Irradiance map calculate a low Irradiance map in specific areas that you specify? And oh, I see what no. The question is basically, can you tell VRay that to calculate a certain Radiance map resolution in an area that has more noise or less detail showing up? No, the only thing you can do is do a render region and calculate a render region at a higher Irradiance map resolution. No, I don't imagine that will ever happen, that you'll be able to say, I specifically in this area want an Irradiance Map resolution of this amount, or a certain minimum or maximum rate in one particular area. So I have no noise, but I also have no detail. So that causes a lot of problems for people, because when they start using a higher preset like high and they see this noise, one of their first thoughts is, oh, well, I just need to use a higher quality Irradiance Map. I'll just set the Irradiance Map higher. And that's not going to do it. If I set it to very high, that's going to even give you more noise. And notice when I went from high to very high, the maximum rate went from 0 to 1. What do you suppose that means in terms of the Irradiance Map resolution? Denser in what way? Higher resolution, yes. It means that the Irradiance Map will double, it will be double the resolution of the final rendered output. So with a very high preset, I have a very low minimum rate, which is going to calculate a very low resolution, very few samples at the first pass. It looks to the normal color distance threshold to determine whether that first pre-pass is good enough. If not, it renders at -2, -1, 0, and then finally it doubles the Irradiance Map resolution, which is good for bringing out detail, but it brings out a lot of noise. And that noise becomes finer and denser and tighter the higher the resolution. Good question. Someone asked, why do you make a preset that's higher when it's all full noise? Because this is not the only setting that controls the quality of the Irradiance Map. I'm going to show you how to fix this problem. Notice that the noise that you see in this image, all the noise you've seen up to this point has, for the most part, been large splotchy noise. Whenever you see large splotchy noise, I can guarantee you 99% of the time it's going to be because of the Irradiance Map. Unless we're talking about animations and you see flickering and that type of noise, you're always going to be dealing, in which case it's probably the Irradiance Map also. You're always going to, anytime you see large splotchy noise, it's going to be because of the Irradiance Map. If you see fine granular noise, like white noise that you would see on a TV or something like that, it's almost always going to be because of the image sampler, unless you're using the brute force method of GI, which we'll look at in a few hours. Unless you're using brute force, because brute force will always have this, the noise that it generates is always very fine and very detailed, just like the image sampler. If you don't remember anything else, at least remember large splotchy noise, Irradiance Map, fine granular noise, image sampling. And knowing more characteristics of these features gives you a better chance to troubleshoot properly and figure out where a problem is being caused. Okay, so going back to that question, why do we have more noise with a higher quality resolution? Well, we're telling VRay to include more detail and more information. We just then have to help it blend that information a little bit better. I'm going to go to a very low preset, and I want to set the Hemispheric Subdivision, the new setting we haven't looked at yet, Hemispheric Subdivision to 1, and render as is. Actually, I'll take Interpolation Samples to 1 as well. So we're using a very low preset, Hemispheric Subdivisions to 1, Interpolation Samples to 1, and let's render. What we get is a very ugly looking image. Okay, very ugly looking image. It doesn't look like anything, but the Irradiance Map is the same resolution as what we were rendering a moment ago when we had a fairly noiseless image. So what's going on? Well, we have this setting called Hemispheric Subdivisions, and that Hemispheric Subdivisions is a setting that controls the quality of the samples, not the number of samples, but the quality of the samples. Everywhere you saw those dots, which were the samples, everywhere you saw a sample, there's this virtual hemisphere placed on top of it. And this hemisphere does its own sampling. And it looks out and tries to figure out what's going on around it. So this hemisphere is subdivided a bunch of times, and there's this arrow going through each one of these subdivisions, and that arrow looks to see what it strikes. One arrow, like this arrow here, might strike the blue sky. This arrow might strike a green leaf on a tree. This arrow might strike a brown piece of rock. and so on. And all these arrows are combined to form one color that is used to approximate the GI that strikes that point. And that is the color that is used to approximate GI for all the area around that sample. Because if you notice on these previous renderings that we did where we had these dots, there was only so many dots. It wouldn't make sense for VRay to try to calculate a sample at every pixel, at every infinitely small point on the rendering. It just wouldn't be smart. It wouldn't be a good use of time. So it calculates fewer and just approximates what's going on at those samples, but then guesses at what's going on everywhere else. So going back to this image, this sample is investigating what's going on around it. Now this particular hemisphere is actually a geosphere, and I created this geosphere and scattered, the hemisphere that's actually sitting on top of each sample doesn't look like this. It actually looks like this. And the reason why I used the previous image is because scattering a bunch of arrows around a sphere would have to be done manually if I use the sphere that's broken down like this. And this geosphere allows me to use the scatter feature with the all face centers option to quickly scatter an arrow around each face. So this gives you an idea of what's going on, but this is really what the hemispheric subdivision looks like. So with one subdivision, we will have a line drawn through the hemisphere and we will have two samples. With two hemispheric subdivisions, we will have a second line drawn and 4 samples. The third line, we will have more and more samples, and you can see it breaks down this hemisphere into different quadrants or different little smaller sections, and the more subdivisions I have, the more areas that I see broken down, and the more arrows or more rays that are sent out to calculate or approximate the GI. So, and going on behind the scenes is all these algorithms that are used to approximate the GI. So the more subdivisions, the better quality of my samples. So when I have hemispheric subdivision set to 1, I have very, very little quality because I only have one line drawn through that hemisphere, 2 rays of light being shot out, and those 2 rays are the only rays that are used to determine what's going on at that sample. So one ray might detect the blue sky, one ray might detect the green grass, and the combination would be blue-green. So at that sample, you would see a blue-green GI being taken. So if I increase this hemispheric subdivisions to something a little bit higher, like 3, and render again, I will see the samples not so drastically different. They won't be nearly as far apart in terms of color. If I go even higher, I will see less difference between them, and I could go conceivably up to 100 subdivisions, or I'm sorry, up to 100 hemispheric subdivisions, and that could increase the render time and help improve the variation between samples, but it's only going to go so far. There are 3 things that determine the quality of an irradiance map. You have the minimum maximum rate, which controls the resolution, which controls the number of samples. So you have the number of samples, then you have the quality of samples, which is hemispheric subdivision, and then you have the blurring or blending of the samples, which is interpolation samples. And I'll get to that in just a second. So it's these 3 settings that control the quality of the radiance map. There are a few other things, but they have far less impact than these 3 settings. Going back really quick to hemispheric subdivisions set to 1, I'm going to run this with a 1-in-1 configuration, and I want to create a clone of this rendered image and turn on Show Samples, render again, and compare one image to the other. If you look really closely, you will see that the dots in this image match the dots in this image. And I could probably see this a little bit better if I use a lower resolution because there's so many dots right now. I'll drop this to -6, -5, and render one more time. create a clone, turn off show samples, and render again. So if I look at the dots on the left image and compare it to the image on the right, I will see that there is one sample taken for every sample cell. I call these sample cells. There's one dot for every sample cell that is taken. For example, there is, if I zoom in closely to this area right here, that dot is used to approximate the GI for this sample area right here. You can't see some of the sample cells, like the sample cell here, because it's gray and it's masked by the gray of the wall behind it. But there's a dot right here, and then you see some what would be black dots here and here that match these samples over here. Here's another example. That white dot matches that sample right there. So there's a sample taken at the center of each sample cell. Why is there a sample cell at all? Well, there's a sample cell because there's no blurring or blending of the samples. I currently have interpolation set to 1, but if I increase this, I will tell VRay to start to blend samples together and remove the vast difference or variation between sample cells. Since I don't have interpolation turned on, all I can do is break down the scene into these very drastically different cells or very different areas. So if I know that there's a dot right here and another dot right here, but don't have any interpolation to blend the two samples together, all it can do is, for the area around each dot, color the GI that which it calculated for that dot. So there'll be a stark line right between one dot and another dot. So everything here, the GI for all this area was calculated as, or was determined to be gray, because only information it could take is the one sample at the center of that cell. And for here, it calculated as black because that's all it could do for that area. As soon as I start to blend by adding more interpolation samples, like 10, I will start to see a blurring of those cells. And it certainly doesn't look good when I'm using such a low minimum rate and such a low hemispheric subdivision, but the idea is I can increase this to blur those sample cells. So getting back to that question about why would you have more noise, or why would they let more noise be created with a higher preset, like a high preset, it's because that noise is needed, because it's not really noise, it's really just information. That information is needed to create the detail that you need. It's assumed that you, by going to a higher preset, you want more detail. And so it's giving you that opportunity. It's just telling you, okay, you're going to need to control that or offset that by having a little bit of blurring of these samples. So let's set these, this is all fine and dandy, but let's set these values to something practical. What would you actually use if you were rendering a test image, a test render, and a production render? As I said before, these presets are very good. They have defaults set up that are very good for what you need for test renders and production renders. There are a lot of areas of VRay where the default settings are not optimal. A lot, probably more than are. There's probably more areas or more settings that aren't set up optimally than are set up optimally. But the reason why they set VRay up to the settings that you see when you first install it is so that they can ensure that when a new user first starts rendering with VRay, they're going to see a good quality image. That's why the settings that you see by default are set pretty high, much higher than you would need, even in some cases for production renders. Yes, question? Do I think that these default settings set very high are set at the what? The bias towards detail at the expense of noise. No, the intent of these default settings is to give you decent detail and reduce noise. So the noise that we saw when we set this to very high was there because we didn't do some other things that we should have. If we use the configuration that you get when you first install VRay, you probably won't get the noise that you saw a moment ago. So no, there's no intent to set these default settings up to give you more detail at the expense of noise, more noise. So if I'm doing a test render, here is what I would set up. I would use a very low preset, which uses very good settings that are ghosted out here. The min-max rate are very good. The color, noise, distance threshold are very good. And I would set the hemispheric subdivision to 20 and the interpolation samples to 100. Why? Why would I do this? Well, first of all, these presets are ghosted out and they are very good. You do not need to go into custom and manually change these. There's absolutely no reason to do that. They are very good, they are very optimal, and there's just absolutely no reason to change these. Very low gives you a very fast rendering. The first pre-pass at -4 and the maximum at -3, that's very good and it's very quick. Alright, I'm having some problems with the audio, so stand by. Okay, so when I use a very low preset, all these ghosted out settings are very good, very decent quality for test render settings. I set the hemispheric subdivision to 20, which is lower than the default value of 50, because the hemispheric subdivisions is going to be it's going to impact the render time drastically, very significantly. Not in every scene, but in many scenes. We saw with this hemispheric subdivision how when you divide over and over again, you can very quickly double, triple, quadruple the number of samples that are taken, and things can get out of hand very quickly. The difference between 20, which is what I suggest using, and 50 could be 2 or 3 times. In other words, your Radiance Map, instead of calculating the Radiance Map in 1 minute, it could jump to 2 or 3 minutes. For no, in my opinion, for no or very little discernible improvement in quality. Very little improvement in quality. The default value of 50 is not optimal. I don't even like using it for production renders. I will only increase it when I have to. 20 will give you plenty of good enough quality 99% of the time, and you don't need to change it very often. Interpolation samples controls the blurring of the samples that are taken, and this is something that would prevent what we saw a moment ago with that noise appearing on the very high preset. Interpolation samples are by default set to 20. The problem with 20 is it's good in many situations, and I actually used to recommend 20 by default, but 20 is going to allow more noise to develop and not smooth it out. So now I just set this to 100, and if you lack detail, if detail is lost, you can try lowering this back down to 20 and see if the detail that is lost is because of the interpolation samples. If you drop that interpolation samples and the detail doesn't improve, then set it back to 100, and you know that it's not the interpolation that's the problem. There will always be a weakest link. So use sort of a deductive reasoning type of approach to solve a problem. Change one setting once at a time and start with the most logical explanation. Start with the most logical or most typical setting that causes that particular problem. When I use this configuration, very low, 20, 100, I will get very good quality test renders all the time. Good enough for what I need to do. That Irradiance Map calculated very quickly. It was less than a second. Now the rendering could take a little bit longer, but the run time has nothing to do with the Irradiance Map calculation time. We have a question, 1 second. Say again? The question is, is the loss of detail around the base of the chair, the legs of the chair, is that because of the min and max rate? Yes. Yes, it's because of the min and max rate. There's just not enough samples taken to approximate what is happening when that chair intersects the floor or touches the floor. As soon as I start to use production settings, which is a very simple change, I would recommend switching to medium, and leaving hemispheric subdivisions at 20, interpolation samples set to 100, and rendering just like that. And when I do that, I will start to see a lot more detail around the legs. If you need more detail, if it's just quite not detail enough, then you can try high. But you can't know for certain right now if the loss of detail that you're seeing is because of the Radiance Map or something else. Knowing that, knowing this scene and knowing knowing the fact that I'm in the base of the chair is in indirect light, it's in shadow, and knowing that the shadows down here are controlled by the GI, not by the direct illumination or the shadows casted by the light, knowing that, it's a pretty good indication that this is caused by the global illumination. Since I only have the Radiance Map, I don't have anything else being calculated for global illumination, chances are that detail is going to be strictly controlled by the Radiance Map. But if I have a need for more detail in my Radiance Map, I simply need to use a higher preset. 99% of the time, I will use either the medium or high preset, and I will always try to work with the medium preset, because when I go to the high preset, notice that at medium, my maximum rate is -1, and when I'm at high, my maximum rate is 0. So you could potentially double the Radiance Map calculation time, double the Radiance Map resolution, which would quadruple the Radiance Map calculation time just by going from medium to high. I say quadruple because when you double the resolution, you're quadrupling the number of pixels that are taken. So it's very important to understand that going from medium to high means you could induce 4 times the amount of time to calculate that Irradiance Map. And that is not necessarily a good thing. It might be necessary, but make sure that it's necessary. And make sure that you can't fix the problem somewhere else. This hemispheric subdivision sort of works the same way. When you double this, you are going to, not always, but for the most part, quadruple the amount of time, or quadruple the number of samples that are taken. However, I shouldn't say that, the number of rays that are taken for each sample that is taken. The only thing that controls the number of samples is the minimum and maximum rate. Hemispheric subdivisions controls the quality of the samples. So when you double this amount, you could see some drastic increases in a Radiance Map calculation time, which is why I always set this at 20. If I put this at 40, I might quadruple my calculation time. You won't always, and just by doubling this value or doubling the minimum, or I'm sorry, doubling the maximum rate, just by doubling this doesn't mean you're going to get 4 times longer Irradiance Map, because if the minimum rate satisfies what is needed to satisfy these threshold values, then more samples won't be taken, and you won't even see those higher max rates be taken. But if you're working in a very detailed scene with a lot of detail, both physically in the models and in the materials, if you're working in a scene with a lot of detail, then you have a better chance of inducing longer render times by increasing the hemispheric subdivisions or increasing the maximum rate. Does anybody have any questions about anything with the Radiance Map that I covered up to this point? Anyone online? Just raise your hand if you have any questions whatsoever. Anyone here in class? Any questions? Okay, that is the Radiance Map as we need to discuss it at this point. We'll come back to some other things in here, but that is the foundation of the Radiance Map, and that's really all we have to discuss with the Radiance Map. I would like to sum it up with one image that should make it all very clear. I'm going to read this. Both images rendered with an Irradiance Map using a high preset. If a medium preset were used on the larger image here, then the grout lines that you see right here would only show up as well as they do in the smaller image here. Why is that? We know that if we use a high preset, we have the maximum rate at 0, which means the Radiance Map matches the final rendered output. So looking at this image, with a Radiance Map set to high, I know that my Radiance Map is going to be 1024 by 600, same as my image. But if I switch to a medium preset, then my Radiance Map is only going to be 512 by 300, the same as this size. So the detail that I see in this lower Radiance Map resolution would be what I see over here in the higher image if I use that medium preset. So that's the difference between a medium and a high preset. If I use the medium preset on this image, i.e. used this Irradiance Map resolution on this image, then I'm only going to see detail as well as I see on this image. I hope that makes sense. That sort of sums it up. Now, as you'll see with the animation portion of this class, you can take an Irradiance Map, save it, change the resolution, make it higher or whatever, and use that lower Irradiance Map resolution on the higher rendered image. Just understand that when you do that, you reduce the number of samples pixel per pixel, and you can induce a loss of detail. So I could render this image at a high preset, save the Irradiance Map, and change my rendered image to be this, and use that saved Irradiance Map that was calculated at this resolution, and I would get the same result, same detail that I see in this image. Does that make sense? If I rendered this image with a high preset and rendered my Irradiance Map at this resolution, but then decided to save that Irradiance Map and then change my resolution to this, the detail I see here would be the same as the detail I see here. So you can use a saved Irradiance Map on a higher resolution image. You're just not going to see the same amount of detail. Okay, before we take a 10-minute break, does anybody have any questions about anything that I've talked about up to this point? Just remember, this class will only be as good as the interaction is. So if you have any questions, if you can think of any questions during the break, please write them down and be prepared to ask them. Raise your hand so that when we come back from break, I can address those questions one at a time. We have plenty of time. This is a pretty fast class. It's a pretty fast pace, but we have 18 hours to go over all these different features, and that's plenty of time to talk about what we need to talk about and still address a lot of questions. So with that, I will switch back to the agenda for today, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back, and now it's time to start talking about image sampling, the most important area in VRay, in my opinion. Let me start by saying making a general statement about VRay. In any render engine, to include VRay, there are always going to be three types of settings. There are going to be settings that control quality, settings that control an appearance, and settings that are just considered tools. For example, the Hemispheric Subdivisions is a quality setting. It directly controls the quality of an image. An appearance setting would be something like color mapping, which we'll look at later today, that has absolutely nothing to do with the quality of an image, meaning the technical quality of the image. It only has to deal with the composition or the appearance of an image. Another example would be the intensity multiplier of a light. It has nothing to do with the quality of the image, although you could say if you use too much or too little, the image doesn't look right. It's not going to affect the technical math going on behind the scenes. And then you have tools. An example of a tool would be show samples, and that would be something that doesn't affect the quality or the appearance, and in fact, in many cases, doesn't even give you a final render image. It's just a tool to do something. It's important that you understand at a minimum, just that you understand what category a setting falls into, which one of those three a setting falls into. So I wanted to point that out first thing when we came back. And before I go into image sampling, does anybody have any questions? Okay. Hayden, I see that you made a statement that the sound quality is bad. That the sound quality shouldn't be bad. If I'm running, just so you know, I'm running off a connection that is insanely fast. It can upload the support, just to give you an example, the support files that were uploaded this morning. The 90 megabyte support files uploaded in less than a minute. If there's a connection problem, it's probably on your end, just because when I did the mic check, I was told that I sounded fine. So I'm sorry if you can't hear me as well as you'd like. But if anybody else has any sound problems, please raise your hand or please make a statement so I know and so I can look into it. With that, I'll keep going unless anybody else has any questions about Irradiance Maps, anything else I've talked about up to this point. Somebody just asked, the three categories are quality settings, appearance settings, and tools. Everything you see in VRay will fall into one of those categories, and you need to know which setting it is or which category it is. That's a minimum type of thing that you need to know. Okay, so let's start looking at image sampling. Let's take a look at this box here. This is a simple box rendered on a white background. And because of the resolution of a monitor or a computer display, there's only so much detail that can be placed into an image. And with this box, you see a chamfer, you see a jagged edge because there's only so many pixels that can be used to display the transition from the green box to the white background. Image sampling is a process that is used to perfect a pixel color or improve a pixel color so that the transition doesn't look like you see here. It doesn't look like a jagged edge. So image sampling is a process that is designed to remove artifacts or to improve the color of pixels to make things like this not happen. So how does it work? Well, there is a term that's used in image sampling called subdivision, and it simply means subdividing a pixel into smaller and smaller components to figure out the best possible color to assign a pixel. So in the case of one subdivision, we have one sample taken at the center of each pixel. This is a 16 pixel grid, 4 pixels by 4 pixels. So this is one pixel, that's another. When we have one subdivision, we are taking a sample at the center of each pixel. This dashed line represents the edge of the green box in the previous image. So the edge of the box is here. We can't show the edge of the box in a way that we can't color part of a pixel green and another part of it white. We simply can't do it. We have to color an entire pixel one color. But we can change the color of the pixels that surround that edge to give it the appearance of a smooth transition. And that's all image sampling does. When you have one subdivision, you can't do that because with one subdivision, all it knows is what is happening at the center of that pixel. So at the center of this pixel, it detects the green box. All it knows is that at the center of that pixel is a green box, so therefore all it can do is paint the entire pixel green. The pixel to the right of it, all it knows is that at the center of the pixel, it's detecting a white background, and therefore it's going to paint the entire pixel white. That's all it can do. Now, if we look at image sampling closely, we see three different sampler types: fixed, adaptive DMC, and adaptive subdivision. We're going to look at fixed because it's the most simplistic and there's in fact only one setting, subdivision setting. That's what we just looked at. So when I use a subdivision value of 1 and render again, this is what I get. And I'm using a very high Radiance Map, by the way, which I should change to very low. So I'm using one subdivision, which creates a jagged, chiseled look to all the objects and all the materials in my scene because there's no blending going on. There's no blurring going on around the edges. Everything is one color. So one pixel, all it knows is that at one pixel you see a white background or a light blue background, and the pixel to the next to it sees a gray background. When I do two subdivisions, I break a pixel down into 4 subpixel samples. So the same pixel that we saw before a moment ago is now broken up into 4 subpixel samples because I'm subdividing it twice, up and down, left and right. So I'm dividing it into 2 vertical rows and 2 horizontal rows. So in this pixel, 3 of the 4 subpixel samples detect the green box. 1 pixel or 1 subpixel detects the white background. It can't paint these subpixels green and this subpixel white. All it can do is change the color of the entire pixel. Well, if 75%, if 3/4 or 75% of the subpixel samples are detecting the green box, the only thing it can do is change the color of this pixel so that it is about 75% of the color of the original box. The pixel to the right of it has 1 subpixel sample that detects the green box and 3 that detects the white background. So what does it do? It paints the entire pixel about 25% of the color of the green box. It's just that simple. That's all that's going on. If I look at 3 subdivisions, I see 3 columns and 3 rows, which gives you 9 subpixel samples. And in this same pixel, 6 of the 9, or 2/3 of the subpixel samples, detect the green box. 3 detect the white background. So what does it do? Here's the after. The pixel is recolored to about 66% of the color of the green box. And if you go higher and higher, the goal is, or the result is, that this line will be determined more accurately. VRay doesn't know where this line is. It doesn't know. All it knows is what happens at the center of each subpixel sample. For all it knows, this line could come down here. It doesn't know that. So by subdividing the pixels, it breaks it down to smaller increments and samples each one of those increments and determines where that edge is. And based on how much of the pixel is covered by one object versus another object, it knows how to better paint that pixel. That's all it's trying to do. It's trying to figure out what percentage of a pixel is covered by one color and another color. That's all it does. So if I just go from 1 subdivision to 2 subdivisions, I go from this image to that image. Okay, much better looking appearance just by switching to 2 subdivisions. If I go to 3 subdivisions, I see an even better appearance. It should be pretty easy to see how image sampling is drastically important and can totally change the quality of your image. You could have the best possible render settings everywhere else. You could have the best GI, you could have the best everything. But as soon as you start playing around with the image sampler, you run the risk of destroying your image if you don't know what you're doing. Question? Yes, the image sampler has nothing to do with the quality of the image sampler has nothing to do with the GI that's being calculated. I noticed that 2 people now saying that the sound quality is bad, and I want to stop this for 1 second and unmute some microphones and see what the general consensus is. Okay, I'm unmuting everybody's microphone. Who is not hearing me properly? Can anyone not hear me? Or can anyone tell me if I'm coming in broken?
No, you're much better now. Not much better than you were.
I am much better than I was?
Yeah, it's fine for me now. I think
Okay.
it's because I had something else running.
Okay, was this Hayden or John?
Yeah, it's Hayden, yeah.
Okay. All right, good. Thanks.
Cool.
We have a storm going on right outside our office, and it's possible, I guess, that's causing some problems, but generally this is a very reliable line that we're working on right now. Just cleaning up the interface, just for those of you that are online, so you know, if you see my mouse moving around on the screen sometimes, it's because there's an interface right here that has a panel that allows me to see everyone that's logged in and their microphone, whether it's on or off, and sometimes I need to operate over here and do some things. So if you see me moving my mouse around on the screen while I'm not talking about what I'm doing, don't worry, it's just I'm I'm trying to control something on the display panel for this interface that we're using. Okay, so we have 3 subdivisions. The image looks much better now. It should be pretty clear that by increasing the subdivisions, you can very quickly have your render times get out of control. I am literally going to take 9 times as long to render this image with 3 subdivisions as I would with 1 subdivision. I should caveat that with, when I say 9 times longer rendering, portion after the GI is calculated. Because what happens is you calculate your GI, then you calculate your rendering, and that rendering portion of the calculation after the GI is calculated, that's what takes the longer amount of time. The GI that you use has absolutely nothing to do with the image sampling time, and the image sampling quality or time has nothing to do with the GI calculation or the amount of time it takes to calculate GI. They're 2 totally separate things. So you shouldn't use a value that is out of control. You shouldn't use a value that's much higher than what you need. All right. So if I go back into the subdivision value, using 1 is going to be about 9 times. It's not going to be about. It's going to be exactly 9 times faster than using a value of 3. And if I go up to 4 subdivisions, then I have 16 subpixel samples. If I go up to 5 subdivisions, I have 25 subpixel samples. So it's a power of 2. You just basically multiply whatever value you have in here, you take the square of that, and that's the number of subpixel samples per pixel. So things can get out of control quickly. Therefore, you should use the lowest possible settings that you can get away with. I want to point out something that I think is very important to understand, because you are beginner users, and I want to go to the Chaos manual to show you something to illustrate this point that I'm trying to make. There is a Chaos online manual. It is found at and it's not coming up here. Let's go into the Chaos website and then go to the documentation section. This is the VRay online manual. It's at www.spot3d.com. You could Google this if you wanted to, or you can try to navigate to it from the VRay website. There's a page down at the bottom called Universal VRay Settings. And I'm going to read some of this because I think it's very important since this is a beginner class. It states that the universal settings comprise a set of settings that we have found to work very well for still images in many situations. Please note that these settings are not optimal, in the sense that with enough tweaking you could probably get similar quality with faster render times. The beauty of these settings is that they require almost no tweaking, and you're guaranteed to get a good result in the end. So this is supposed to be for new users or beginner users. Well, it tells you to, of course, set VRay as the current render engine, and the very next thing tells you, in the image sampler rollout, switch the image sampler type to adaptive DMC, set the maximum subdivision to 100, leave the minimum subdivision to 1. So in the very second thing it tells you to do, it says to change the image sampler. So that gives you some indication of how important it is. But what it's telling you to do, or what it's suggesting, is set the maximum subdivision to 100. I don't agree with that, and I think that's a very bad thing to tell a new user, because what you're essentially telling a new user is subdivide your pixel 100 times, or let the maximum amount of subdivisions be 100. Now, there is no minimum maximum here because we're using a fixed image sampler, and every pixel is being subdivided the same amount. But if we switch over to adaptive DMC, we will see a different rollout in a minimum and maximum subdivision. So what they're telling you is to set the minimum subdivision to 1 and the maximum subdivision to 100. That is not good. Why? Because if you don't know what you're doing, you run the risk of allowing Max or allowing VRay to actually go for or go after 100 subdivisions. And that's something you don't even want to come close to doing. Now, when would it ever use 100 subdivisions? Well, the adaptive DMC, as the name implies, is adaptive. Just like any other adaptive area in VRay, it takes shortcuts. That's what it does. So these settings that you see here, just like any other quality setting, is there to truncate these algorithms going on behind the scenes. So these settings cut off this algorithm that's being calculated at some point. But if you don't know what you're doing, then you run the risk of not cutting it off and letting it run to infinity and not ever having a rendering being calculated. Notice that there's a setting called Use Dmc Sampler Threshold. Use Dmc Sampler Threshold. What that means is to ignore this setting that's ghosted out, which is a color threshold, and instead use the noise threshold found here in the Dmc Sampler rollout of the Settings tab. So this setting is what is being looked at when this box is enabled. So if you're a new user and you read that section that says set this to 1, set this to 100, and it doesn't say change this. If you see this setting and say, oh, I don't want any noise, so let's just set this to something really low. Let's make it 0. What you're telling VRay to do is calculate a perfect rendering. So this noise threshold value, which in my opinion is the single most important setting in VRay, individual setting, not area of VRay, the most important setting in VRay, because it controls every blurry effect. If you don't understand that, you might want to write it down because it's very important. Noise threshold controls every blurry effect. And by blurry effect, I mean depth of field, motion blur, shadows spread, GI. All these things are blurry effects, blurry reflections, blurry refractions. They all look to this noise threshold value to determine or to find out what is the minimum level of quality that needs to be achieved for any particular blurry effect. And if you set noise threshold to 0, you're telling it you want a perfectly noiseless image for that particular blurry effect. So when this option, Use Dmc Sampler, is on, it's going to look to the noise threshold value to determine whether or not to go for a maximum or minimum subdivision value. If I render again, no matter how long it takes my GI to calculate, I could sit here all day and I won't see a single bucket render. I could be working on the Cray computer and it will still not render anything. Okay, so I'm just stopping this as is, and I do not want to use this option. I do not want to enable the Use Dmc Sampler Threshold option. That should never be enabled. So always disable that and control the adaptive nature of these image samplers through this color threshold value. This is a color threshold value just like you saw with the Irradiance Map, just like you saw here. But unlike the Radiance Map, you do need to change this value, and I'll explain in a minute how and why. So just like the Radiance Map, you have a minimum and maximum subdivision. You have a minimum subdivision for areas where you don't need detail and a maximum subdivision for areas that you do need detail. But you shouldn't use anything close to 100. In fact, in my opinion, you shouldn't use anything higher than 8. That would be the maximum I would ever use. But in reality, I wouldn't, in most cases, use more than 5. It should be obvious as to how much more time it takes to calculate 5 than it does 1, and how much more time it takes to calculate 8 than it does 5. You know, just square this value, and that's the number of times more than 1 that it takes to calculate the maximum subdivision. We have a question? Yes? The question is, if we are rendering a very high resolution image, do we want to render with a higher maximum subdivision? No. The size of your resolution, the size of your image, should have no bearing on what you decide to use here, except for if you're just simply, you can't render in the time that you need and you need to cut your quality down because you're rendering such a high resolution image. But pixel per pixel, you're going to get the same amount of quality regardless of the resolution. of your image. So if you render a 10,000 by 10,000 pixel image, you should still use the same settings that you would use for a 640 by 480 image. If you have the time, of course, you should use the same settings because pixel per pixel you're going to have the same amount of sampling. So what values should you use? Well, the good news is that if you're doing a test render, you shouldn't even use fixed or adaptive DMC. The only thing that you should use with the test render is adaptive subdivision. And I'll explain why in a minute. If you're doing a production render, which is everything else, then the only thing that you should use is fixed and adaptive DMC. And probably 95% of the time, you're going to want to use adaptive DMC. Why? Because we know that the fixed is much slower. We know that it's not adaptive. Every pixel will be subdivided the same amount. So if you have an image like this one right here, there is a little bit of lag on the, for those that are listening online, there's about a 1 second, 1.5 second delay. If you're rendering this image right here with a lot of detail, you might want to use the fixed image sampler just to make sure that you run no risk of losing detail like you see in this wire, so that you know that you're going to see that detail. And notice that there are railings in this image that get really, really hard to see on the left-hand side of the image because the angle is so acute. And the space in between the railings is actually less than the width of a pixel. So if I do not have proper image sampling, these railings could display as one solid white wall, and it would just look bad. In reality, the space between these two railings, the space right here between these two railings, is 1 pixel in width. But in reality, it might actually be less than the pixel in width. The space might be less than that, but there is some blurring, some colorization that VRay is applying so that you can see some of the color that is behind it, some of the color from the building inside. So it's doing you a favor in lighting up or changing that color and making it somewhat like the color that's behind the railings, so that you can detect or so that you can visualize that there is a space in there and that it's just really tight and not able to be displayed as nice as it would like to be. Okay, so in this particular case, you might want to use the fixed image sampler to make sure that detail shows up to a certain degree. And you know what that is because 5 subdivisions or 6 subdivisions is going to give you a certain number of subdivisions everywhere, and if you do it enough, you'll know what kind of level of quality you can expect from 5 subdivisions. The downside to that is you will render areas like the sky at far higher subdivisions than anything you need. So it's a trade-off between time and quality. If you are in a bind and you need to render as quick as possible, then the fixed image sampler is not the way to go. The way to go would be to render with the adaptive DMC, and then in some areas where you absolutely have to improve things, do a render region and use a higher fixed image sampler. But 95% of the time, I would suggest using the adaptive DMC image sampler because the quality that you can achieve and the speed that you can achieve it is far better than is far better than using a fixed image sampler and rendering areas like the sky or the ground that simply don't need that extra detail. Okay, here's another example where you might want to use adaptive DMC, or I'm sorry, fixed image sampler. Notice that these lines here on this chair become very thin, and it's very hard to see it when the angle is very tight. You have some nice details in these wires. It's unfortunate because a lot of this area, a lot of the walls and the ceiling have no detail and no need for higher subpixel sampling. So it's all a subjective opinion as to should I use a fixed image sampler or should I use adaptive DMC. You should not use adaptive subdivision for several reasons. The biggest reason why is adaptive subdivision does not handle blurry reflections or refractions very well. If I had a stainless steel refrigerator and that reflection on the refrigerator was blurry, That's what a blurry reflection is. If it was blurry, that blurry reflection would not show up as well, nearly as well as it would with adaptive DMC. And there's a lot of math going on behind the scenes that would explain why, but suffice to say, the adaptive subdivision is not conducive to good blurry reflections and refractions. The adaptive subdivision should be used for all test renders. Why? Because it's the only image sampler that allows you to do less than one sample per pixel. Notice that instead of saying minimum subdivisions or maximum subdivisions, it says minimum rate and maximum rate. Why? Because it allows you to go less than one sample per pixel, meaning it will allow you to, if I can find the right image, it will, instead of subdividing, it will group a set of pixels and take a sample at the corner of that group. So let's look at what these settings are. If I use a value of 0 and 0, that is one sample per pixel. That is the exact same thing that I would get with a fixed image sampler set to 1, and the exact same thing that I would get with adaptive DMC if I set both of these values to 1 and 1. All three of these samplers right now would give you the exact same number of subdivisions. But they call it rate here because they need a different term other than subdivisions to indicate that you can go less than one sample per pixel. So 0 and 0 is the same as 1. If I go to -1 and -1, that is taking 4 pixels and doing the opposite of subdividing, taking 4 pixels and placing a sample at the corner of those 4 pixels. So instead of dividing a pixel into 4 subpixels, you're taking 4 subpixels and grouping them together. -2 would be taking a group of 9 pixels and taking a sample at the corner of each subpixel, or at the corner of each one of these 9 pixels. Now, if you didn't have any blurry reflections and blurry refractions, and you thought, okay, well, I'll use adaptive subdivision for production, but I know I need to use a higher min and max rate to achieve the quality I need. If you don't even use a negative value, you defeat the whole purpose of using adaptive subdivision. The whole purpose is that you can group pixels and take fewer samples per pixel. So if you don't even use a negative value, you're defeating the whole purpose of using the adaptive subdivision image sampler. The good news is, if you don't understand any of the things that I'm saying, all you need to remember is that you should use adaptive subdivision with the default render settings that you see for all test renders. If you do, you will have very, very fast renders with decent quality, decent enough to test the things that you're trying to test. And just to show you, I'll render this image, and notice how fast it cuts through these buckets. There is some reflection, some blurry reflections going on which slow down the buckets on the chair, but the buckets everywhere else, it just cuts through it really quickly. And you'll see in some other renderings, there are some other scenes that we're going to be using that take literally 3 seconds to render an entire interior, an empty interior, but still there's interior, there's walls and windows and global illumination. So adaptive subdivision is what you should be using for test renders. Adaptive DMC is what you should be using 95% of the time for production renders. Now, what values should you be using here? I would suggest using a value to start with of 2 and 5. I say 2 for minimum because that ensures that no matter what you set your color threshold to, no matter how poorly you set your color threshold, you will always have at least 2 subdivisions per pixel, and you won't run the risk of having what you had when you saw one subdivision where you had all those jagged edges. That's important, that you don't have any areas that are inappropriately subdivided. I say 5 for maximum because most of the time that is going to subdivide your pixels well enough to see the detail that you need to see. Now, I said before there's 3 types of settings. There are quality settings, appearance settings, and tool settings, or it's tool settings. The quality settings, like image sampler, are there to do two things: to control the noise and control the detail. That's it. If a setting does not control the noise or the detail of an image, it's not a quality setting. So every quality setting is a trade-off between quality and noise. By increasing by reducing the noise, you will, in many cases, reduce the detail, and by increasing the detail, you can reduce the noise. So it's a trade-off between time, and the more you increase your detail, the more you reduce your noise, the more apt you are to induce longer render times. The point is, with a maximum subdivision of 5, you will have very good, very high detail, low noise, good results most of the time. If and only if you determine that the noise that you see or the lack of detail that you see is caused by the image sampler and not somewhere else, then and only then would you or should you change this minimum maximum subdivision to something else. You should change it to, at most, in most cases, 3 and 6. And I would say 99% of the time these values will suffice. But changing these values won't do any good if you don't change the color threshold. The color threshold here is a little different than the color threshold you see here. The color threshold you see here is not, notice that the value here is 0.4. Over here it's 0.01, and I'll explain now what exactly that means. I sort of I held off on showing this during the discussion on the Radiance Map because I didn't feel it was necessary, but now it's very necessary because we're talking about the image sampler. What is this color threshold? Okay, if I look at a computer display, I'm looking at a bunch of pixels that are colored somewhere between pure white and pure black. Pure white is made up of red, green, and blue. Pure white will give me a red, green, and blue value of 255, 255, 255 for a total of 765. So a pure white, purely bright pixel on your screen has a color intensity of 765. Pure black has a value of 0, intensity value of 0. If I know that I have to have 2 subpixel samples that are within 0.01 in terms of color, that is saying they have to be within 1% of color to achieve, the subpixel samples have to be within 1% of color, and if they aren't, then a higher subdivision value will be used. In other words, if 765 is my maximum bright white color pixel, 1% of that is 7.6. And I wish they created this in a way that was a little more explicative or a little more obvious as to what this setting does and what it means. But what it means is 1%. You could set this to something higher than 1, but I can promise you that 1 and anything above it will give you the same results. And notice that for the noise threshold here, it stops at 1. Why this one stops at 1 and this one goes beyond 1, I don't know. I'm going to put this noise threshold back to 0.01. And oh, by the way, I just realized why this rendering was going a little slower than I was expecting before. It's because I left this noise threshold to 0, which is not a good thing. Now it'll probably take 2 seconds to render this image. But nonetheless, when I set this color threshold value to 1.0, that is saying that you could have a pure black pixel right next to a pure white pixel, and those 2 pixels could be completely 100% in variance, yet they will still satisfy this color threshold. If I have a color threshold value of 0, the pixels would have to be the exact same color. And if they're not the same color, the exact same color, they will not meet the criteria, and the only thing it can do is use the maximum subdivision value. So when I use a value of 0.01, which is the default value, I am saying that I have to have 2 pixels next to, and all my pixels in my image that get processed have to be within 1% or 7.6 in color, in terms of color value, 7.6, no more than 7.6 apart. And if they are, then a higher subdivision value will be used. And to make that a little more obvious, I'm right now set to 765, but if I were to drop this red value from 255 down to 247, which is 8 less than the maximum value, if I drop it down 8 points, that is more than 1%. And that little variation in color is more than what it needs to be to satisfy this color threshold value. That's all that's going on. It looks towards this color threshold value to determine whether or not 2 pixels next to each other are good enough or are close enough in color. If not, subdivide them farther. If not, subdivide them farther. And it keeps doing that until it either achieves this color threshold after recoloring pixels, or it stops at a maximum subdivision value of 6 or whatever you have set. We have a question. I'm sorry? And then it moves on. Once it renders a pixel at the maximum subdivision, then it moves on. Yes. Okay, so let's see a little bit farther into this. We have just probably 5 more minutes on image sampler before we move on. If I use the default value of 1, 4, and 0.01 and turn on show samples, actually let me stop that. Let me go back and set the minimum and maximum subdivision to 1 and 1. If I render right now with minimum and maximum subdivision value set to 1, I will see a blue screen. Why? Because I'm showing samples. I'm not rendering the final image. I'm just using this tool setting to show samples. And it's showing me the different colors for different areas that are subdivided different amounts. But I'm using the same amount here, so it's giving me the same color everywhere. But as soon as I set the maximum subdivision to 2 and render again, it's going to show me 2 different colors. Areas where 1 subdivision is good enough and areas where 2 subdivisions are necessary because the color variation was too much for this 1% color threshold value. If I set it to 3, it'll show you 3 different colors and so on. And you can use this to determine if it's even going any higher. I mean, I could set this right now to 100 and it won't make a lick of difference because it's not going to need to go after 100 because the color threshold is set to 1%. So as soon as 2 pixels fall within the 1% color variance, then it's going to stop and not use a higher subdivision value. So you could literally change this from 1 to 2 and then from 2 to 3, 3 to 4, keep going until you stop seeing a brighter new set of colors. This image will get brighter and brighter. These samples that you're seeing will get brighter and brighter with each higher maximum subdivision value until it achieves pure white, which would take you all day to do because that would be a ridiculously high number of subdivisions. The point is, you can use this show samples to figure out when you need to stop this maximum subdivision, and better yet, figure out when you need to lower this color threshold value, because this color threshold value is the one setting that controls the adaptiveness of the min and max value, the adaptiveness of the image sampler. If you set this too high, it's going to not go after maximum subdivision and it's going to just use a lower subdivision value. If you set it too low, like 0.0, it is essentially the same thing as a fixed image sampler. When I have color threshold set to 0, that is a fixed image sampler because it's going to disregard the minimum subdivision and go after whatever you set here. So if I set this to 4, everywhere is going to be subdivided 4 times because you're telling it you want a perfectly noiseless image. You want a perfect image sampler, which it can't do, obviously, but the next best thing it can do is achieve a maximum subdivision value of 4. So everywhere will be subdivided 4 times now. Does anybody have any questions about that? It's very important that you understand that. We have one question in class. Before I answer it, let me mention one last thing. I said when you're doing production render, set this to 2 and 5, but I didn't mention what to do with this color threshold value. You should set this color threshold value, in my opinion, to 0.005 when you start doing production renders. Why? Because as I just said, if you set it too high, you're not going to go after the maximum subdivision values anywhere. If you set it too low, you're not going to go after the minimum subdivisions. You're going to end up having a fixed image sampler. So the default value of 1% is good for some situations, but not enough. And when you're doing production renders, it's a good idea to set this to 0.005, which is half of 1%, to enable or to ensure that you have good quality pixels everywhere. And if you just don't have the detail that you need, if you feel that you need to increase this to 3 and 6, then likewise drop color threshold down to 0.003. So here's your maximum configuration for 99% of your renderings. And the only other time I would go any higher than 8 would be if I had some flickering in an animation and I would need to use a higher subdivision value to improve that flickering. It's unfortunate that you would have to do it for an animation because animations by nature are already going to take you longer to render, but when things are put in motion, you're able to see artifacts a lot better than you would if they were a still image. You don't see flickering on a still image because it's a still image. But as soon as you put things in motion, you run the risk of flickering. And it's important to note that there are different types of flickering. You have flickering caused by GI and flickering caused by image sampling. And that's pretty much it. And it's important to know the difference between each. And if you remember that GI causes large splotchy noise and image samplers cause fine granular noise, you can figure out what's causing the flickering by looking at the size of the flickering. If the flickering is occurring over just 1 or 2 pixels, then the chances are it's flickering caused by the image sampler. If it's flickering that is encompassing a much larger area and it's sort of a splotchy type of flickering, it's going to be caused by your Irradiance Map and using the wrong procedure to calculate your Irradiance Map for your animations. You have a question? Yes. Yes.
Dmc show samples to show you where the high detail areas are, and then go back to fixed and use a region render those areas?
Yes. The question is, could you use the show samples option or tool to figure out where the higher detail is needed and then go and do a render region to improve the detail of those little areas? Yes, you could, but in reality, when you start doing this enough, you'll never need to do that. I don't believe that if you use VRay for, using the methods that I'm showing you and knowing what you will know after this class, I don't believe that will be necessary because you will know if you're losing detail, you will know what's causing it. A quick test with the image sampler and a quick test with the Radiance Map will tell you which one of those two is causing it. One of those is going to be the weakest link, and one of those is going to be the main culprit in too little noise or too little detail. And if you, as an example, set this to 5.005, render it, have less detail in what you want or need, and then change it to 6.003, and it doesn't do anything to your image, then you know the image sampler wasn't the problem. Then you know there's nothing you can do with the image sampler to improve the quality until you fix the bigger problem somewhere else. But once you know all that, I don't think you need to use the show samples to start doing higher detail, because you'll see in your image where the detail is and where you'll need it. And you'll have a pretty good idea that, oh, I'm going to have more samples here because I have more detail. Okay, we have a question online. Humberto, I hope I'm not. I hope I'm saying your name right. Do you have a question? Humberto, are you online? Can you hear me? Okay, well, you can hear me, but I can't hear you. You say, you typed a question, just to understand, color threshold is the control that decides what must use minimum subdivision and what parts need to use the maximum subdivision. Yes, exactly. The color threshold is the one setting that controls the adaptiveness of the image sampler. It's the one setting that says, here's what you need for this area of your image, here's what you need for the other area of your image. It is what is used to determine whether or not the minimum subdivisions is good enough, or the next higher value is good enough, or the next higher value, or all the way up to maximum subdivisions. Okay, I see now that you don't have a mic, so you can't ask the questions. That's fine. You can. That's fine. You can type your questions. Feel free to type your questions while I'm talking. If you want to type a question, I will see that your hand is raised and that you have a question, and I will address your question at the next available opportunity. So, thanks for asking the question. If you have any questions, please let me know. And is what we are trying to achieve called anti-aliasing? Sort of. That term anti-aliasing is used a lot, and it's if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just cleaning my screen up a little behind the interface here. There was a question, is image sampling the same thing as anti-aliasing? Yes and no. The whole goal behind the image sampler is to improve your image and remove alias artifacts. Anti-aliasing is a term used to fix aliased artifacts. Anti-aliasing is going against aliasing. It's to improve aliased artifacts. So it says anti-aliasing up here next to image sampler. So it's using an anti-aliasing approach, but it's not the same thing as the anti-aliasing filter that you see here. The anti-aliasing filter does one of two things, and that's it. All it does is either sharpen your image or blur your image, nothing else. How it does that is where you see the different filters. So by default, you see an area filter, and the area filter says computes anti-aliasing using a variable size area filter. It simply means every pixel is going to be blurred with the closest pixels around it. 1.5 pixels around it. So if you take a pixel and you go out 1.5 pixels around it and look at what the pixels are doing around it, it will blur those pixels together. It's like a Gaussian blur in Photoshop. The higher you make this value, the more pixels you're going to blur with each pixel. And more importantly, the longer your render times. It's incredibly important to know that every blurry effect in VRay will induce longer render times. You add depth of field, longer render times. Motion blur, longer render times. GI, obviously longer render times. And anti-aliasing filters. If you have an anti-aliasing filter, you will induce longer render times than you would if you didn't have it. There's absolutely no reason why you couldn't disable the anti-aliasing filter. Most of the time, I render animations with either the anti-aliasing filter turned off or set to video. If I have a scene that's conducive to it and I can get away without using the filter at all, without using any filter, I'll turn it off because you don't need it. The anti-aliasing is done through the image sampler. The anti-aliasing filter is just something that's done after after the image is rendered. It's just something that's done to blur or sharpen your image. And the blurring is needed in some cases to prevent flickering or pixel swimming or some of the things that you get with animation. It's also there to remove, both for stills and animations, the moire effect. The moire effect is the effect when you have a bunch of parallel lines running together. It causes a kind of a swirling effect. Like if you looked at a screen door, the mesh of a screen door, and you moved your head from side to side, you see this kind of wavy action. That's the moire effect. If you had a standing seam roof, I have an image that I can pull up during the break. If you have a standing seam roof and you look at that standing seam roof at a low angle, you'll see a bunch of parallel lines that are so close and so tight together that they will start to appear to swirl. And you wouldn't just see it in a rendering, you would see it with your own eyes. If you go out in the real world and you look at at a standing seam roof from a very, very low angle, you'll see this kind of a warping or twirling or swirling effect, and having a blurring filter can help prevent that. A lot of times people ask, well, which filters do you use? Talking about the Moir effect, this VRay length sauce filter is probably if you're going to use a filter at all, if you let me backtrack just a moment. You've got still renderings and animations. If you render still images, Catmull-ROM is probably one of the better options to use. That's at least what I use, because it provides a nice sharpening filter for your image. You can disable anti-aliasing altogether and not use a filter, but probably 95% of the time for a still image I will use Catmull-ROM because it provides a nice, crisp, sharp, clean image. If I had a problem with the Moir effect, then and only then I would switch to the length sauce filter, because that's got the ability to clean that Moir effect up somehow. I don't know how, but it cleans it up, and that would probably be the only other filter that I would use for a still rendering. Everything else is going to give you the same thing in one shape or another. I could achieve the same thing with the area filter that I can with the soften filter just by changing the size value. I could set the size value here to 1.5 and get the same result as the area filter. Okay, or I could go into Photoshop and sharpen my image and get the same thing I could get with the Catmull-ROM. I just like using the Catmull-ROM because it's a sharpening filter, and sharpening your image takes far less time than blurring your image. So a Catmull-ROM really won't add but a fraction, more render time, maybe 0.5% added to your render time. But if you start using something like the video filter or the soften filter, which really blurs pixels together a lot, you're going to induce much longer render times in many cases. So if I were to use the video filter on, I don't have an image handy, but if I were to use a video filter on an image and it took an hour to render that image, I could probably shave 20 minutes off my rendering, maybe even 30 minutes off my rendering, just by turning the filter off altogether. Now, if you're doing an animation and you have too much flickering, too much pixels swimming, too many artifacts, then you may have to use the video filter, and there may be no other option. When we get to that section when we start talking about animations, I'll show you some videos and some images, some clips from videos that illustrate the problems that I'm talking about. If you've ever done animations, you already know what I'm talking about, and you know that flickering and pixel dancing and all this stuff is a real problem. And the blurring effect of these filters can help reduce that. And that's the only reason why you would want to use a filter. So if you can, turn off the filter entirely for your animations. Okay? Does anybody have any questions about image sampling or anti-aliasing filters or anything else that I've talked about up to this point? Anybody have any questions? Okay. One more point about the anti-aliasing filter and image sampling. If you've ever wondered why or how movie studios are able to create such incredibly crisp, sharp, flicker-free, artifact-free movies and put them on a standard DVD, which a standard DVD resolution is 640 by 480. If you've ever wondered how they can get such high quality with just a DVD, the reason why is because of image sampling, using incredibly high image sampler settings. But instead of using incredibly high image sampler settings adjusted through what you see here, they will use typical type of settings like the ones I'm displaying here, and it's maybe a little bit higher because when you're talking about a movie studio that's making a $100 million, $200 million movie, they can afford a little bit more render time, so they'll use something a little bit higher than what I say you should typically use on a visualization project. But nonetheless, they will use reasonable image sampler settings. But what they do to achieve those the same result of the higher image sampler settings is they will render at what is known as 4K Academy resolution. 4K Academy resolution, I think I can Google this really quick. 4K Academy resolution is 4,096 pixels by, if I remember correctly, 4,096 by 2,304. That is a very, very high resolution. And the result is when you render at such a high resolution and convert down to standard DVD, you're doing the same thing as Image Sampler. You're compressing all that information into a much higher resolution, or a much lower resolution. And the result is flicker-free animations, crisp animations, artifact-free animations. I want to show you one more thing, ultra high definition. This is a term you'll probably hear a lot 5-10 years from now. Ultra high definition is a resolution that is, as the name implies, ultra high. It's insanely high. It is up to 7,680 pixels across, way higher even than 4K Academy resolution. So here you have NTSC, which is practically the same thing as standard DVD. Standard DVD is 640 by 480. This is if you're doing broadcast television here in the United States. It's different, a little different in other countries, but this is basically standard resolution for a DVD. But when you render at 4K Academy, 4,096 by 2160, if you render at this resolution and squash all that information down into a size that is standard DVD size, you're doing the same thing as image sampling, and you're perfecting the final pixel color. That's how they do it. It's the only, there's no magic behind it. There's no trick to it. That combined with high quality editing and when I say rendering, I mean using programs like Final Cut and Premiere. Most movie studios, I believe, use Final Cut, and if you don't have a good editing package, if you don't do editing properly, you're going to destroy your animation, just like using inappropriate image sampling will destroy your rendering or your animation. So assuming that you have good editing, converting down will give you a really nice, good, high-quality animation. Does anybody have any questions so far about anything I've covered up to this point? Okay. We've been talking about an hour, and usually we go a little bit longer than an hour, but since we are finished with Image Sampler, this would be a good time for a 10-minute break and for you to develop any questions you have, to play around with the Image Sampler during the break if you can. And when we come back in 10 minutes, if you have any questions, please ask the questions, raise your hand, and I will unmute your microphone, or you can type in your questions however you want. So with that, I will leave this back on the agenda, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, here we go again. Let's get into the next part of this class, light cache. We are starting critical settings part 2 now. And just a quick note about the timeline here. It is currently 10:38. We are not behind at all. There are certain areas of this agenda for both days where the time just simply doesn't take exactly what it says here, an hour. Color mapping and environment lighting doesn't take an hour, but rather than try to nitpick and get each hour synchronized to to the minute, this is a general overview of the flow of the class. So light cache will be about 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. DMC about 20 minutes. And then we'll move into color mapping, but we might hold off, or we will have part of the discussion on DMC in the lunch hour, I imagine. Hopefully we can get through it, but I can't make any promise at this point. We have an hour and 20 minutes to the noon hour here, and let's go ahead and keep going. I want to open up a file called Corridor. You can follow along if you want. Again, if you ever see this warning that appears, simply hit no. It simply means, do you want to adjust the settings, or do you want to render it's basically saying you're using a different version of VRay than what the file was saved with. Do you want to have the settings change, or use the same settings that you had when you rendered the first time. I'm going to say no. And this is a simple corridor. This is a simple scene that has nothing more than a box hollowed out and a few spheres inside, as well as a camera. And this camera is looking down this corridor. And the reason why we're using this particular scene is, besides the fact that we need simple scenes to illustrate things quick enough, is I want to have a scene that has the ability to show you what certain light cache sample sizes look like close up and farther away, and not skew it with other surfaces that bounce light in strange and odd ways. So it's a very simple scene to illustrate what's going on with the light cache. So if you open up the render scene dialog box and go into the Indirect Illumination tab again, you see that there is currently an Irradiance Map light cache configuration. And if I render right now, here's what I get. This is the final rendered image. Okay, so it rendered fairly quickly, but there is some noise, and I just rendered this to show you generally what this scene is supposed to look like. Now, in order to show you what's going on with the light cache behind the scenes, I want to switch the primary bounce to light cache, which is not something I would ever do normally unless I was using that method that feature I discussed early on called progressive path tracing. And we'll get to that tomorrow. We'll get to that in day 2. But if you're not using progressive path tracing, you should never use this light cache for primary bounces. The only reason I'm using it now is to illustrate a point. So if I look at the light cache rollout, it doesn't look too bad. There's not as many settings as you find with the Radiance Map. And fortunately, most of the time, there's only one setting that you need to worry about, and that is subdivision. Anytime you see subdivision, it controls sampling. Subdivision is the main ingredient that controls sampling. And this value, this particular value for light cache, represents the square of the number of rays that are shot that produce that light cache. I'm going to say that again. The subdivision value represents the square of the number of rays that are shot. I should say the square root of the number of rays that are shot. So if I have a subdivision value of 10, then the number of rays that are shot out into my scene are 100. If I use 100, then the number of rays that I use in my scene is 10,000. If I use 1,000, then I'm using 1,000,000 rays. And so you can see that by doubling this value, say going from 1 to 2, 1 would give you 1 ray. Actually, that's a bad example. If I have 2 subdivisions, that gives me 4 rays. If I double that to 4, that gives me 16 rays. So by doubling the subdivision value, you're going to quadruple the number of rays that are taken, which is going to, in all instances, quadruple the amount of time it takes to calculate the light cache. So here's another setting where you can quickly get out of control with your render times or with your light cache calculation times. So just like everywhere else, you should set this to the lowest possible value that you can get away with. Now if I rendered this image with 100 subdivisions, which is 10,000 rays, I'm going to have a pretty ugly looking scene. And it's not going to look much better if I use a high value like 1,000, which gives me 1,000,000 rays. It's not going to look too much better. It's going to take a lot longer to render 1,000 subdivisions than it does to render 100 subdivisions. It's actually going to take 100 times as long to calculate, because when you do 100 subdivisions, that's 10,000 rays. When you do 1,000 subdivisions, that's 1,000,000 rays. So that's 100 times longer to calculate 1,000 subdivisions than it does to calculate 100. So don't let that value get out of control. Now, let's look a little closer at what this value means. I want to set subdivision value to 10. And this is not something I would normally do on a production render or even a test render, but for the purpose of this demonstration, I have to take the filter and change it from nearest to none. This is an interpolation filter. This is a filter that interpolates or does the same thing that the interpolation samples for the Radiance Map does, which is looks at samples and blurs them. I would never want to take them off and put it to none, but I need to do that here to demonstrate something. And I also need to leave number of passes set to 1. This value represents the number of processors that the fastest computer that you use has. The light cache should be calculated on one machine and one machine only. And if you're doing network render or distributed rendering or backburner or something, this value needs to be set to whatever the maximum number of processors you have in your scene. Since this particular computer has 12 virtual processors, 12 cores, then I need to type in 12 here, or at least I would in all circumstances except this particular instance where I'm trying to demonstrate something and not have multiple processors skew the results. So I only want one processor to produce my light cache here. And I want to turn off show calc phase just so I don't see my image erased by this light cache that's being produced. So I want to render, and this is what I get. What are you looking at here? Sort of like the same thing with the Irradiance Map. Your scene is broken up into a bunch of sample cells. And those sample cells, the size of those sample cells, are determined by the number of subdivisions in your scene, which of course determines the number of rays that are shot into your scene. So if I have 10 subdivisions, which gives me 100 rays, I'm going to have 100 sample cells. If I counted all these up, I would see 100 sample cells. If I double this to 20, that's going to give me 400 sample cells. It's going to take 4 times as long to calculate, and I have smaller sample cells. If I go to 40, they get smaller. If I go to 100, they get even smaller. Now I've got 10,000 sample cells in this image. And now I'm going to go to 500. Before I do, I want to clone this particular rendered image, render it out. Notice it takes a lot longer. It takes 25 times as long, by the way. And if I look at this closely, I see that the sample cells don't entirely match up. The sample cells that I see here don't completely match up with the sample cells of the image on top of it, but it's close. Actually, it looks like it's very close. I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to make a clone of this image and render one more time at 700 or 600 subdivisions and show you what's going on here. Now, this is going to take a little bit longer than 500, not much. But the image will look a little bit different. It'll be a little bit lighter, but what you will see is, if you look really closely, the sample cells start to match up, meaning that the sample sizes don't change. That sample cell is a slightly different color than the same sample cell over here, but you can see that it is in fact the same size and same shape and everything else. That sample cell is the same as that one right there. So the size and shape has not changed. The color has changed a little bit. And you saw when I first had this at 100, not only did I have larger sample cells, I had much brighter contrast between the sample cells. Now, why would I keep getting smaller and smaller on my sample cell size up to a certain point, and then instead of changing size, it just changes color? Anyone want to venture a guess? Either if you raise your hand, I'll unmute your mic. Feel free to ask away. Any of you guys here have any idea? Yes, it's because of the sample size. There's a sample size value in here that dictates the maximum, or the minimum, sorry. It dictates the, no, I should change that. It dictates the maximum size a sample can be, as long as there are enough subdivisions to make it that small. That's sort of a mouthful, but what it means is your scene is going to get broken up into a bunch of sample sizes or a bunch of sample cells. And the sample cells are going to be very large if you don't have enough sample cells or enough subdivisions or rays to break the scene down. So I have 10 subdivisions, which gives me 100 rays. So the scene is broken down into 100 sample cells, or this image is broken down into 100 sample cells. I can't achieve a sample size of 0.02, which represents 2% of the screen size, because this value is set to screen. This represents the screen, a percentage of the screen size, where 1 equals 100%, 0.01 equals 1%, 0.02, the default value is 2%. So this is saying that my sample size wants to be 2% of the screen size. These cells want to be much, much smaller, but it can't because there's not enough subdivisions. There's not enough rays. If I increase the subdivisions and hence increase the rays, then not only will I have smaller sample size, not only will I achieve that sample size that I dictate here, I will then start to improve the quality of my sample cells. Why? Because if I'm taking more and more samples, but not allowed to go lower than this maximum sample size set here, all I can do is bombard those same cells with more information, with more rays, with more samples. And by doing that, the color gets better. So every time I increase the subdivision value, you'll notice that the variation between one sample cell and the next becomes lighter and lighter. The cells become more accurately colored, or the GI is more accurately approximated. Does that make sense? Okay. So I could use a brute force approach and do sort of what Maxwell Render does, which is just set this value to a ridiculously high amount. 65,000 is the highest you can set this. I could set this to 65,000 if I wanted to and just let it render all day. And you'll see a rendering within seconds of starting the rendering process. In a second you'll see this image go away and you'll see the rendering start. You'll see a rendering, very quickly, but the problem is it will take, in this case, 10 hours to render this image, and there's no guarantee that after that 10 hours is done you'll even have a noiseless image. It's what's happening right now is it's sort of buffering this huge amount of RAM to set aside for this incredibly high subdivision value, so nothing rendered right there, but hopefully you get the idea that that value could be set as high as 65,000, but there's no point in doing that because that would not be an efficient way of working. So when I have 100 subdivisions, I have 10,000 rays. Now, what happens when I start to put this filter back to nearest? If I put this filter back to nearest and set this interpolation samples to 1, I get the same thing I saw before. There's no interpolation being done. There's no blending of samples. What you're saying is blur every sample, or take every sample and blur it with one sample. Basically, you're saying blur it with itself, which is going to give you this. Until you start to increase this value to something higher, like in this case 4, we mean blur every sample with the 4 closest samples. Until you start doing that, you're going to see a chiseled, very cellular looking appearance to your image. If I use something much higher like 100, I can blur every sample with the closest 100 samples. And that will remove the noise, but it will also give you loss of detail. I'm going to set this back to the default value of 10 and leave it there as is. And I want to set this number of passes to 12. Actually, before I set the number of passes to 12, just to show you how this number of passes works, I'm going to render this subdivision value at 1,000. And see how long this takes. This tells you 18 seconds, and it takes a second for it to update and to catch up to itself and finalize, but it's pretty accurate. It's going to tell you, for the most part, give or take 1 or 2%, what the final time to calculate this rendering will be. So 18 seconds to calculate this rendering. So if I have 12 processors in this scene, then I would expect to have expect to render this scene 12 times faster. So instead of taking 18 seconds, it should literally take me 1 or 2 seconds. And as you saw, it did. Okay? So always set this to the highest value of the highest processor of the fastest computer that you're rendering with. and VRay will find, if you're doing distributed rendering or network rendering, VRay will find that computer and it will send the light cache to that computer. It will find a computer that has 12 processors if there is a computer with 12 processors. Okay. If we use still renderings, or if we create still renderings, there's no reason to change this value here from screen to world. This is a setting that allows you to change the sample size, the sample sizes in your scene dependent on your view. So you saw before when we, let's put this filter back to none for just a moment and let's set the number of passes to 1. I'm going to set subdivision value to 100, render one more time, and get this appearance to my image, get these cells to appear on my image. When I have scale set to screen and achieve this 0.02, which is 2% of screen size, I am telling VRay to have my sample cells be 2% of my screen size regardless of where they are in the scene. So this cell right here is the same size as these cells back here. It may not look like it, but it is. This cell is about 2% of my screen size. This cell here is about 2% of my screen size. I may have to go just a tiny bit higher to like 150 to achieve that final maximum, or minimum, I should say, to achieve that final sample size. But right now, all these sample cells are 2% of my screen size. Yet the samples that represent 2% of my screen size here in the foreground are not the same real-world size as they are in the background. Notice that I have only about 3 or 4 samples going across the back wall here, but I have dozens going across the front. Well, that's because this back wall is so far away. It wants to give you priority to the surfaces closer to view, which is why it throws more samples the closer you are to an object. And it does that by setting the sample size to a percentage of the screen size. Now, if I'm doing a still, there'd be no reason to ever change this. If I'm doing an animation, then I might, not necessarily always will, but I might want to change it to world. And that simply means that instead of setting the sample size to a percentage of the screen size, use a real-world unit value. In this case, when I switch it from 0.02, it stays at 0.02, and that simply means 0.02 inches. That's not what I want because that's going to be way too small. If I set this to 0.02 and render again, you're going to have really, really small sample cells, so small that there won't be enough rays per sample cell to give me good enough quality samples. And the result will be a noisy looking image like this. So if you go too low with this, you'll get some bad results. So what size would you put on this sample cell, or on this sample size? Well, if you know that 2% gives you a good sample cell size for screen, if 0.02 gives you a good sample size, and that is a great value to use, and there's really no reason to change that. If that's what gives you a good setting for still renderings, and you then switch to world, the best thing I can tell you is try to achieve that same 2% somewhere in the center of your screen. So in other words, what I would do is I would create a sphere just as a guide or as a helper. I would create a sphere that is sized to about 2% of the screen resolution, which is right about there, maybe right about there. My radius, notice, is just about 1 foot. So if we assume the radius is 1 foot, this diameter of this sphere is 2 feet. And if the diameter of the sphere is 2 feet and represents 2% of my screen size, then I can set this value, this sample size, to 2 feet and expect to get roughly the same result as, or the same sample size that I got before using 2% of my screen size. So if I render again, and that is going to give me roughly 2 feet sample size everywhere in my scene. Notice that the sample sizes here in the foreground look much larger than they do in the background. They aren't. They look larger because they're closer to your view. But they are 2 feet, they are 2 feet, they are 2 feet in the back. Every sample cell is now 2 feet. And that is going to not give you priority to anything in the foreground. And the purpose is, if you move down your scene, I'm going to take my camera target, straighten the camera out a little bit. If I take my camera and move it down into the scene, that ensures that no matter where I put this camera, I'm going to have my sample size be 2 feet regardless of where I look and what I see. So I'll even change the view and point the camera back in the opposite direction, and I will see the same thing. I will see 2 feet sample size everywhere. And the purpose is so that you don't assign priority to any one area and have too little equality in other areas. So this would be what you would do if you had an animation using the light cache. And we'll talk about how to use the animation, or how to use light cache with the animation tomorrow when we look at all the different animation modes. But the point is, if you have an animation and that camera moves into your scene and through your scene or through a corridor like this, if the view changes drastically, and by drastic I mean something more than just back and forth like this, if the view changed drastically and you move through your scene a lot, then you would want to switch your scale to world. If you didn't, if all your animation did was move a little bit left, a little bit right, there'd be no reason to not keep the surfaces in the foreground at a higher priority than the surfaces in the background. There would be no reason to switch to a world. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's in a nutshell what the sample size and scale setting is all about. And we'll get, when we start doing animation, we'll start using world a little bit more, but we're going to be concentrating on stills. So let's just keep this set to screen. And once we do that, we got to switch this back to 0.02, which again is 2% of the screen size. And let's now turn the filter back to nearest, and interpolation samples, we can leave that set to none. At this point, does anybody have any questions in class or online? Does anybody have any questions? You can raise your hand or you can write your question out. That is, for the most part, everything that you need to know about the light cache as it applies to still renderings, except for one other setting that I'm going to mention, and that is the use light cache for glossy rays. We don't really need this setting enabled right now because we're not using materials and blurry materials at that, but this setting is here to enable you to render blurry reflections and blurry refractions very quickly. Notice that it says use light cache for glossy rays. The term glossy is sort of misused a lot because it's used intermittently with the term blurry. Blurry reflections are the opposite of glossy reflections. If you have a mirror and you look at a mirror, that's a very, very glossy surface. It's going to return a very glossy reflection. If you look at stainless steel on a fridge, or a better example, if you look at a rougher surface, a rougher metallic surface that didn't allow you to see your reflection as well as a mirror, that would be a blurry reflection. So the two are opposites, but the term blurry and glossy are used to mean the same thing. So when it says use light cache for glossy rays, what it really should say, in my opinion, is use light cache for blurry rays. So anytime you have blurry reflections or refractions, enable this option. Why? Because it can dramatically improve your render time. And when I say dramatic, I mean on the order of 20, 30, 40%. If, as an example, this floor of this rendering was a floor that had a blurry reflection on it, and this floor consumed about 30, 40% of the rendered image, you will get about 30 or 40% faster renderings, because blurry reflections and blurry refractions take a lot of time to calculate because there's so much math involved. So anytime you can take a shortcut, this would be a good time to do it. And an example of this would be, I have a couple images from a tutorial series. And the shortcut is to check it. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. So this is a bunch of images from a video series that was done some years ago, and I'm going to find the image that I'm looking for. Okay, notice in this image we have a very glossy wooden floor. It almost looks like it's made out of glass, and because it's so glossy, it really doesn't look realistic. So the idea was to blur it up a little. We still want to see some reflections because a lacquered wood floor would have some reflections, just not this much. It would be a little more blurred. This image took 3 minutes 37 seconds to calculate. If I do the one simple thing of enabling that option, notice that if I do the one simple thing of changing the reflections so they become blurry by changing this setting, which we'll look at in the afternoon. If I change this one setting in the material editor, reflection glossiness to 0.09, I induce a roughly 33% longer render time. I go from 3 minutes 37 seconds to 4 minutes 55 seconds just by blurring this one little, I don't want to say little, but just by blurring this one material. Now, to counteract that, I can use the Use Light Cache for Glossy Rays option. And when I do, I have a much faster rendering. Now, between this rendering that you see here and the next rendering I'm going to show you with that option enabled, I go through the process of cleaning up the rendering using production settings, using QMC, what is now called DMC, 2.5, Irradiance Map preset set to medium, Light Cache Subdivisions to 1000. If I don't use this option, in this rendering, it took 37 minutes 36 seconds, and it's because there's a lot of fine details in these columns. And this rendering took this rendering is like 3 or 4 years old, and it was done on a much slower computer. But the point is, this rendering took 37 minutes 36 seconds. If I do the one simple thing of enabling that option, the Use Light Cache for Glossy Rays option, the time goes from 37 minutes to 28 minutes. And there is absolutely no difference in quality in this image. And just to show you, I'll go back to this image, and without zooming in, I'll just go back and forth from one image to the next, from one image to the next. This is without that option enabled. That is with the option enabled. Without. The only thing that seems to change is just something right around here, just a highlight of some type changes here. That's it. So I would suggest always using that option, always enabling the Use Light Cache for Glossy Rays option. It will not reduce your quality at all, but it will drastically cut your render times down. If you don't have any blurry reflections or refractions, it's not going to do you any good. But if you do, then that option does you a lot of good. The last thing about Light Cache, what do we use for test renders? What do we use for production renders? Or what should we use? My general philosophy is, of course, use the lowest settings that you can. And for the Light Cache, I would recommend setting subdivision values to 100, which gives you plenty good enough quality to render your test renders as needed, to see the things you need to see. And if you're doing a production render, just add a 0 onto that. So 100 for test renders, 1000 for production renders. Now, if you have a very small scene, a scene like this, then you can get away with something a little bit higher. So if I was using a very small scene, you don't need to necessarily write this down or need to know this, but if I was using a very small scene, I might go as high as 250 for a test render and add a 0 to that for production render. So 100 to 1000 is my typical way of rendering with the Light Cache. 100 to 1000. For very small scenes, maybe 250 to 2500. Okay, and that's it. That's all. That is really all you need to know about the Light Cache as it applies to still renderings. There is an option here for adaptive tracing. If you're wondering what that does, pretty much most of the time it doesn't do you any good. It just induces longer render times. All it does is sort of does the same thing as that Hemispheric Subdivision does with Irradiance Map. it places this hemisphere above every sample that you take with your light cache, and it subdivides your hemisphere 7 times. Why it's 7, I don't know, but according to Vlado from the Chaos Group, it's 7 subdivisions. So every ray that is shot gets 7 other rays that it uses to compute what's going on. And bottom line is, it creates this hemisphere, and by subdividing this hemisphere and seeing what is happening coming from each of these 7 rays, it is better able to figure out what is going on around in the environment. But remember, the light cache is used for secondary bounces, not for primary bounces. And if it's used for secondary bounces, that means that it's calculating all the GI on surfaces that you don't see. That means that you still need it, and it has a dramatic impact on the illumination in your image, but it doesn't need to be calculated as accurately as the Irradiance Map. So to sort of elaborate on that, when you're looking through a camera like the camera you see here, that camera has a field of view. If I look at the modify panel for this camera, I see that the field of view is 45 degrees. That 45 degrees is 1/8 of 360 degrees. So I'm only seeing 1/8 around the horizon, 1/8 of the horizon, or 1/8 laterally around my view or around my scene. That's not even considering what I see below the camera. That doesn't consider what I don't see below the camera and above the camera. The point I'm trying to make is I am literally seeing probably less than 1/10 of my entire scene. So it's very important that you give the light cache or the secondary bounces some consideration, but because there's so many more surfaces, you should also remember that you don't want to set your settings too high. You don't want to worry about it too much. So that is light cache in a nutshell. Does anybody have any questions about light cache? Okay, stand by. We have a question. You're calculating the Radiance Map too, aren't you? I'm using no Radiance Map. You have to set the primary and secondary. There was somebody in the class was not getting the same results that I was, and it was because he was using the Irradiance Map for the primary bounce. This demonstration is using light cache for primary and secondary, and you have to do that in order to see what the light cache does. Otherwise, if you use the Radiance Map, you're going to skew the results. Okay. All right. Let's leave the discussion of light cache right there and move on to what is known as DMC. I'm going to go back to this chair rendering that we saw before. Again, this is a small scene, but I really don't like wasting time on larger scenes, and tomorrow we'll look at some more sophisticated scenes, but when we're talking about GI, we really need to cut through these renderings pretty quickly, especially now that we're going to be doing brute force. So within the primary and secondary bounce is an option called brute force. This is the third type of bounce engine or GI engine that you could consider using for primary and secondary bounce. What is it? Back in the 1930s, there were these three mathematicians that went over to Monte Carlo in Europe, and they were gambling on their vacation, and they realized that this random repetitive nature of gambling was very similar to this algorithm that they had just created that they were trying to give a name to. And so they decided to name their algorithm Monte Carlo, and the name stuck, and that algorithm is still used today. The principles of the algorithm are still used today. It's a complex algorithm. You can Google it and see exactly what it talks about. But needless to say, it's a great algorithm that's used in many different industries, everything from chemistry to astronomy and whatnot. And it's used in this program here, VRay. It used to be called, up until a few years ago, it used to be called QMC, which stood for quasi-Monte Carlo. The word quasi means similar but slightly different. So it used to mean similar but slightly different than the Monte Carlo algorithm. There was a copyright issue a few years ago, so they changed the name to DMC. And then they changed the name to brute force. Actually, they changed it from QMC to brute force, and they left the term DMC just within this DMC sampler. So this DMC sampler means deterministic Monte Carlo. It simply means that they're using a slight variation to the Monte Carlo algorithm to run all the algorithms that are running behind the scenes, or all these blurry effects that are running behind the scenes. I said earlier that this setting, noise threshold, is the most important setting in VRay. And it is because it's the one setting that all these blurry all these blurry effects, all these algorithms that control the blurry effects, it's the one setting that they all look to determine if they are good enough to be used. So this is the DMC sampler rollout. And the name brute force, as you see it in the primary and secondary bounce engines, really means DMC. You could use both terms. You could substitute both terms for each other. But the brute force, as its name implies, is very slow. If I want to analyze what's going on with brute force, I really need to set the primary and secondary bounce engine to brute force. And the one rollout that I need to focus on is brute force GI rollout. Every time you have a particular GI engine used, you'll have a rollout for that engine. The good news about the brute force GI method is that it is very simple and very easy to use. There's only a couple settings that you need to worry about. If you didn't even have brute force for secondary bounce, if you decided to use light cache for secondary bounce or turn secondary bounce off, you see that the secondary bounces is ghosted out and it's not even computed. But we're going to leave it in here. And the secondary bounces, just as the name implies, are the number of times you're allowing light to bounce around on secondary surfaces. Remember, secondary bounces are bounces that occur on surfaces that you don't see. So this secondary bounce setting controls bounces on surfaces you don't see. If I had this set to 0, which I can't do, but if it was, you would basically be saying kill a secondary bounce the moment it strikes a surface that you don't see. If I set it to 1, it's only allowed to bounce on a surface I don't see one time. The default value is 3. I don't really see any reason to change this. The only reason it's here, or the only good I think it can do, is sometimes if you're working in a scene that has a lot of hidden areas, like let's say you have a dresser in a room and light is not able to get into the area underneath the dresser, between the floor and the dresser, because it's such a tight space. If the secondary bounces is set too low, that area might appear to be too dark, because once light starts bouncing around in there on surfaces that you don't see because it's blocked by the dresser, once light starts bouncing around, it dies and it's not allowed to continue bouncing around and not able to fill out those areas. So you could experiment, play with a higher value if you are working in scenes that have really dark areas like that. In my opinion, it's not necessary. If you got really dark areas, there's other ways to fix it, better ways to fix it, and you will look at those later. So I don't even touch this setting myself. Only one that I'll deal with is subdivisions. If I just render right now as is, first thing I'll notice that it takes a lot longer to render. Each bucket's going to take much longer to render than what they did before. Notice that since I put brute force for secondary bounce, I'm also seeing more illumination in this scene because I've got the secondary bounces allowed to bounce back to view. But the rendering is taking much longer, and as when you look at this issue, you think, well, this is not good. It's taking me a lot longer to render, and the image quality is far worse because I have all this noise. In actuality, it's not worse. It's much better. Just like we saw when we switched from high to very high with that Irradiance Map earlier in the day, the same thing is happening here. We're seeing a lot more noise. And the reason why is because there's a lot more information being used or being created. The brute force, as the name implies, is very slow. And the reason why it's very slow is it is not adaptive, meaning it doesn't take shortcuts. So it calculates, with the example that I had before with pi, it calculates pi out to some value that you set here with the subdivision value. Not only that, it calculates each bucket independently of every other bucket. When I render a bucket with brute force, it doesn't care, it doesn't look towards what other buckets are doing, unlike the Irradiance Map, which can borrow information from its neighboring buckets. It can see what's going on with the samples in the previous bucket and use that to speed up the processing of the next bucket. Brute force doesn't do that. Not only that, it doesn't even care. It doesn't even, one pixel in a bucket doesn't even care what's going on in the next pixel. If you want to think of it this way, you're using the brute force method, you're calculating a bunch of tiny little renderings. With all these buckets that I'm rendering, it's almost like I'm calculating a bunch of 64 by 64 pixel renderings. So it renders a bucket, purges the RAM, gets rid of it, dumps it, and moves on to the next bucket. Purges it, dumps it, moves on, and so on. So you're calculating a bunch of little tiny renderings. So one of the benefits of that over the light cache and the Radiance Map is that you have much less RAM consumed. And we have a question right now, so let me see if I can answer this. All right. I'm going to go ahead and stop this rendering. Just give me a second while rendering is trying to stop. Okay, Paul, I'll unmute your microphone. You had a question. Do you want to ask your question, or is your microphone working? Okay. Apparently not. The question is there a number of passes for CPUs for brute force and the rest of the renders to improve render time? Is there a number of passes for CPUs for brute force and the rest of the renders to improve render time? No. There is no number of passes. There's number of passes would be if I would only be something I find in an adaptive solution, and this is certainly not an adaptive solution. The brute force is, as I said a moment ago, it's almost like calculating a bunch of little tiny renderings. Every bucket is independent of every other bucket, and every pixel is independent of every other pixel. So if I zoom in really closely, this pixel right here that I see right here was calculated completely dependent or independent of the pixel next to it. This pixel did not benefit from the information that was gathered with the pixel next to it. And that's different than the Radiance Map, which borrows information. Brute force takes samples everywhere. Every pixel has a sample, a lot of samples actually, and it calculates out to infinity depending on what this subdivision value is set to, and another setting that we've already looked at, noise threshold. I had said that the noise threshold controls all blurry effects. Well, brute force is a blurry effect. It's GI, and GI is a blurry effect. So when I use this subdivision value here, I am in actuality also looking at this noise threshold. If this noise threshold is set really high, which by high I mean low quality, if I set this to a maximum value of 1, I am going to not even go after 8 subdivisions. This is a lot like the image sampler where we had adaptive DMC and a min and maximum value, separate min and max value, The only difference here is we don't have a min and max value. We only have one value, and that value is applied everywhere. But that value is only achieved if the noise threshold is low enough. I had said that this value is the most important value in VRay, and I mean that because it controls all blurry effects. And because it does, you don't, or you shouldn't, arbitrarily change this value to something other than what it is by default, which is 0.01. You shouldn't change this value unless you have to, unless there's no other way to fix the problem that you're running into. Because if you lower this value and improve the quality of the noise threshold, you are going to improve the quality of areas that don't need to be improved. Everywhere you see a subdivision value, with the exception of light cache, everywhere you see a value that says subdivision, you will be looking towards this noise threshold and using that value to determine whether or not to actually go after the subdivisions that you specify. And I like to use the analogy of a parent and child when I talk about this particular section, this particular area. If you consider it like a parent and child relationship, it's probably a little easy to understand. So we have the parent here is the noise threshold. The child is the subdivision value. So if the parent says, I want you to clean your room and I want it to be perfectly noiseless. I want a perfectly clean room. I want the noise threshold to be 0.0. Well, if the child is only willing to put in 1 minute of work, then the room won't be clean, and I will have a noisy looking image. I'll have much, much more noise than I saw before. On the flip side, if the child is willing to put in a lot of work, let's say 20, but the mother says, well, that's just not necessary, don't worry about it. I don't need the room cleaned at all. You don't have to worry about cleaning it all. Let's leave this at the lowest possible quality. If the mother says don't worry about it, the room is still going to be dirty, regardless of what amount of time the child is willing to put in. So the two values have to be synced. They have to be working together, because if one's the weakest link, if one's too low or too high, the other will suffer. So if you use the default value 0.01, that is going to give you, in many cases, good enough quality with this brute force GI. If I use 0.01 for my noise threshold, that is saying I need my pixels to be within 1% color of each other, otherwise go after a higher subdivision value. So if I have 20 and render again, I will have a much cleaner image than I've had up to this point, at least using brute force. But every scene is different, and the colors and the lighting is different in every scene. So this is one particular setting. I can't simply tell you use a value of 20 and be good, or use a value of 50, you'll be good. Notice the noise in this image is much less, but it's still very noisy. One of the reasons why it's very noisy, well, there's two reasons why. One reason is because it is in shadow, and anytime you're in shadow, you're going to have much more noise than when you are in direct illumination. The noise in your scene will always be more in your darker areas. The darker your scene, the more obvious the noise will be. Why? I like to make an analogy similar to bowling. If you've ever bowled in a bowling alley and rolled a ball down a bowling alley and just barely let go of it, just barely roll it down, chances are it's not going to go where you want it to. It's probably going to go in one of the two gutters. It's going to go off to the left or the right. But if you throw a little force behind it, it's probably going to go in the direction you want, and you have a good chance of hitting some pins. Same thing with light. If light has low energy, it's not going to go where you want to. It's not going to fill out your scene properly. It's going to be very noisy and very inaccurate. If it does have some force behind it, which it does when it first leaves the light and strikes the first surface, then it's going to have plenty of opportunity to fill out the scene, and you'll have much less noise in direct illumination. So whenever you're trying to clean up your scene, look to the darkest areas of your scene first, and that is your weakest link. So you clean up that, everything else will be fine. But I can't tell you that 20 will be good in some scenes or 50 good in other scenes. The other reason why you tend to have noise, I lost my train of thought on what the second reason was. There's, well, I forgot where I was going with that, but if I increase this value to something like 50, I don't necessarily improve the noise or remove the noise until I look towards the noise threshold. If that noise threshold is of not good enough quality, then there's nothing I can do to remove this noise. The two have to be synced. And the other reason I was trying to think of just a moment ago, the other reason why I see so much noise here is because I'm looking at surfaces that are very smooth and all evenly shaded. Now, if this was a tree or some grass or a brick pattern on a wall, it would be much harder to see this noise because it would sort of blend into the object itself. If you're creating an interior scene with a lot of smooth, evenly shaded surfaces like this, you're going to see noise a lot more. And you might need to use higher rendering settings when you do it. And notice how much longer it's taking to render this. This is just one of the things that you have to endure with using brute force. First bucket rendered right here, and the noise did not improve very much. And the reason why is because the noise threshold was not set low enough. So why would you use brute force if it's so slow like this? What possible good could it do you? There are about 4 or 5 benefits of using brute force. One, as I mentioned before, it's like doing a bunch of little renderings, so the amount of RAM that's consumed is a lot less. With light cache and Radiance Map, or anytime you have this bitmap generated, you're going to consume a lot of RAM. When you're rendering large images like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 pixel images, you often can't render light cache or Radiance Map if you don't have a lot of RAM, like 16 gigabytes, something higher. With brute force, you have a much better chance of rendering, even if it takes a little bit longer to do it. Another benefit is if you're doing an animation, you can move your objects around in your scene and calculate your animation without having to worry about what happens to the GI and the shadows that get burned onto different surfaces when you use a saved light cache and Radiance Map. And that might be over your head, but tomorrow you should understand what I'm talking about. When we look at animations, we're going to use an Irradiance Map and light cache, and we're going to, instead of calculating an Irradiance Map and light cache at each and every frame, we're going to take a shortcut and skip every 50 frames or every 100 frames, and by doing so, we are going to speed the process up much faster. The downside is you can't move objects as easily, because if you render a saved light cache in a Radiance Map and you move an object across the floor, that object will have shadows and GI bouncing off onto the floor, and it will be burned into the floor. And it will just look very odd, very weird, and you'll get a lot of erratic results. And for that reason, brute force is another good method to use because you don't have that problem. Not only do you calculate GI for every pixel independent of every other pixel, you calculate every frame independently of every other frame. So every frame gets a full GI solution, which is not the same as what you do with an Irradiance Map and light cache animation. So you save a lot of aggravation in being able to calculate GI for moving objects during an animation. Another reason why it's good is if you don't calculate in a light cache in a Radiance Map and use a saved light cache in a Radiance Map, then you don't have to worry about the process that you have to follow to create that light cache in the Radiance Map. There is a checklist that we'll see tomorrow, and it's about 20 steps long, and it's the procedures it's the steps you have to follow to create a light cache in a Radiance Map for an animation. And not having to follow steps is pretty nice. So let's just say it's 5 o'clock, it's at the end of the day, you've got your scene done, you're ready to render, and you want to go home. Well, if you haven't calculated your light cache in the Radiance Map, you might be sitting around the office for another couple hours while you calculate that, only to then have to load it up on all the machines that are going to render those images, or send it to some render farm, hope that the render farm finds those light cache and the Radiance Map files. But instead of doing that, instead of waiting around and having to deal with all that, you can just set your primary and secondary bounce to brute force, hit render, and go home. Maybe 1 or 2 quick test renderings to figure out what subdivision value to use and what noise threshold value to use. But once you get that setting figured out, then you can hit the render button and go home. And if you're rendering to a large render farm, or if you send things off to a render farm like ResPower, which is what I send my animations off to, I don't care if it takes me 10 hours to render, or I should say, I don't care if it takes 2 hours to render or 10 hours to render. It doesn't matter. If I come in the next day and it's done, I don't care if it took 2 hours or 10 hours to render. If I use a render farm and I'm not charged by the hour, but rather by the job, which ResPower has a service where they charge by the job. If you send a job to a render farm and it takes 3 days to calculate, but you have a week to do it, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter to me if it takes a day to calculate, 3 days to calculate, or 5 days. I'll let ResPower or whatever render farm do the work and just wait till it's done. So there are some benefits to it. So it's not used very often, but when it is used, it's very nice. One last thing about the brute force. You can use I don't see many people doing this, which is unfortunate because it's pretty nice, but you can use the brute force light cache combination. You know that the secondary surfaces are much more, there's many more secondary surfaces than there are primary surfaces. You know that calculating the secondary surfaces for one render engine would take much longer than it would to calculate the primary, because you're only seeing a small portion of your rendering. But therefore, using the brute force for secondary bounces can take a lot longer than using something like light cache, which calculates a lot of bounces very quickly. Well, the brute force is capable of being very accurate. It's capable of being more accurate than the Radiance Map. It's capable of being perfect. We don't want it to be, but the point is it can be better than the Radiance Map. So one of the things you might try is using it for brute force and having it only have to worry about the few pixels that you see in your rendered image, and then let the light cache worry about calculating all those other surfaces that you can't see anyway. So if I use the brute force light cache combination and maybe set this noise threshold to something lower, like 0.003, I can have that the light cache, I have to increase the light cache to production quality settings. So I'll set the light cache to 1000 and number of passes to 12. And a lot of times when you work in these scenes, you have to make sure that your default settings are set up fine. And I am using adaptive DMC. I'm going to take off the anti-aliasing. I'll switch to a Catmull ROM, so I'll have a nice sharp image. Use 2, 5. Take off the use Dmc Sampler Threshold and set this to 0.005. So these are the default production render settings that I've been talking about. Light cache is set up for default test render settings. I'll use this light cache for glossy rays because there's no reason to turn it off. Subdivisions for brute force is set to 50. Dmc Sampler noise threshold is set to 0.003. And I have no idea how long it's going to take to calculate, but it's going to be much faster than using the brute force for primary and secondary bounces, and I should get a decent looking rendering. So the light cache only took a few seconds to calculate, which is fine. So the brute force only has to worry about calculating the primary surfaces that you see in your view. So it is a little bit slower, but it's a good solution to really bring out detail where detail is needed. At the base of this chair, you will see those shadows pop out a little bit more. While this is rendering, does anybody have any questions about brute force or anything else that we've talked about up to this point? Yes, we have a question in class.
Secondary mounts is the light cache
Yes. The question was, is for primary and secondary mounts, is the Radiance Map light cache the way to go, or brute force light cache? Is that what you? Yes. Most of the time you will use the Radiance Map light cache combination, or should use the Radiance Map light cache combination. But in cases like this, you can or should try to take advantage of brute force. You also don't have to worry about and the Radiance Map is going to take you a lot longer to calculate than the light cache anyway. So if you're doing an animation or doing a large rendering, you know, the Radiance Map should take you significantly longer to calculate anyway. If you here's one more point about the light cache or Radiance Map combination. If you were to render an image and that image takes you an hour to calculate, and I ask you how much time should be spent on the rendering, how much time should be spent on the Radiance Map, and how much time should be spent on the light cache. If I asked a bunch of people, I'd probably get a bunch of different answers. But logic would dictate that if a rendering took you an hour to calculate, you shouldn't spend 10 seconds on the light cache, 10 seconds on the Radiance Map, and 59 minutes, 40 seconds on the rendering. Likewise, you shouldn't spend 59 minutes on the Radiance Map and 1 minute on the rendering. There's got to be, or there should be, some logical distribution of time. And in my opinion, the light cache should always take less than the Radiance Map, and the Radiance Map should always take less than the rendering. If that's not true, you're probably not utilizing VRay to the best of, you're not getting the best value out of VRay. And if I had to break up an hour, I would say maybe 5 to 10 minutes for the light cache, 10 to 15 minutes for the Radiance Map, and the rest of the hour would be for the rendering. Okay, so you see here a very good quality image with a lot of detail, and you'll see the detail pop out now for the where the legs of the chair meet the floor. A lot of detail for a little bit of added render time. I mean, it's certainly not as fast as light cache and Radiance Map, but it's much faster than using brute force for primary and secondary. And remember, I also decreased that noise threshold value to 0.003, and I increased the image sampler settings to production values. So I'm using some really good settings here, both for the brute force and everything else. And I'm just going to let this last little bucket around the base of the chair render and before I stop this. Anybody else have any questions about the brute force or the DMC sampler found in the DMC sampler rollout? I'm going to zoom in just a little bit and look at the base of this chair. While it's rendering, it really prevents me from stopping and zooming in here. And before we break, there's one more area that I want to discuss that's not on the agenda. It's part of the agenda, but it's not actually listed. And that is the VRay frame buffer. And we have just enough time to fit that in before we go on break. So the details here are much better. There is a little bit of noise, but when zoomed out to 100%, it's not too noticeable. If you need to smooth out that noise, there are some ways to do that. It's not a result of the light cache. It's almost totally a result of the brute force GI. It's probably not at all because of the image sampler. I'm pretty confident that it's all because of the brute force GI and just not enough subdivisions. Remember though, you're looking at a very unique scene because it's nothing but a bunch of large, evenly shaded surfaces. I don't think you would see this noise at all if you rendered an image that looked like some of those that we saw earlier. like that. I don't think you would, well, maybe on the ceiling here, somewhere around here, but a lot of this area seems to be a little bit brighter, so the noise wouldn't show up as much. Here, you've got so much going on, you wouldn't see the kind of noise, I don't believe, in a lot of these areas. But if you did, all you need to do is increase the subdivision value and decrease the noise threshold to achieve that level of quality that you need. Okay? When I was trying to render this, I was wanting to see the results of this part of the chair sooner than the results of these first buckets up here. So now would be a good time to discuss a feature in VRay that we should be using from here on out, and that is the VRay frame buffer. A lot of these scenes that you're using, most of them in fact, are set up to render with the default max render. However, if you're not already doing so, you should probably get in the habit of using the VRay frame buffer. The VRay frame buffer is found in the VRay tab under the frame buffer rollout. VRay tab, frame buffer rollout. And all you have to do is enable it by clicking the Enable Built-in Frame Buffer option. I want to change the primary bounce to Radiance Map and get some default test render settings back in so I get these renderings to happen very quickly. So I'll switch my image sampler to Adaptive Subdivision using the default test render settings. I set my noise threshold back to 0.01 and I set my Irradiance Map to very low and light cache to 100. Now I've set it back to 100. So everything is set up for default test render settings. If I render this with the VRay frame buffer, notice that the frame buffer appears in place of the previous frame buffer. And this frame buffer has a lot of great little features. My favorite is this track mouse while rendering. If I enable that option, track mouse while rendering, what will happen is as my rendering is taking place, not the Irradiance Map, not the light cache, but after the GI is calculated and my rendering is being calculated, the buckets that are closest to my cursor will get rendered. So as I move my cursor around, you'll see the buckets render. And that actually happened too fast, so I'm going to have to increase this. I'm going to just, for the purpose of this demonstration, put it back on Adaptive DMC so that the rendering takes a little bit more time. And notice that as I move my cursor around, those buckets get rendered first. Okay? That's one really nice feature. There's a lot of other features that we'll look at later on, and I probably shouldn't jump the gun and discuss those right now, so I'll leave it just there for right now. You could do a render region here, which allows you to just draw over and over again the areas that you want, which is much better than the max frame buffer where you have to use some it takes a little bit more time to set up the render region. So that's another option I'm just pointing out right now because we'll probably use that for some larger scenes. Okay, but that's pretty much the VRay frame buffer as I want to discuss it right now. We have 10 minutes before we leave or break for an hour. Does anybody have any questions at this point? Any questions related to anything I've talked about up to this point or even things that I haven't talked about? Hayden, I don't know if I think your mic is working. I think you had it working earlier, so I'll unmute your microphone. Go ahead. Do you want to ask your question?
Yeah. I must have missed it when you were talking about the subdivisions in I forget what it's called now in the brute force thing. I mean, I've done a render with like a really low one and a really high one, and it doesn't really kind of make much difference. I know all the other values affect it, but I mean, does that actually do much?
So you're saying that you changed. Let's switch this to brute force again. You're saying you had you had brute force for primary and secondary, and you set this really high and set this really low. It didn't do anything.
Yeah, it didn't really. Well, it didn't seem to change that much, no.
Okay. I could take a look at your screen if you want. By the way, I mean, I didn't mention it before, but I probably should have. I have the ability to make anyone the presenter if you want to. If you allow me to see or everybody to see your screen, I can make you the presenter so we can see your image.
I've turned it off now anyway.
Okay. Well, we have time. If anybody wants me to take a look at their image or their scene, I can. Without seeing it, I can't know for sure if you didn't inadvertently change something you should have.
What should it do when you increase it?
When you increase what should it do when you increase subdivisions?
Yeah.
Okay. It should let you take more samples, or VRay should take more samples, but it will only do that if this noise threshold is low enough. Remember, if I have this set to 1, I'm going to have a very noisy image, regardless of what this value is set to. I could even set this to 200, and I'm still going to have a very noisy image because I'm not going after 200 subdivisions. The only thing that should affect this 200 subdivision value is the noise threshold.
Mm-hmm. So
actually,
I didn't change my noise value.
Okay. Let me mention one thing that I did forget, and I'm going to mute your microphone just for a moment.
Cool. All right.
I have to wait till this. It takes time for this rendering to stop, so stand by. Yeah, once the VRay starts processing, it's hard to slow it down. Okay, there we go. There's one other setting that I forgot to mention that you don't ever really need to change, or very rarely change, and that is this adaptive amount. I'm wondering if you had this adaptive amount set to the default value of 0.85, or if you inadvertently changed it or something. What this adaptive amount means is for every blurry effect, this is the setting that says how adaptive that blurry effect will be. So when I have it set to 1.0, you're telling VRay that you want your solution to be 100% adaptive. When it's set to 0, you're telling VRay you don't want any adaptive solution, or any solution that's capable of being adaptive. You don't want it to be adaptive. You don't want it to take shortcuts. In other words, you don't want, anytime you have a subdivision value, it's going to go after the maximum subdivision value no matter what this noise threshold shows. So with adaptive amount set to 0, I will get the exact same result no matter what my noise threshold value is, whether it's 0, 0.5, 1.0. This adaptive amount controls how adaptive all your blurry effects are. If it's set to 0, noise threshold means nothing, and anywhere you have subdivisions, it will go after maximum subdivisions. If you have a radiance map, it will go after your maximum radiance amount. If you have the image sampler set to use Dmc Sampler and you have adaptive amount set to 0, it will always go after 5 subdivisions or whatever is in this maximum subdivision setting. So I don't know if you changed that, but just understand that this setting is very important. You don't need to change it very often at all, but it is very important because if it's not set properly, then you can induce much longer render times. So the question would be, my question to you would be, when would you use it? Or why wouldn't you ever use 100%? Why wouldn't you ever just use a value of 1.0, which is 100%, on all your scenes? Well, you should for probably 99% of your scenes, or 99% of the time, but by default, the option is 0.85, and the reason why they set it to 0.85, as I alluded to before, is when new users start using VRay, they want to ensure that there's no chance that there will be noise or loss of detail or anything wrong with the image. So they set it to 0.85 to back off that 100% adaptive nature. And by doing that, it prevents a problem with one particular area that I've found anyway that you get when you start using 1.0. There's one particular area of VRay that doesn't seem to do well with adaptive amount set to 1.0, and that is HDRIs. HDRI stand for High Dynamic Range Imaging, or images. And that is just a term used to describe how images can be used to illuminate a scene. So you can have a scene with no lights and use an image to provide illumination. But when you use adaptive amount set to 100% on HDRIs, it tends to induce too much noise. And we might see this tomorrow when we look at HDRIs. But the bottom line is, when you use HDRIs, I suggest putting this back down to 0.85. Everything else, leave it at 1.0. And when you leave it at 1.0, you're telling it to look to the noise threshold to decide how adaptive to make your solution. So when I put it to 0.01, I'm then giving VRay the opportunity to use a subdivision value that allows me to achieve that 1% color variance between pixels. Okay, whether that's 10, whether it's satisfied with 10 or 20 or 50, who knows? Every scene is different, so there's no way of telling. But to answer your question, why you're not getting the same results as I was, why you weren't getting a sort of cleaner, noiseless image with 50, I honestly don't know. You certainly should. You certainly should, unless you change something. Hopefully that answers your question enough. I don't know if it does, but unless I saw your scene or all your settings, I couldn't be 100% sure what the answer would be. Does anybody else have any other questions? Any other questions at all? Okay, somebody's got a question. Yeah, Hayden says it was probably just my eye. So, no problem. Well, when we break, we'll break for an hour. If you have any questions, write them down. Play around with your scenes if you get a chance. I'm not sure if everyone will get a chance, but certainly if you have any questions, then would be when we come back. That would be the best time to answer them. So with that, I will say let's break for an hour and come back at the top of the hour. I have 11:56 right now, and let's come back in 1 hour and 4 minutes. We'll be starting up again at 1300. So with that, I'll see you here in about 1 hour. Okay, welcome back, everybody. This is the afternoon portion of day one. There's one individual that was asking why they could not hear anything during the break. You apparently weren't here for the morning half. We were on break for the last hour. And with that, let's go ahead and get started. If anybody has any questions about anything that was discussed in the first half of the morning, first half of the day, please raise your hand. I'll answer the questions as I can. I want to start with a quick review of everything that was covered, and this won't take very long, but what I'd like to do is start from scratch and walk through the settings that we've discussed today and what are the optimal test render settings and production render settings. So if I open up VRay for the first time or in a new scene after I've reset a drawing, if I open it up, I'll see a lot of settings that we've changed. We know that we want to increase the adaptive amount to 1.0 on all scenes except for possibly some HDRI-based scenes. And HDRIs tend to produce a little bit more noise, which is why we, in those cases, go down to 0.85. But for all other cases, stay at 1.0. We know that we don't want to touch noise threshold if we don't have to. We know that that controls all blurry effects. Every blurry effect in VRay looks to this value to determine whether or not it meets that value, and if it does, then it doesn't sample any higher. We know that to turn illumination on, we have to check this box, and we have primary and secondary bounces. Primary bounces are bounces on views that you can see inside your camera view. Secondary bounces are all the bounces that happen on surfaces that you don't see. We know that primarily we need to focus on an Irradiance Map light cache setup, but in some cases we might want to use a brute force for primary bounce and secondary bounce. And the only time we would ever use light cache for primary bounce is if we do progressive progressive path tracing, which is something we haven't even looked at yet. We will discuss that tomorrow. Once we have Irradiance Map and light cache enabled, if we do test renders, we want to start with very low, 20 for hemispheric subdivisions, 100 for interpolation samples. That is our default test render setup for Irradiance Map. If we are using production renders, or if we are making a production render, we can switch to medium and just leave hemispheric subdivisions and interpolation samples alone. Everything else can stay as is. Within light cache for test renders, we should shoot for a subdivision value of 100, which we know is the square root of the number of rays that are taken. And for production renders, add a 0, go up to 1,000 subdivisions, which gives us 1 million rays. Going from 100 to 1,000 will increase your light cache calculation time by 100. If you double this value, you're going to quadruple the render time. If you increase it by 10, if you increase this value by 10, you're going to increase the render time by 100. We know that we need a set number of passes at the maximum core power of the fastest computer, or whatever the maximum number of processors the fastest computer that can calculate the light cache has. We know we always want to use light cache for glossy rays, and that it doesn't, enabling this option can save 20-30% on your scenes depending on how much is covered with blurry reflections and refractions, and it doesn't decrease your image quality whatsoever. Going over to the most important area of VRay, we can use the fixed image sampler for scenes where we absolutely must have a certain level of detail, and we don't care if it takes a little bit longer to do it. We know that we want to use adaptive DMC for all production renders that we don't use fixed for, so 95% of the time adaptive DMC will be the renderer of choice, or the image sampler of choice. And once we enable it, we need to set the minimum and maximum subdivision value to 2 and 5. Disengage or disable the use Dmc Sampler Threshold option so that the normal threshold, so that the image sampler does not look at the noise threshold value inside the settings tab. Instead, we want it to look at the color threshold inside the image sampler. So the color threshold controls the adaptive nature of the image sampler and decides whether or not samples are good enough to require no more subdivisions, or if more subdivisions are necessary. And we also know that adaptive subdivision is the image sampler we should always use for test renders. Should not use it for production renders. For anti-aliasing, we can turn the anti-aliasing filter off if we can get away with it. And for animations, probably I would say half the time you can. Half the time you're probably going to have to settle for using something that is going to blur your video a little bit to reduce the chance of artifacts and reduce the chance of flickering and pixel dancing and that sort of thing. If you're using an animation, or if you're creating an animation, probably half the time you can get away without using it, and the other half you'll probably have to use something like the video filter. If you're creating a still image, I suggest using Catmull ROM, but if you have some moire effects that are a little distracting, you can use the VRay length sauce filter. Everything else does basically the same thing, just in a different style. So all these things do is blur or sharpen your final image, nothing more. Okay, and that's pretty much everything we talked about in the morning. We did at the last few minutes talk about the VRay frame buffer and how you can track mouse while rendering. You can make certain buckets of your image render by moving the mouse around. So we're going to start using that from now on. Does anybody have any questions at this point about anything that has been discussed? Juan, you have your hand raised, so I'll unmute your microphone. Go ahead, Juan. Can you hear me? Okay. If you have a question, you can type it out. I'll answer the question as I can. And at this point, I'm going to lower your hand. Okay. Any other questions before we continue on? Alrighty. Let's open up a file called Color Mapping General. And of course, whenever you see this message, just select No, and that will allow you to render the scene the way it was designed. So here we have another pretty simple scene. We have a box with a opening, box with a top cut out, and I've added this sort of like roof light fixture. It's just a simple plane, and it's there to block some of the sunlight coming through the top. Let's just render as is and see what we have to work with. All right, so what's going on here? We have light shining through this opening, striking both the wall and the floor. We have some areas of darkness, areas of shadow, and so on. If you're wondering what this is down here, this is a stamp that was added during the last save of this file. We can disable this if it's not necessary, but you can disable it if you want to do so. It's under the Settings tab in VRay, and it is under the frame stamp section. So if you just disable the frame stamp, you won't see that text appear. And just so you know, this is some place that you can type text, or you can enter in some code like percentage render time will return the time it takes to calculate this rendering. Everything to the left of the semicolon is whatever you display or whatever you type. Everything to the right, shown highlighted here, is also typed manually. This portion is a code that simply returns the amount of time it took to render that image. But I want to disable it. We don't need to see it for this. And let's take a look at the settings that we have used. Now, for whatever reason, noise threshold and adaptive amount were set to 0. And that's not a good thing, because we know that all adaptive settings in VRay, all settings that have some adaptive nature to it, are no longer adaptive, and we don't want that. So let's set that to 1.0. And we also know that all blurry effects look to this noise threshold, and it is set to 0, which is like saying, give me a perfect rendering. Well, we know we can't do that. Next best thing is to abbreviate these algorithms. So we want to set this noise threshold to the default value 0.01, and that will be a reasonable value to use for the vast majority of machines. And it's a good idea to look at, or to open up scenes and investigate it from people you have received files from, myself included, and take a look at what's in here so that we can identify any problems and change them before we start rendering. As we said, interpolation samples should be at 100 by default. Everything else looks okay in here. Light cache, let's set the light cache to 250 is fine since it's a small scene. And the number of passes on this computer needs to be 12 because I have 12 processors. Incidentally, it doesn't matter what value I type in here above 12. I could type in 100 and it's not going to make any difference to the rendering or the time. All right, next let's look at the image sampler. Image sampler is set to adaptive subdivision, and let's switch the area of the anti-aliasing filter to Catmull-Rom. All right. So all these changes I made, with the exception of the Catmull-Rom filter, have been quality settings. The adaptive amount, the noise threshold, the number of passes is also a tool. It's not a quality setting. The change to the interpolation samples, those are all quality settings. Catmull-Rom is an anti-aliasing filter, and anti-aliasing is an appearance setting. Just always try to think of these settings as either quality settings, appearance settings, or tools. Okay? So we're looking at color mapping. Let's open up the color mapping rollout, which is inside the VRay tab. And color mapping is nothing more than a term used to describe exposure control. Exposure control can be found in Max through the Environment Effects dialog box, which is right here under the rendering menu. So right here in the exposure control tab, we see a drop-down list. We see automatic, linear, logarithmic, mental ray, pseudo exposure control. Bottom line is, when we are using VRay, we need to be using color mapping. And when we're using color mapping, we don't need to be using additional exposure control. If I use exposure control through color mapping and then apply it here, it's like you're using it twice. You are using it twice, and that's never a good thing. If we were using mental ray, we would be setting this to mental ray exposure control, and we wouldn't even see color mapping appear. But if you were using, if you were just rendering any typical VRay scene, you don't want to, or you shouldn't use any of these options. The only exception would be, or could be, photometric lighting. When you have photometric lighting, it really wants to see some exposure control here, even if you've set it up through color mapping. Alright, so we won't touch this exposure control through max. We will focus on color mapping through this rollout here. If we click on the drop-down list, we see 7 different types of color mapping: linear, exponential, HSV exponential, intensity exponential, gamma correction, intensity gamma, and Reinhardt. There are only a couple of these that you would probably ever need to use. The intensity exponential, gamma correction, intensity gamma, I'm not even going to try to explain what those are. If you want to check out the help files, you can see an explanation about those. It's not something I think you ever need to use for your typical rendering. The linear color mapping option is essentially no color mapping. If you had to set your VRay scene up to not use color mapping, your best option is linear multiply. And what I mean by that is, when you use linear multiply, you are really not adjusting your rendering at all, as opposed to exponential, HSV exponential, and Reinhardt. I'm going to open up the Environment tab for just a moment and open up a color swatch. And let's look at this color swatch again and talk for a moment about the colors that we see on our screen. We know from the discussion this morning that a pure white pixel has a value from a red, green, and blue value of 765. And a pure black pixel has a value of 0. Well, if that's the case, then halfway in the middle, you can say that the middle section, which is gray, is something right in between pure black, pure white, and this is neither a dark or bright area. This is neither a dark or bright pixel. When you have the color mapping, or I'm sorry, when you have a pixel set to 128, 128, that is the middle section, that is the middle area of the entire color spectrum as you can see it on a computer display. Everything that is darker than that, everything in this area is considered a dark pixel. Everything that's to the right of it, everything that's brighter, is considered a bright pixel. One of the great things about color mapping, unlike max exposure control, is you have the ability to control the brightness and darkness of bright and dark pixels. So if I'm looking at a pixel that has this color right here, that's clearly a dark pixel, and if I want to affect that pixel, I adjust the dark multiplier. So for areas of my scene that are too dark, I can simply increase the dark multiplier to make those areas render brighter. So if this appears too dark, I can make a small adjustment and increase the dark multiplier to something like 1.5 and render again, and I should have a brighter scene in that area. And as I hit the render button, if you noticed, the light cache in the Radiance Map sort of erased the previous rendering. So sometimes it's a good idea to turn off the Show Calc phase within the Radiance Map rollout and in the light cache rollout. So I just disabled the Show Calc phase there. So the darker a pixel is, the more the dark multiplier affects it. The brighter a pixel is, the more the bright multiplier affects it. So all of this area here, it's more affected by the dark multiplier than the bright multiplier. In fact, the bright multiplier should have no effect on it at all. Likewise, the areas that you see struck with direct illumination, those are bright pixels. And the dark multiplier should have no effect on it because it should be controlled solely by the bright multiplier. So if I want to, for whatever reason, reduce the color or reduce the illumination in those bright white pixels, I can reduce this to 0.5, render again, and now I'll see a darker area where it was previously too bright. Okay, so let's put this back to 1.0 for bright multiplier and for dark multiplier. Render again. Now, by default, you have a linear multiply option enabled. However, whenever you have a light in your scene, chances are light multiplier simply will not work. We have a light in this scene, and light multiplier doesn't work too bad. It looks okay. But the only reason why is there's so little space for illumination to come in. If this roof were not here, if I took this roof off and rendered again, my scene would be, this is a different view, I'm rendering the wrong viewport, my scene would be way too bright. This is the same scene with that roof covered, with that roof no longer covering these objects. Now that is far too bright. Every time that you throw a light in your scene, chances are you're not going to be able to use linear multiply. Now if you didn't have any lights, if you just had, say, environment light, which we haven't talked about yet, but right now we can see that the GI environment override is on. This color swatch is providing skylight or ambient light in the scene. Anytime we have ambient light or skylight or very soft, subtle light, we can get away with linear multiply. But not when we have a direct light or a sunlight or some other bright light source, which is good because it reduces the number of things you have to worry about or think about. And that leaves only exponential, HSV exponential, and Reinhardt. So let's put that roof back, and let's look at the other options. Actually, let's take that roof off one more time and render with the exponential option, and just to see what the difference is between the two renderings. So now that is with exponential. What did it do? It simply made the bright pixels less bright and the dark pixels less dark. It's almost like adjusting the levels of your rendering. It's almost like adjusting the white point and the black point of your rendering. Now, what is HSV exponential? HSV exponential stands for hue, saturation, and value. If I open up a color swatch, I see right under red, green, blue, hue, saturation, and value. When I use HSV exponential, what I am telling VRay is preserve the hue or color, hue means really color, preserve the hue that I have along this color spectrum, preserve the saturation that I have, and change only the value. So for any given pixel, let's say this pixel that we see here, I am only allowed to change the value, or HSV exponential is only allowed to change the value. So if I had, say, this pixel color here, light purple, and I use HSV exponential, the only possible changes that HSV exponential is allowed to make would have to fall somewhere on this spectrum here. In other words, it would not be allowed to display a pure white pixel because that's not part of the value spectrum that you see. If I move this all the way over, that's the brightest that color mapping option will allow. Okay. We have, in addition to, and in just a moment I'll render a different scene with HSV exponential. If I render this, probably won't see too much difference. Saw a little bit difference, but this scene is probably not the best to demonstrate the difference between exponential and HSV exponential. I don't know if you saw it, but there was a slight difference to the value of the blue that was striking these different surfaces. The last option that you should consider using is Reinhardt. And I used to say that Reinhardt was probably the way to go, the best option to use. I don't really say that anymore because it's unlike the HSV exponential and exponential, which has a dark and bright multiplier. Reinhardt does not. All it has is a multiplier to control the intensity of all the pixels the same amount. So anytime you see multiplier, chances are it means increase the strength of that particular setting. And we have a burn value that is simply there to represent the relationship between exponential and linear. In other words, with a burn value of 1.0, I'm going to get a linear color mapping. I will get the exact same results as I would with linear color mapping. Reinhardt with a burn value of 1.0 gives you linear color mapping. Reinhardt with a burn value of 0 gives you exponential. Not exactly the same, but very, very similar to exponential. And just to demonstrate this, if I set this to linear and render again, this is what I get. If I set it to Reinhardt, I should get the same exact thing as long as I use the same burn value of 1.0. Same thing. Now if I use exponential, this is what I get. And if I switch to Reinhardt and drop the burn value to 0, I should get similar results, not the exact same results. So burn value of 1 is exactly the same as linear. Burn value of 0 is very similar to exponential. So that's fine because it gives you a nice mixture between exponential and linear. You know, if linear is too bright and exponential is too dark or too washed out, then something between might work best. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow you to change the bright and dark multiplier or bright and dark areas separately. However, because you're trying to simulate real-world lighting, you're trying to, in this case, simulate what you would see if a sunlight was shining down into a room like this. You wouldn't have in the real world the ability to change the bright areas and dark areas separately. So if you sort of think in that way, then you might tend to think that you don't need or you shouldn't have to rely on a bright and dark multiplier, and you should change other aspects of your scene that control the illumination in your scene. There are a lot of things that affect the illumination in your scene. You have, of course, the lighting, but you also have the materials. You also have the exposure control. You also have some settings that allow light to either be stopped or not stopped. You have the ability to turn off secondary bounces. You have a lot of things that can control illumination in your scene just beyond the lights that are in your scene. Which way you go is up to you, but if you take my advice, I would stick to exponential and HSV exponential, which makes the choice really simple. The difference between the two is simply a matter of appearance. All these are appearance settings, but HSV exponential is in many cases very different than exponential, and you'll see in the next scene what I'm talking about. You'll see a much more vibrant, rich color pop out with HSV exponential. In many cases, it's too vibrant, and it's just, in some cases, unrealistic. Before we move on to that next scene, let's just look at a few more settings in here. Gamma, quick note about gamma. Gamma really is something that's set aside for a linear workflow, which I'm not going to discuss in a beginner class. It is, if you just to explain what the term means, linear workflow is, let's see if I can find the appropriate graph that would help represent it. Inside the frame buffer, which we should be using anyway, so I'll render one more scene with the frame buffer. Inside the frame buffer, one of the great things that we have is this corrections control icon down in the bottom left-hand corner. And it allows us to change the exposure, the coloring, the levels, a lot of different things of an image on the fly. So for example, I'm in the curve correction or curve color correction chart. And I can click any one of these dots on the bottom left or top right and change the curve of this graph by manipulating this handle. I can grab one and the other and make it curved in one direction. Now you don't see the change because all of these options are only going to show if you have the icons for them used or engaged. So the curve color correction requires the colors curve correction icon to be enabled. Once I click this, then it changes my image. And now any adjustments I make change the image accordingly, which is nice. It allows me to, on the fly, change the look of a rendering or an animation. It can be applied to all your frames. I can change the look of a rendering on the fly. And this is another one of the ways that I was talking about a moment ago about how to change the illumination in your scene. You're not really changing the illumination, but you're changing the amount of the apparent illumination, what you think you see or what is actually displayed on the screen. So essentially you're doing the same thing as increasing the brightness of a light. But getting back to the linear workflow that you see in the color mapping rollout, linear workflow is there to correct a problem that all computer monitors display. It's the typical computer monitor. If I scroll back down here, the typical computer monitor wants to display a linear line, a linear transition of colors, or I'm not sure how to describe it, but a linear strength of colors. It wants to, but every computer monitor automatically adjusts that linear line, that line, in a curved fashion. So the computer monitor that you're looking at looks at the color that wants to be displayed and instead changes it and applies a curve, a color curve correction to it. So instead of displaying colors along a straight line, in other words, colors, instead of displaying colors from pure black to pure white in a linear fashion based on the illumination that you have set up in your scene, it's going to apply this curve. To compensate for that, linear workflow applies a curve in the opposite direction. So it takes this curve information and reverses it. And the result of one curve added to another curve going in the opposite direction is a straight line, hence the term linear workflow. And one of the reasons why it's so well liked and why it's used is because it allows the user to take advantage of the illumination that's set up and get the most out of it by brightening your scene with as little illumination as possible. So instead of having to add lights or add intensity to your existing lights, which typically increases render time, the more lights you have and the more intensity on your lights, the more energy your lights have, the longer it takes to render. With linear workflow, you sort of get around that. You take a shortcut and you use less light and you apply a curve in the opposite direction, and that gives you what is known as linear workflow. That is a really, really general way of describing it, but if I'm going to use it, I would use it with this linear workflow option enabled. I would look to gamma, and I would look to some other options inside actually I believe it's in the preferences rollout under gamma and LUT. So I would enable the gamma LUT correction, and I would use this graph here to set up linear workflow. That is a really short, condensed explanation of it and not a description of how to use it, but nonetheless, it's not something that we're going to cover in detail at all in this class. Yes, we have a question in class? The question was, would I use linear for interior scenes and exponential for exterior scenes? That's a great question. Well, no. And the reason why is, as you know, with linear multiply, you can't really render a scene that has any lights, but not just this exterior sunlight, any light, an omni light, a fluorescent light in the ceiling. It just doesn't work. there has to be some exposure control. It would be like you walking outside in the middle of a sunny day and having your pupils completely dilated instead of having what you have, which is dilated pupils, and your eyes have that exposure control built into them. So you go out into a bright sunny day and your pupils start to get smaller so that less light comes in. Well, without your pupils dilating, you would have linear multiply. With your pupils, you have exponential. And the brighter you're seeing, the brighter the brighter it is outside, the more your pupils dilate. The darker it is, the brighter it is outside, the more your pupils get smaller, and the darker it is, the more your pupils dilate. So to answer your question better, if you had an interior scene, you will see later tomorrow when we start dealing with lights, you will see that the proper way to illuminate an interior scene is to add a fill light inside all your window and all your door openings so that you can fill out your illumination in your scene properly. You simply absolutely cannot render an interior scene with only exterior lighting. It will not happen. The only possible exception is if you're rendering a scene that is almost where all your walls are almost all glass and sunlight has a lot of different places to come in. But if you have a roof over your head and you have a lot of walls around you, you cannot illuminate an interior scene with exterior sunlight. And the reason why is when that sunlight comes through your window or door openings, it is all moving parallel. You should be using a sun or a direct light, both of which have parallel rays. And when they strike your floor or strike the interior of your room, it doesn't have the opportunity to spread out to all the corners of your room and fill out your room with illumination before it runs out of energy. Sort of like that bowling ball analogy where I roll a bowling ball down the alley. If I just lightly, gently roll it, it's not going to go where I want it to go. By the time light bounces off all these surfaces and finally gets to a corner of the room where it hasn't yet hit, it's so low illumination, the amount of illumination that is approximated is too little and too inaccurate to give you anything but a noisy image. So when you light an interior scene, you will always have to use fill lights, because if you don't, you're going to have a noisy room. You're going to have a noisy image. So you're going to have to add fill lights, and the fill lights that you add are going to require you to use exponential or HSV exponential, or the light bulbs or whatever lights you have in your ceiling or in your furniture. That is also going to fill out the light in your scene. Okay. A couple more options in here. Any rendering you do, you should have subpixel mapping and clamp output engaged. Why they're not engaged by default, I can't tell you. As I said before, not all the settings that are set up by default are the optimal settings. Just know that you should always enable subpixel mapping and clamp output. And to illustrate what subpixel mapping does, it's very similar to the image sampler. It basically does for color mapping what image sampling does for a rendered image. So it'll break down the pixel, figure out what parts of the pixel are trying to be displayed at a certain brightness and then other parts at another brightness, and it will just do some work behind the scenes, and it will prevent a very noticeable problem, and that problem is white dots. If you ever have white dots in your scene, it's because you're reflecting a bright light source. So as an example, if you look at this image here, notice that white dot right here. Not only is there a white dot, it's surrounded by a bunch of black dots. And the reason why it's noticeable is because of the black dots or the black pixels that surround it. So what happens is, without using subpixel mapping, VRay looks at these pixels, tries to figure out what to show, and it sees that right in this spot, it's reflecting the bright sunlight. But right next to it, it's not reflecting bright sunlight. It's in fact trying to show you a dark piece of ground or a leaf or something like that, and it can't create the proper gradual change, or it can't apply color mapping properly because the change from one pixel to the next is too drastic. And subpixel mapping gets down below the pixel level and prevents that from happening. So you will not have white dots if you enable subpixel mapping. You also have clamp output. Now, clamp output is an option that is not going to have any effect on linear multiply. If I have clamp output turned on or off, it will not have any effect on your image with linear multiplier turned on. It is meant for all of the other options. And when applied to something like exponential, all it does is it clamps it looks at your image. It looks at your image, and before color mapping is applied, it figures out whether or not what the pixel strength it is that you're trying to display. Now, if you've got a bright white pixel on your computer display, you might think that, well, that's the brightest that it can be. And yes, the computer can't display anything brighter than this white pixel. But the sun is brighter than a white pixel that you see on your screen. If you were to walk outside and look at the sun, it would burn your eyes because that sun is brighter than just the white would show on a picture. If you took a picture of the sun and looked at it, obviously it wouldn't burn your eyes because the picture clamps that brightness at a certain value, at a pure white value that you see assigned to a pixel on the computer display. When you look at the sun with the naked eye, you don't have that. You don't have that color being clamped. It's allowed to burn your eyes because it's got all this extra radiance and extra illumination, and the result is you burn your eyes. Or in the case of VRay, you have a pixel that wants to be displayed brighter than pure white, and because it is, if you don't clamp that output at the maximum 765 that we talked about earlier today before you apply the color mapping, then the amount of color mapping that it adjusts it starts so far beyond the 765 that by the time it brings it back down, it's still way beyond, it's still way too much. End result is you're going to have, by not using these two options, you're going to have bright white pixels next to dark pixels, and that's going to give you a noticeable white spot. If you don't understand anything I said, all you have to remember is always leave these options enabled. So I always like telling you what these settings do so that you have some confidence in knowing that you don't have to change them, or knowing that a problem that you're having is not caused by a particular setting. Okay. Next, we have effect background. I don't personally care whether this is ever on or off because I never show the background. I never set up my renderings such that you see the background. I always use a background rig. I always have the cylinder where this image is wrapped around my scene. And you'll see a couple of the scenes that we will work on later that have this set up. And the cylinder is wrapped around my scene. I've got this image wrapped on the cylinder, and it's a cylinder so that it's not distorted. The image that's on the cylinder doesn't become distorted, unlike if you place it on a hemisphere. If you wrapped an image on a hemisphere, even if it was a hemispherical image or a spherical image, you would still see some warping and some distortion. You don't get that nearly as bad with a cylinder. But nonetheless, I don't care if this option is on because I always have the background and I always have the background rig and I never see the background color. The background color being the color that you see inside the environment effects dialog box, this color right here. The reason why this white color is not shown as the background color is because we had previously told it to affect the background. So the exponential that we applied not only affected the objects in my scene, it affected the background. If I take it off like I do here and render again, now I will have pure white everywhere I have no objects, everywhere that I see the background. Okay. Let's see, somebody has a question. Nope, no question. Does anybody have any questions at this point? Anything that is not making sense? Anything about color mapping you do not understand? Color mapping is pretty simple. It's something you need to use in all your scenes, and I think there's only two more things about it that I'm going to mention. If you're wondering why linear multiply is the default option, the answer would probably be because VRay, when you first create your scene, it's going to utilize default lighting, but it will utilize default lighting, which has two lights in your scene, and those lights are probably not going to. I'm trying to find the best way to explain it. Linear multiply is the option that is set up to work with the VRay camera. The VRay camera, which we'll look at tomorrow, has exposure control built into it, and because it has exposure control built into it, you don't need exposure control through color mapping. You can't turn color mapping off, but the best thing you can do is set it to linear multiply and bright and dark multiplier to 1. And that essentially doesn't modify your pixels at all, unlike exponential, which brightens your dark pixels and darkens your bright pixels. So this linear multiply was really set up to work with the VRay camera. So when you're working with the VRay camera, that is the only time that you will need or want to use linear multiply in your scene, at least only time when you have lights in your scene. Now, if you use the VRay camera, you shouldn't use anything but the linear multiply, because that is like adding exposure control twice. That would be like adding exposure control through color mapping and adding it through the environment effects dialog box, adding it through max. And that is never a good thing. Okay, Paul, you had a question. Can you use the color correction tool for animations, or is it only for still images? Color correction tool inside the VRay frame buffer can be used for animations or stills. So if I open this color corrections tool and change anything about this, of course I have to enable the color curve correction option. If I change anything about this, then I can apply it to an animation. So if I render this image and I like the look of this, I can render the next frame and the next frame, and everything would be fine. So hopefully that answers your question. Yep. Again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to write them, and I will look for your raised hand. Okay. Let's look at the next area, and that would be environment lighting. Let's open up the chair image we had earlier and render the scene to have a starting point. This is what we have to start with. And notice that we have direct illumination and indirect illumination. We have a light in the scene, and it's coming down, it's striking this interior portion, or it's striking the floor, bouncing around. But if we delete this light and render again, we have this. Now, why would we have a brighter set of lights or a brighter lighting now than when we had the light in there before? We deleted that light, and now we're back to a brighter illumination. Well, it is because of the default lighting. By default, we have two lights that are turned on. If I take off default lighting and render again, now we get this. So we can still see this image, right? We still see the chair, we still see everything going on here, but we don't have any lights in the scene, so what's creating the illumination? Well, it's environment lighting. Environment lighting is in VRay just like it is in the real world. You could have a completely overcast day with no direct illumination and still see everything just fine. The only source of illumination in the scene is this blue color swatch right here. When this option is on, which it isn't by default, when this option is on, it overrides, as the name implies, it overrides the background color in the environment effects dialog box. So if I left this off, I would still see the same thing because I'm using the same color in the background here. If I used a different color like red for the background color, rendered again, not only do I see red illumination, I see red reflected in the sky. This chair has got a reflective material on it, and I can see the sky reflected in the metallic part of the chair. What if we wanted this red sky shown in the reflection? What if we wanted the background color to be this red or something else that we load up in the environment map, but have the illumination be something else? Now if we go back to enabling the GI environment override, we see that we still have the red background color, but we are using a blue skylight to illuminate the scene. I'll leave that red in here just for kicks. And we can change the illumination in the scene however we want just by changing this color swatch. If I take this to pure black, render again, I will have a completely dark scene, except for the portions of my chair that see the background color reflected. Okay, somebody's got a question. Juan, I don't know what your question is or what the problem is. If you have a question or a problem, please write it out. Okay, so I want to provide a little bit of illumination. So I want to have my light blue light in there. And I render it and I decide, well, that's okay, but it's just not bright enough. Just not quite bright enough. So let's double this skylight and make it 2. Let's make it 2.0 and render again. Okay, so now my scene is a little bit brighter. I can make this as bright as I want. Every scene should have some skylight. The only possible exception would be a scene where you don't have skylight even visible, and that would be an interior scene that has no openings to the outside. So if I had a room, an interior room with no windows, the light that I set up here, or any other skylight that I set up, and there's many ways to set up skylight besides the skylight you see here, any skylight that I set up is not even going to affect my scene. It's not going to be considered. So the larger your openings, the larger your windows, the larger your doors, the more skylight that is allowed to come into your scene. So it's important to have some skylight, and if you were to go outside on a bright sunny day and look at some white concrete when there's no clouds in the sky and you're in an area that has a nice bright blue sky and you can see most of the sky, you will actually see a blue tint to the concrete. Part of that is a reflection. Even though you would think concrete doesn't have reflective qualities, every object can reflect color. You would actually see a little bit of blue skylight striking that white concrete. And so it's important to have that. You don't want to just set the color to be white or some value of gray. You don't want that. It needs to have some color. It doesn't have to be blue. It can be a little bit of orange, a little bit of peach. Anything that is going to help indicate the time of day or the area that you're in. The environment channel is just one of many ways, as I said, to create skylight or environment light. They're basically the same thing. You have, of course, the environment channel, you have this, well, you have the color swatch in the environment channel. You have a environment channel where you can load an HDRI. You have a VRay dome light, which we'll look at tomorrow. You have the skylight, the standard skylight. You have the IS sky. You have the VRay sky map, and you have the environment map channel here. There's just a lot of ways you can create skylight. However you create it, there should be, regardless of how you create it, there should be some form of skylight. Okay. Now let's close all of this. Let's say we load a map up into this channel. As soon as we do, we are going to override the color and multiplier that we see to the left. If we load up an image here, it's going to override what we see in the GI override. If I was to place an HDRI, and we'll look at HDRIs tomorrow morning, if I was to place an HDRI in this channel and override what I see here, whatever illumination is in my image, that is what you're going to see in your scene. You're going to paint your scene with this illumination that's emanating from this image, which is wrapped around a virtual cylinder around your scene, or I should say virtual hemisphere around your scene. So HDRIs are a great option. However, this is not where you use them. And tomorrow when we start talking about them, we will see this is not where you should use HDRIs. If you've ever used HDRIs and had problems with noise, then the answer is probably because you used it in the wrong place. It should not be used here. Tomorrow we will discuss how and where to use it. If I want to see something different reflected in my background from what I have set up with the background color, which currently is set to red, if I want to see something other than red, I can change it right here. So instead of reflecting red, in this case, it will reflect green. Why would you want to do that? Well, perhaps you're working with a material that is reflective and refractive, and you're seeing a reflection of the sky in your, say, pool water, or reflection of the pool water, or the refraction of a pool water through the window of or through the glass of a window. You're looking at pool water through the glass of a window. Whatever it is, you can change the reflection or refraction of the environment as if and only if you see that environment. If you can't see the environment, then none of these settings matter. In my scenes where I have a background rig, and by rig I mean a cylinder for what I see in the camera, and a sphere or a hemisphere for what I see in reflections, for me it won't matter because I will never see the background color. I won't see it through the camera, I won't see it through reflections or refractions. So those settings wouldn't matter, but just so you know what they are, that's what they do. Okay, does anybody have any questions at this point? Somebody asked, and here's where you can put a HDRI image. Yes, Juan, that's what I was just talking about, where you can throw in the HDRI right here. However, this is not where you should do it. I'll wait till tomorrow to talk more about that. Okay, that is environment lighting in a nutshell as it applies to this rollout. When we start talking about lights tomorrow, we're going to get into skylight and environment lighting through some of the other options like the dome light, or through the VRay sky map and those sorts of things. But this was primarily a discussion about environment light. Okay, in about 10 minutes we're going to take a break. Before we do, I want to show you something else in a different scene, and this will help illustrate a very important relationship between color, light, and your environment. So I want to open up a scene called Teapot. If you want to follow along, you can do the same thing. I'm going to open up this file called teapot. It says, do you want gamma loot correction to be enabled to correspond with the setting in this file? No. I'm not even sure why that's enabled, so I'm going to check to see if something changed. I don't have gamma correction enabled. I'm not sure why that said that, because the last time I was in the scene it did not say that and I didn't change anything. So I want to check the color mapping to make sure it wasn't inadvertently set, and it wasn't, so that's fine. Okay, so what do we have here? We have a simple teapot, a VRay plane object, which is nothing more than a tool found in the Create Geometry drop-down list, VRay, nothing more than a tool that is used to create this plane that goes out to infinity. It just emanates out to infinity, and it's not really something you can render with. You could render with it, but you can't modify it in any way. All you can do is change the elevation, but it goes out to infinity, and it allows you to create the appearance of a ground that goes out to infinity without having to worry about having a gap created between the ground and your sky or your background rig that you create. Nonetheless, it's just a plane object. That's all it is. Then we have a VRay plane light, a light that you find through the lights, VRay light button. We're not going to get into lights today. We're not really discussing that. I don't need to discuss that to demonstrate what it is I'm trying to show you here. I want to render this as is. And what do we got going on here? I'm not sure why this image got cut off. Let's use the VRay frame buffer. I'm not sure if I inadvertently changed something. I'm going to use the VRay frame buffer. Render again. Okay, here's my image. Simple teapot, simple VRay light plane shining down onto the ground. This discussion, oops, this is the VRay message box. Oops, this is the VRay message box that you see, or the VRay log that you see in the system rollout of the settings tab. I'm just disabling that because I don't need to see this dialog box. It's just something that shows me error messages or other things that is happening when you hit the render button. All right, so I have this light shining down on the teapot. I want to select this light and go to the Modify panel and look at what's going on with this light. Again, this is not really a discussion on lights or how to set them up. This is just a demonstration of how light works with color and the environment. So I have a color applied to this light. Every light has a color, somewhere between pure black and pure white. If I open up the color swatch, I see that this light has a color of 300, a color value of 300, a red value of 100, green and blue value of 100. It all adds up to 300. I also have a multiplier of 10. I also have in the color mapping rollout exponential dark and bright multiplier set to 1.0. Now, if I decide to drop this red, green, and blue value from 100 to 10, in other words, if I switch from 100, 100, 100 to 10 by 10 by 10, what I have done is I've reduced my color of that light tenfold. I've reduced my color tenfold. I can offset that by increasing the multiplier tenfold. So I'm taking my multiplier and multiplying it by 10, taking it to 100. So I should have the exact same result. Render the wrong viewport. Render again, same result. I can drop the color selector or the color value to 111, which drops it tenfold again, and then offset that by having the multiplier increase tenfold to 1000. Render again, same option or same result. Okay. Now, if I wanted to achieve the same amount of illumination in the scene, but change the color of the illumination, what can I do? Anybody have any Any idea of what can be done to fix that? How can I make my image have the same amount of illumination, yet have a different tint to it, different color to it? Any ideas? Environment lighting? If you change the environment lighting, you're going to change the amount of illumination. How do I make this image a different color other than gray while still having the same amount of illumination? Do I want to change the color of the light or the color of the entire image? I'm asking you, what can I do? It doesn't matter. All I'm asking you to do is tell me how I can have exactly the same amount of illumination with just a different color applied to this, however you want to do it. Okay, change the values in the color rollout right here. Okay, so if I take this red value and set it to 0, which gives me a blue color, you see I'm in the blue spectrum. It doesn't really look like blue, but it is because I'm so dark already. If I have a red value of 0, green value of 1, and blue value of 1, what have I done? What's the underlying principle of what I've just done there? I've decreased red, so I've changed the color. Okay, I have a couple other answers from people online. Let's see. I want to unmute Mark. I want to unmute your microphone, and Juan, I'll unmute your microphone. Mark, what's your explanation, or what's your suggestion? Mark, are you online? Okay, Juan? Anybody else? Okay. Well, if I reduce the red to 0, I am reducing the total amount of illumination that light is allowed to produce by 33%. So if I were to render again right now, yes, I would have a different color, but I would also have less illumination. If I was to drop the green to 0 and have a pure red light and render again, I have a pure blue light, but a very dark scene. So I don't want that. So my question is, what can I do to keep the same amount of illumination that I see here while changing the color? So if I reduce this value to 0 and reduce the total color strength of that light 33%, what do I got to do to achieve that same 33%? And Mark, you're saying the temperature. Juan, you're saying change the hue. Paul, change the color mode. Increase the multiplier. Yes, yes. Omer, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. You say increase the multiplier. Exactly. If I change this value, if I change the color strength 33%, I can offset that by increasing the multiplier 33%. So 33% of 1,000 would be about 333. So I can type in 1333, and I should have the same illumination, just a different amount of color, just a different type of color. And I can go to extreme values, and that would still hold true. All right, I'm going to reopen this file one more time just to get back to where I was to start with. Select the light, open up the color swatch, and I see 100, 100, 100. If I reduce let's see, what am I trying to do here? If I'm trying to achieve, if I drop the red and green values to 0, 0, and have 1/3 of the amount of illumination I had before, I would have to triple the multiplier to keep that same amount of illumination. So I'd have to take the multiplier from 10 to 30. Now I have the same amount of illumination I had before, and you can see the light covers the same stretch of ground surface, I just have a different color. Now those are extreme examples. I'm not saying that you should ever change your color to pure blue. I'm just trying to illustrate how any changes you make to your color affect the illumination in your scene, just as much as changing the multiplier. So for a typical interior scene, I like to have a little bit of a peach color. So if I change my peach color, if I change my light color to, trying to find a peach color here. If I add a little bit of peach to my light, if I were to take a light from pure white to peach like I've just done here, what I have to realize is that I've changed my total intensity of that illumination. I've gone from 255, 255, 255 to these three values, 250, 231, 200. That's pretty significant. It's about, I would say, it looks like somewhere in the neighborhood of 15%. That's a pretty, I'm sorry? Do I have to sit here and calculate the percentage each time? No. I'm just trying to make sure you understand the relationship. Whether you want to be precise and make, do some Einstein calculations and figure out how much do I change this color or the multiplier if I change one or the other. No, I'm not saying that you have to go through this process. I just want you to understand that the light affects, the color of the light affects the illumination and vice versa. Okay, I want to reopen this one more time to show you one more demonstration. Same scene, I've got the light selected and I open up the, let's leave the color alone and now open up color mapping. So we have exponential color mapping, dark and bright multiplier set to 1.0. What would happen if I increase this multiplier, or decrease, I should say, decrease this multiplier from 10 to 1? I'm going to have 10% of the previous amount of illumination. I'm going to have a much darker scene, right? Well, if you notice from the previous image, all the pixels in that scene, with the exception of the light, which is pure white, every pixel in that image that we saw before was a dark pixel. It was a very dark scene. So all the pixels are controlled by the dark multiplier. So if I change the multiplier over here of the light from 10 to 1, I've cut the illumination to 1/10 of what it previously was. So how can I offset that over here with the dark multiplier? Yes, I can increase this dark multiplier to 10. So if I type in 10 here for the dark multiplier and drop this multiplier down to 1.0, I should get the exact same result. And before I show you that result, just to have a base image to work with, just so you can see that what I'm saying is true, here's my first image. I'll create a clone of it, change this multiplier of the light to 1.0, change the dark multiplier to 10, render again, and I'll have the same amount of illumination in my scene. So both these images have the same amount of illumination. Okay? Let's go a little more extreme. Let's set this light multiplier to 0.1. Let's drop it tenfold again. How do we offset that? We increase the dark multiplier another tenfold and go to 100. Render again, and now I see the same amount of illumination. What do I see starting to develop though? Noise. Why would that be? Well, it's because what you're telling VRay to do is compensate for one poor quality set, for one poor, you're trying to tell it to compensate a poorly adjusted setting with another setting, and it just can't handle it. You can go even farther and set it to 0.01, the light multiplier to 0.01, and the dark multiplier to 1000, and the result you'll get is even more noise. Yes? Yes, very good. It's almost, the question is it like trying to make an underexposed photograph work? Is that sort of what you... Yes. If you are ever working in Photoshop and you have an image that's too dark and you try to increase the brightness, then you can induce some noise, or I should say you can see the noise that was there before, you just couldn't see it. In fact, if you zoom in really close, you'll see all that same noise. That you're not really increasing the noise, it's almost like you're adjusting the contrast, and it's not able to figure out how to adjust it properly. So all that noise is in there, and all the pixels are virtually the same variation from one pixel to the other. It's just that you're making that variation stand out more. So why am I showing you this? Part of the reason is because you got to know that the color of the light, the multiplier of the light, and the color mapping all work together to control the total amount of illumination that you see. Just like with the VRay physical camera or a real world camera, where you have the f-stop, the film speed, and the shutter speed controlling the total amount of illumination. So with a camera, you've got three things also that are controlling the total amount of illumination, just like you see in here. You also have, both in the real world and 3D, you have other things like materials that greatly change the amount of illumination that's bouncing around your scene. But I'm not talking about illumination that's bouncing around. I'm talking about illumination that is generated. Okay? Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break unless anybody has any questions right now, or if you have questions, ask them during when we return from break. If no questions, then I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Okay, before we move on to the next section, which is going to be materials, and before we start talking about things like reflections and refractions, I want to open up a scene that I said I was going to get to about HSV exponential, and it slipped my mind, but I want to get to it and just show you something fairly quickly. It's a file called Hampton N01. If you want to follow along, you can too. It's going to be just a couple settings I'm going to change. And if I open this render scene dialog box up and look at what's going on with the color mapping, I see that I'm using exponential color mapping. And I believe we are using a rendered region, or a cropped view. And I need to look at the frame buffer to confirm this. No, I guess not. So I don't want to render the entire region. I want to render just part of it, and I want to click on this little region render here and just draw a little square around here, because that's the part of the rendering that I'm going to render. That's this part of the rendering that is right here. I don't want to render the whole thing. It might take a little bit too long. And that's it. Let's render with exponential color mapping and see what we get. And this is the image that we get. Notice that the reflections take a little bit longer than pixels that don't have reflections. Let's make a clone of that, put it off to the side, and change to HSV exponential and see what happens. Clearly the orange is popping out a little bit more. The orange that you would see in the material editor, which I'll show you in a second, is popping out more. The exponential is muting the colors a little more, and as you see right here, this is the true color of the wall. This is the diffuse color that we set, and that's what it's trying to show. But you're really only going to see the colors that you show in the diffuse color channel when you have the lighting set up a certain way. All the other materials, which can bounce light around in a certain way, all those have to be set up in just such a way. So it's really pretty rare that the color that you see in the diffuse color channel is actually the color that you're going to see through the rendered image. So the only difference between the two images is HSV exponential preserved the hue and the saturation and only changed the value. So if I open up the material editor again and make a copy of this color swatch and open up another color swatch here. Oops, I didn't mean to open it up. I meant to paste it. Paste that right there. So if I'm using HSV exponential and this is my color, I am basically allowing the color to go somewhere in this range. It can't even show me a bright specular highlight. If I had a specular highlight, I shouldn't say that. It could show a specular highlight, but everywhere but the specular highlight, it can't. Everywhere that the diffuse color is set to what you see here, it's only going to allow me to see a range as shown here. Remember that the specular highlight is a different part of the object than the diffuse section. So with a standard material, to make this really simple, with a standard material, you have a specular highlight once you start increasing the specular level. And the area that you see on an object that has a specular highlight is treated a lot differently than the rest of the area. So for the area that is controlled by the diffuse color, HSV exponential will not allow the color to get above whatever I set on my value slider on this range here. So I just wanted to illustrate that. I just wanted to make sure that you knew the difference between HSV and exponential. All right, let's start looking at materials. If you want to follow along, the file that I am looking for is right here. It's called Materials 01. Materials 01. Another small scene, but it really illustrates what's going on. A quick peek at the render settings to make sure everything is normal. Under the Settings tab, I see that the adaptive mount is not set to 1.0, so I would lose a little render time right there. Under Indirect Illumination, I've got a very low preset. Interpolation Samples should be set to 100, so I'll change that. Light cache set to 150, that's okay. Number of passes, we should set that to 12. Use light cache for glossy rays. Definitely want that option, especially talking about materials when we start using blurry reflections and refractions. Under the VRay tab, we see the image sampler is set to adaptive subdivision, which is good. Anti-Aliasing Filter, let's change this to Catmull ROM and get a nice sharp looking image. Notice that the color mapping is set to linear. That's okay because we don't have any lights in the scene. This scene is pretty simple. It's sort of the same scene we've been looking at before. It's just a hollowed out box, and the only source of illumination in the scene is this blue color swatch right here. I should always get into the habit of enabling subpixel mapping and clamp output, so I'll want to have these options always turned on. And that's it. Those are all the settings we looked at today, so everything should be fine. If I render right now, this is what I get. Pretty simple scene. Not much detail, not much definition to the shadows, but that's all right. We're concentrating on the materials right now. Probably the biggest reason VRay took off and became the hit that it is ahead of Mental Ray is because VRay is very simple compared to Mental Ray, and even more so, it was even more. The difference was even more drastic when the two engines first came out. Mental Ray was created by Mental Images, and from what I heard, the guys at Mental Images, as brilliant as they are, they put probably too much brilliance in the materials that they created, and made too many settings and too many parameters available for the user. So the mental ray materials that were available, some of the mental ray materials that were available and still are, had far too many options available. I want to temporarily just switch over to, actually I don't want to leave VRay, because if I leave VRay it's gonna return a lot of the settings back to the default values. But if you ever look around some of the different some of the different materials available with VRay, or I'm sorry, with mental ray, if you look at some of those old materials like the architectural types, you will see a lot of settings. You will see so many complicated, hard to understand settings. VRay is not the same. So with VRay, things are a little bit more simple. For example, if I want to turn this blue sphere into a completely reflective object, all I got to do is change this reflection amount to pure white. Anytime you see a color swatch in VRay, it can mean one of several things. It can mean a power setting somewhere between 0 and 100%, such as in this case. It can mean somewhere between on and off, and it can mean just a straight color. So in this case, it is a setting, it is a color swatch is used to control the strength of reflections. And why they decided to do that, I'm not sure, but nonetheless, the pure white color represents a perfectly chrome mirror. When I put reflection to pure white, my sample slot seems to indicate that the object in the sample slot has disappeared. Well, if I turn on the background, I can see that it's still there. It's just transparent. It's not really, I shouldn't say transparent. It's 100% reflective, and therefore it's reflecting the gray environment and returning the appearance that makes it look like it's not there. So if I render, I have a perfectly reflective, perfectly glossy sphere. Pretty simple. If I want to have a refractive object, in other words, if I want to see through that sphere, I have to change the refraction. If I set the refraction to pure white and render again, why am I not seeing through the ball? Well, light does one of two things when somebody has a question. Can we download these files from the scenes? Mark, all these files are available. These files were sent by email. There was a link sent this morning by email before class, and you should have gotten that. If you didn't get that file, you might want to check your spam or something. And okay, I would send, if you could, I can't do it right now, but if you can send an email to Jeff Model, he received a copy of that email and he knows what the download link is. If you email him, he will send that to you. I don't know why you didn't receive it, but maybe you can check spam folder. Nonetheless, you can email him and he would have access to that. At the next break, if you still don't get it, I'll find the link for you. So if I want to make this sphere completely, if I want to see through it, if I want to make it refractive, sort of like water, then I have to change my refraction color swatch something other than pure white. And I've already done that, so my question would be, well, why can't I see through this object? It's because of this reflection color swatch. When light strikes an object, it can do one of two things. It can bounce off of it, it can go through it, and one of two things. It can bounce off it and it can go through it. If 100% of the light bounces off of it, then nothing can go through. And in this case, we have 100% reflections, so nothing is allowed to go through it. So if I set reflection to pure black, then I can start to see through it. Now, when light goes through an object, it can do it in one of three ways. It can do it unbent, it can do it bent, or it can do it scattered. So if it goes through unbent, you would essentially see no object. It would be completely transparent and you wouldn't even see it. And the only material in the real world that displays that kind of quality is not really even a material. It's a pure vacuum. That's the only time you can have light not be bent in any kind of medium. It would be bent, and that's in a pure vacuum. Is the only situation where it wouldn't be bent to some degree. If it's bent, the amount of bending of the light is controlled by the index of refraction right here. And we will look at an index of refraction chart in just a moment and see what kind of values real-world materials have. And you would want to use those values for this particular setting. But you also have a third option, and that is when light goes through an object, it can go through scattered. So instead of all the light being bent in the same amount or in the same degree, you would see some parts or some rays of light being bent a little, some being bent a lot, and the effect would be a scattered, diffuse appearance. And something like that would, an example of that would be like candle wax. You can sort of see through candle wax. You can see some light through candle wax. It's just not very transparent. And somebody has a question. It seems noise seems to be somewhat of an issue, as you mentioned earlier, when you have dark scenes. Can you suggest a quick checklist of some things you could change? I know you mentioned adding more lights and having more full versus flat scenes, adjusting subdivision samples and noise threshold, etc. I just want to make sure I would do this in the correct order. I will get to that, Paul. No problem. Yes, there's a, I wouldn't call it a checklist, but there's a certain list of things that I would always do to try to combat noise, and there are some that are more important or have a greater effect than others. Tomorrow when we start to talk more about lights and doing some practical applications, some interior lighting and exterior lighting, we will go over that list in detail. So I'm going to hold off on that question till tomorrow. We will do a review at the end of today, and we'll do another quick review at the beginning tomorrow, and some of those things will come up, but I'm going to wait till tomorrow until we start talking about lights before I answer that thoroughly. Okay, so we have 100% refraction. Now let's turn refraction back to 0, and let's turn reflection back to 100%. Render one more time. There we go. And this time let's turn off the show map and calc phase for the light cache and the radiance map. Basically, I just don't want to see this option on because I don't want to see my rendering disappear, and I want to be able to compare this rendering to the next rendering, and I can't do that if I have this option on. And it's already turned off for light cache, so that's all I need to do. Now the next thing I want to do is make this object be blurry. Make the reflections be blurry, sort of like what you would see on a very rough metallic surface or a stainless steel refrigerator, or some sort of, I'm looking around the room here and I don't see any examples, but any kind of surface that has some sort of roughness to it, but yet still shows you a reflection. There's a setting here called reflection glossiness, and this value controls how much your material is glossy and how blurry and how glossy your material is. If it's at 1.0, your material is 100% glossy or 0% blurry. If I type in 0.9 and render again, the material is a little bit blurry. It's starting to have a rougher appearance to it. If I type in 0.5 and render 0.5 and render again, it really starts to look blurred, and you can still see a reflection, but you can't see what it is you're reflecting. All you see is a mass of color being reflected. The lower this value goes, the lower that value goes, the longer it will take to render and the blurrier your object will become. Now there is a lock that is locking the reflection glossiness and the highlight glossiness, which is why you can't do anything with the highlight glossiness. If I click on this L next to highlight glossiness, I unlock the highlight glossiness and separate it from reflection. And the two different values control two different areas of reflection. The reflection glossiness controls the reflection on all parts of your object except for that which you see a highlight or a specular reflection. So if I had a specular reflection, which I don't because I don't have an acute light source, if I placed a light in my scene and I saw that light reflected on this sphere, the part that I see the light reflected would be the specular highlight, or the area that the highlight glossiness controls. Let's set the reflection glossiness back to 1.0, and this time set the highlight glossiness to 0.95. When I do, notice that the sample slot even starts to show this highlight. This little highlight right here starts to appear, and the lower I drop this value, the lower I go with the highlight glossiness, the larger that highlight becomes. You're just telling the object to become rougher and spread that reflection out over a larger area. The rougher the object is, the larger that highlight will become. The specular highlight is the best indication of what a material is in the real world. Nothing is going to give you a better indication of what a material is than the highlight glossiness, or the specular highlight. So setting this value to something like 0.7 and leaving the reflection glossiness at 1.0 in my sample slot will give me a highlight, but it won't give me a highlight on the sphere. And it's because I don't have an acute light source. So let's go ahead and throw a light in the scene. You can follow along or you can just watch, but all I want to do is create a small omni-light somewhere in my scene so that I can see a specular highlight on my sphere. And probably the best light to use right now would just be a simple standard omni-light. You can throw your light anywhere in the scene. You can just click and drop it anywhere in your scene and use a great tool that you can find under the Align icon or the Align flyout on the main toolbar right here. There's a great feature and it's called Place Highlight. Place Highlight. If you click and drag on that sphere, you'll see an arrow appear, and wherever that arrow appears is where the highlight will appear. And I just want to move this light somewhere in my scene, doesn't really matter where, somewhere where it is above the floor, so it's not, it's not blocked by the floor, but somewhere below, somewhere in the lower half of the sphere, so I can actually see it against my white background reflected on the top of the sphere. If I render again, my image is blown out. And why is it blown out? Anyone have an idea of why it's all white? Because why? The intensity of the light, yes, but what do we have to do whenever we throw a light in our scene? I'm sorry? Exposure control, yes. I see basically the same answer on some other, well, not really the same answer, but some other people said the multiplier was set too high. Yes, I could reduce the multiplier to something lower, but 1.0 is certainly not too high. The real reason why is because of color mapping. I need to use something other than linear. So I always want to have exponential color mapping. All right. So I'll render again. And notice that when I changed it to exponential, my background color also changed because I left the effect background color enabled. So I've got my specular highlight right here. I've got a perfectly glossy object. I have a perfectly glossy object with a blurry specular highlight. And that sort of returns a cool look to my image. And there would certainly be cases or reasons why you would want to have the reflection glossiness be much higher than the highlight glossiness. But on the flip side, you probably don't too often want to have a reflection glossiness be somewhere in the neighborhood of 0.7 and the highlight glossiness be 1.0. You don't want to go in the opposite way and have a really blurry object and a very small highlight glossiness. And in fact, the highlight glossiness is so high that I wouldn't even see a specular highlight. When I have a value of 1.0, my highlight glossiness does not even allow me to see a specular highlight. I have to drop it down to some other value like 0.8, 0.98, 0.97, 0.95, and so on. If I render with these values, 0.93 for highlight glossiness, 0.7 for reflection glossiness, we'll see a very blurred object with a very small, tight specular highlight. And that's probably not realistic. So the relationship between these two shouldn't be, in many cases, that far apart. Okay? As long as you understand what they control, the reflection glossiness controls the blurriness on all parts of the object except for the small part where the highlight glossiness controls the reflection of that light source. Okay, let's set both of these back to 1.0. And let's look at refraction. But instead of looking at refraction for the sphere, let's play around with refraction for this torus knot. So I'm going to change the reflection back to pure black, the reflection of that sphere back to pure black, to get this again, what I had when I first opened the scene. And then I want to move to the torus knot. Before I go any farther, does anybody have any questions up to this point? No questions? All right. Feel free to raise your hand and stop me at any time. So I want to add 100% refraction to this torus knot. So I want to click on the refraction color swatch next to, or for this torus knot, set it to pure white, turn on the background using the background icon, and render just to see what we have to start with. So there is my object with 100% refraction. I see some of the green box and some of the blue sphere refracted in this object. A lot of light is being bent around. How do we change that? How do we control that? Well, it's all done through the index of refraction. If I set the index of refraction to 1.0 and render again, I see a completely transparent object. Why? Because light is not being bent, so there's nothing to indicate that this object is there. And I want to go into the chaos manual again. And look at a page down at the bottom of the online manual. If you go to the terminology page within the VRay online manual, you will see a section called Index of Refraction. And this is just a section that lists some typical IOR, some typical index of refraction settings for different materials. Notice that a pure vacuum has a value of 1.0, air is slightly greater, ice is 1.31, and glass is something like 1.6, 1.5. There's a lot of different materials in here, and you can Google an index of refraction chart and find a lot more materials to get more exact with that. But the values I want to primarily use are somewhere between 1.0, greater than 1, and less than 2. So 1.5, something in that neighborhood, is a good place to start. When I render 1.5, I see this right here. Just like blurry reflections, I can use blurry refractions. If I take the glossiness value for refraction and set it to something like 0.7, I can render again and see this object return a blurry refraction. Blurry refractions take a lot longer to calculate than blurry refractions because there's just a lot more math involved. And there's a lot of, it looks pretty nice. It looks pretty neat, but there's a lot of calculations to do, and the lower you set this glossiness value, the longer your render times will be. You have a subdivision value, which, like any other subdivision value, controls the amount of sampling that is conducted. If I set this value to 1 and render again, I will have what looks like a frosted image, a frosted object, a lot of noise. And this may be desirable, this may be what you want, but It's not what I want right now, so I want to try to get rid of that noise and set this subdivision value to something much higher, like 20. When I do, you'll start to see that noise go away at the expense of longer render times. The lower you make this value, the longer it takes to render. And this last rendering took 8 seconds. If I reduce this glossiness value to something like 0.4, render again. Oops, yep, thank you. Change back. Just type in 0.4 again. Instead of taking 8 seconds, it will take a little bit longer. It took 50% longer just to render one tiny, probably less than 10% area of my image with a little bit higher glossiness. So it sort of indicates what can happen if you let this glossiness get out of control. The lower you make this value, the longer the render times, and the more you would want to take advantage of a cool feature here in VRay called interpolation. Reflection has interpolation and refraction has interpolation. Let's use interpolation for refraction here. I can't just set this to interpolate. I can't just enable that option and expect to get decent results. It cuts through this pretty quickly. It rendered it very quickly. It rendered it in 2 seconds as opposed to 12 seconds. But notice there's a lot of noise here. It's just something doesn't look right. And you would see the same thing for your reflection glossiness. If you drop this down to something like 0.5 and set your interpolation to enable and render again. Okay. Not bad, but it really something doesn't look right. Whenever you use interpolation through your materials, you need to use, let's do this again. I didn't have interpolation for refraction enabled. Whenever you use interpolation, you need to go down into the reflection or refraction interpolation rollout and modify the settings in here, which is what we're going to do next. All right, what do? Well, you can really only use interpolation here if you're using the Irradiance Map in your primary bounce. Why? Because the reflection and the refraction interpolation needs to use the information calculated by the Radiance Map, and therefore it has to use the same resolution and the same color normal thresholds that are used in the Radiance Map. So if you want to use interpolation and use it properly and give yourself the best chance of having the best looking interpolation, you will want to see what your Radiance Map is set to and use those settings. So in this case, I have my Radiance Map set to very low, and my color normal thresholds in the Radiance Map are set to 0.4, 0.3 respectively. So I need to go into the min rate and set the min rate to -4, maximum rate to -3, color threshold to 0.4, normal threshold to 0.3. Interpolation samples are already set to 20. We could set those to 100. Do the same thing for refraction. -4, -3, color threshold 0.4, normal threshold 0.3, interpolation samples 100. So all you got to do is get your reflection and refraction interpolation to look the same as your Irradiance Map. Render again. And I don't know if you noticed, but the image is a little bit cleaner, especially for the reflection. Refraction is still suffering a little bit, but nonetheless, the idea behind interpolation is that it borrows Irradiance Map information, and in order to do that properly, you have to have the same settings. And in some cases, if you don't, you can see the entire object turn black. It's almost like trying to render with the saved Irradiance map on a completely different image. So always go into the interpolation rollouts. So when would you use interpolation? Well, it's not always practical. Oh, I know why I just realized why the refraction interpolation doesn't look proper, because the glossiness is set to be something other than blurry. If the glossiness is set to 0.5 and I render again, okay, still a little bit noisy. But if you have a low glossiness value for reflection or refraction like I do now, that would be a good time to use interpolation. But if I had something in the order of 0.9, whoops, I just realized what's going on here, so sorry about this. I've been adjusting the refraction for the sphere and not the refraction for this object here, which is the torus knot. That's why I'm messing up. I usually only do this to one object, and I should have only done it to the sphere. That's the only thing I've been adjusting up to this point. So disregard the fact that we weren't getting good results from the torus knot. When I do this, I always do it on one object and not both, and that's the mistake that I made just now. So I'm going to concentrate on doing it with the sphere alone. Let's take interpolation off of this torus knot and set refraction back to pure black for the torus knot. All right, so I'm only concentrating on this sphere. Now, when would I use interpolation? If I have my glossiness set really low, like it is right now, this would be a great candidate or a great time to use interpolation. But if I have something on the order of 0.75, 0.8, 0.9, something like that, I should not use interpolation. And the reason why is when I use interpolation, I blur my object too much. As you can see, I have interpolation on, and I can barely see that this object is reflective. I can come up to 0.95 and still not see proper reflections. I can go even to 0.99, which should give me practically a perfectly mirror-like reflection, and this is what happens. It doesn't like it. It's trying to show me good reflections, but it can't because I've got interpolation enabled. I'd have to take interpolation off and render them away. Okay. Now, why in the world would when would I use interpolation? My general rule is anytime you use something higher than 0.75, lower than 0.75, that would be when you want to start thinking about using interpolation. Because anything really lower than that, it's going to induce so much longer render times anyway. It's worthwhile just because of the render time. But if you use interpolation above that, you're going to blur the rendering too much. You're going to blur that reflection too much. Regardless, you always want to make sure you have that option inside the light cache enabled, use light cache for glossy rays. Because if you don't have this option enabled, all these blurry reflections and blurry refractions that we're doing would take so much longer to calculate. Okay. Let's look at a few more things. Let's reset this, because after doing this so long, you tend to change one too many things without realizing it, which is what I think I did there. Let's go back into the scene, back into Material 01, and open up the material rollout again. And let's set the diffuse, let's set the reflection color swatch to pure white to get 100% reflections. And set the background color or the background icon to on. Now let's turn on something that we haven't looked at yet called Fresnel reflections. Fresnel reflections. What is a Fresnel reflection? A Fresnel reflection is a reflection that becomes stronger the more parallel your view becomes to that surface. So the reflections on the sphere would be stronger on the outside because my view is more parallel to these surfaces than it would be for parts of the sphere in the center. So Fresnel reflections are a type of material quality found on every real-world material. It's on every material you look at. You might not notice it, you might not see it, but it's there. If you look at if you're driving down a long road on a hot summer day and you look at the ground far off in the distance, if you look at it at an acute enough angle, parallel enough angle, you will start to see that road no longer look rough. It will look smooth because when viewed at an angle, you don't see all the dips and valleys and pits and imperfections in the road. It becomes a flat surface reflecting its environment. So even a gravel road can have Fresnel reflections. So if I enable this option here and just render, notice what it does to the reflection color swatch. Or the reflection color swatch is set to pure white, which should show 100% reflections, but it doesn't. By turning on Fresnel reflections, I am sort of disregarding the 100% reflections that I see with that color swatch, and I am just telling it to modify the reflections and not make it so strong everywhere. How do we control the strength of Fresnel reflections and exactly where those reflections are stronger and less strong? When I have this option here locked, this Fresnel reflections here locked, this Fresnel index of refraction, or index of reflection, I should say, because it's in the reflection section, the Fresnel IOR is ghosted out because when this option is on, it looks to the refraction IOR. So changing this value will change the way that the object reflects. What values should I use? Well, if I use a value of 1.0 and render, I will see no reflections whatsoever. I will see no reflections. Why? Because I am telling it to I'm telling it to override this reflection color swatch and instead apply reflections through this index of refraction. And the index of refraction says that there are no reflections at 1.0. If I set it to 2.0 and render again, I will see reflections the same everywhere on the sphere. The reflections are just as strong in the center as they are on the outside. Okay? And I should probably, just for the heck of it, throw another torus knot in the I want to see another torus knot reflected here in the background. So I want to create a copy of this just to have something to see in the front of the sphere reflected. I'll try rendering this again, and that's a little bit too far away. Let's move this up just a little bit, say right there. Make sure it's out of view. Okay. Render again. So there's my torus knot right there. So the reflections are just as strong in the center as they are on the outside. So if I have 0% reflections at 1.0 and reflections that are just as strong everywhere at 2.0, logic would dictate that proper Fresnel reflections happen when I'm greater than 1 and less than 0. So if I try a value right in the middle, 1.5, and render again, I will in fact see proper Fresnel reflections. I will see reflections that are stronger on the outside here than they are in the center. You can even see it right here. This area of the torus knot gets reflected a lot stronger than this area. And the lower I go on this value, the less reflections I see everywhere, and I'm going to tend to only see reflections on the very outside of this object. And for those of you that are watching this in class, the projector is not returning the best appearance. The projectors that we're using only have, they're 1280 by 1024, but the contrast ratio on or the color spectrum on a projector is not as great as a computer monitor. Are you guys able to follow along? Or okay? Yes, you have a question? The question is, should we just leave Fresnel reflections on by default, and will it give you good reflections just by using a value like we're using most of the time? I'm not sure how to answer that. All materials, as I said, should have Fresnel reflections. But sometimes the best qualities or the best things that you add to a rendering are those things you don't even notice. But if you mention it to somebody, they could see it, and if it wasn't there, it would be noticed. So one of the things about GI that makes it so great is it adds a little variation to your scene. It prevents your entire scene from looking like what scanline always looks like, which is the same lighting everywhere, or large areas where it's exactly the same amount of illumination. GI is great because you see that little variation that you would see in the real world. An index of the Fresnel reflections is another example of one of those things where every material has it, every object displays it, but you don't always notice it. Just looking at this table that my computer's sitting on, if I look straight down at the table, I don't see any reflections. If I look at you at an angle, at a low angle, if I look at this table and the reflection of you in this table, I see you reflected if I look low enough or if my view is parallel enough with this table. So whether or not you decide to use it is dependent on a few things. First of all, is everything else in your scene right? Because it's probably one of the lesser necessary things, but one of those things that really good artists will add that little extra something that makes the ordinary extraordinary, so to speak. But the other thing that you have to be careful about is when you add Fresnel reflections, you're greatly changing the way the object reflects completely. In other words, even at 100% reflections, I'm still not seeing what looks like a chrome object. If I wanted to get that chrome object to appear, what I could actually do is go higher than 2.0. If I wanted proper Fresnel reflections, I need something higher than 1 and lower than 2. But if I go higher than 2, like something on the order of 20, and render again, I start to see that chrome ball, that chrome reflection start to appear again. And notice what I have on the outside of the object. I have essentially Fresnel reflections, just another type of Fresnel reflections. It's instead of changing the amount of reflection based on angle, it changes the amount of diffuse color you see depending on your angle. So right now I am looking at blue, a sort of a blue ring around the sphere. It's controlled by this diffuse color. I can see this even better if I change my diffuse color to something really obnoxious like green. So here is the result of using Fresnel reflections with an index of reflection or index of refraction of 20. I'm seeing reflections all the same, but now it's the diffuse color that changes based on view and angle. And it's sort of the opposite. Well, it's not the opposite. With the diffuse color being green, I can clearly see in this rendering that in the center of the rendering, or in the center of the sphere, I should say, in the center of the sphere, the diffuse color is weak, and on the outside, it's stronger. If I go down to something like 10, I see very strong green colors around the outside and just slightly stronger green on the inside. If I go all the way up to 100, which is the maximum value, I see a perfectly chrome reflective mirror-like object everywhere except the outermost edge of my object where I start to see a little bit of green. So there's two types of index of reflection or index of refraction, or whichever you want to call it. There's two types. One that controls the amount of pure reflection, and the other that controls the amount of color that you see, or the diffuse color that you see on your object. Okay, let's put this sphere back to its where it was before. Let's put it to, I'm just going to change this back to blue, something like blue, and change reflection back to 0. So let's move on to another area of materials, and that would be, we also need to turn off reflections here. And let's go over to the torus knot and look at a different area, specifically fog color. One of the most common things that you'll have to do with transparent materials is apply a little bit of color to them. If I have 100% refraction enabled and turn on my background icon, so all I've done is I've turned refraction to 100% and set the background icon on. If I want to add a little bit of color to this torus knot so that it is not just refracting the color that's behind it or to the side of it, I can use fog color to do it. So what I can do is find a color that works for me. Let's say I want to have some light blue glass in my scene. So I'll set my color to light blue. Something like that. I'll set my fog color to light blue, and then this fog multiplier is a value from, it needs to be a value from 0 to 1. And why it goes higher than that, I'm not sure. But essentially 1 is like 100%, and with 100% you would see solid blue, which is not what we want. And maybe you want that, but it's not what I want. I want this color to appear. So I want to set my fog color on the order of 1%, somewhere in the order of 1% of what the default value is. So 0.01 for my fog color. And there I go. I start to see a little bit of blue applied here. And just to make this a little bit easier to see, since we are working in a scene that's got blue skylight, I will make my fog color pink. Render again. Now I can start to see a little bit of pink color to my glass. And if you want it a little bit stronger, increase your fog color to something like 0.05. Just go as high as you need to make that color start to stand out. It's pretty simple. To do all these things that we've done so far in Mental Ray is a little bit harder. And years ago, it was a lot harder. But fortunately, with VRay, it's pretty simple. Okay, not much else to worry about here. Pretty simple fog color. All right, let's set the fog color back to pure white, fog multiplier to 1, and let's change the max depth value to something else. Right now we are in the torus knot, and we have, this didn't set. Okay, we are using a max depth value of 5. What does that mean? Well, I want to enable this exit color, because what the exit color does is provide a color to return if and only if you've exceeded the number of refractions that you specify here in the max depth value. And let me show you exactly what I'm talking about when I say that. If I set this exit color to pure green and render, you see some areas that return a pure green color. Why? Because in these areas, light was trapped and bounced around more than 5 times. If I set this to 1, you will see all of my object is this color. If I set it to 2, Wherever you see green are surfaces where light has bounced more than twice, or I should say refracted more than twice. Setting it to 5 shows me that even the default value has too many bounces or too many refraction bounces going on, and I might need to set this to something higher. If you look at this image here with the wine glasses, you notice that in the real world and in 3D, if you were to render some wine glasses, even when rendered properly, you're going to see some blackness, some darkness in some areas of the glass. And these are the areas that light refracted and or bounced around too much, and instead of allowing it to continue bouncing around, it decided to return an exit color as specified here. I only changed this to green to show you easier where that is occurring. In reality, there's no reason that I know of you would want to set this something different than pure black. But the idea is that you set this max depth value to a certain amount that gives you enough bounces. I'm going to set this to 10, render it again. Set it to 20, let it render again. And I'm still having a little bit of trouble getting rid of all of that. Okay. If I turn that option off, let's see what happens. Same thing. Okay. There is a global value for this setting, and it's found under the global switches rollout. This global value right here can override all the max depth values for all the different materials that you use. So regardless of what this says, this will say use a value of 30, and that will override everything, and everything will be just fine. But if you set this too low, then you can have the same problem that you had over here with a max depth value of 20. Max depth is more important for refractive materials like this than it is for reflective, because by nature of being reflective, it's going to reflect light away from itself rather than to itself. So anytime you see any blackness appear on your object that you simply can't figure out or can't get rid of, look to the material and see, and this is for refractive materials, look to the material and see if it's because of the max depth value for that refractive material. You have a question? The question is, does max depth increase render time significantly? I wouldn't say significantly, but it does increase render time, so probably somewhere on the order of 1 or 2%. Just having used it all this time, I would say nothing that you would need to worry about. Doesn't mean that you should arbitrarily set this to some ridiculously high value, but for the most part, it doesn't return very high render times. Anyone else have any questions about this before we continue on? Okay. All right. One more time, let's go into a different setting or a different scene. Let's go into the chair scene one more time. And what I would like you to do with this chair material that is applied, it is a multi-sub-object material that has two submaterials. One is the metal and one is the plastic. If you would, if you want to follow along, you don't have to, but if you want to follow along, go into the plastic component of the material and make this plastic component of the chair be 100% refractive. So change the refraction color to 100%. And that's going to make this chair, or at least the plastic portion of this chair, appear transparent. So I'm going to render again and see what I get. I get what looks like glass on this chair, and that's fine. But why in the world do I see, if this is glass, why in the world do I see the shadow created by that glass right here? Why does it look the same as the shadow created by the wall itself? And just for kicks, let's move the sunlight up a little bit higher in the sky by making it more overhead so we can see more of this shadow created by the chair. Does anyone have any idea why I would see this kind of shadow here rather than a transparent shadow, or a shadow that is somewhat blocked by the, or determined by the amount of refraction that I have? Let's look at the material editor. Translucency setting right here has nothing to do with this right here. Do you see anything in the refraction section that would indicate something that we can do to make the shadows show up a little bit better? We have somebody online saying you must have to check effect shadows. Yep, effect shadows, a couple of people said effect shadows, correct. So if I enable that option, render again, I can start to see the proper shadows that are determined, that are dependent on the transparency or the refraction strength of this material. Okay? And just for kicks, let's set this fog multiplier to 0.1, add a little bit of fog color just to see what this object looks like with a little bit of fog color applied, and the shadow that it creates. Nothing really that you can see. So let's increase this fog multiplier to 0.1. Try something else. And that's not doing it. Why is that not doing it? Let's go really high, and I don't know why that's not affecting that glass. I'll have to look at that at the break. I'm not really sure why that's not affecting the glass. It's got to be something I'm missing here. Let's see if anybody online knows what I might be doing. For the environment, does it have anything to do with the environment? I don't think so. The multiplier? No, I don't think the multiplier has anything to do with it. The multiplier of the environment or the material? I don't believe so. I'll look at that during the next break. Not really sure why that is happening. I'm sorry? The shadow that is cast is blue. So you're saying that if we go into the environment channel, well, let's turn off GI environment altogether, or better yet, let's reduce the intensity of the light multiplier just to see what effect that has. I'm not sure if that's what somebody was saying online. Try that again. Increase the fog multiplier. John says increase the fog multiplier. Well, I increased the fog multiplier as much as it really should be. I'm not really sure why I would have to go higher than 1.0. But what the heck, let's set this to 100 and see what happens. Yep. I'm not really sure why you would need such a ridiculously high setting, because I've never had to use something even close to that before. But what do you know? Okay. All right. There is one more thing I need to show you in this scene, and I want to reset this in order to do it. If you want to follow along, go ahead and reset max and open up the material editor. You should see a bunch of standard materials. I want to create some teapots and throw some standard materials on those teapots. Oops. Just any color that you want. It doesn't really matter what. Okay, and let's look at this red teapot. Let's increase the specular level to something that gives us a specular highlight, something like that. I'm going to increase the scale. I want to increase the size of these teapots so I see them a little bit better. Let's increase the specular highlight or change the specular highlight on the blue object or the purple object. And same thing for the other teapot. Okay, so I have three materials, three different specular highlights, and they're standard materials. I have VRay enabled, clearly, but I have standard materials in the material editor. If I right-click anywhere in the viewport, I see this option that says VRay Scene Converter. If I select a VRay Scene Converter, it will say all scene materials and ray trace shadows will be converted to VRay materials and shadows. Are you sure? Let's say yes. Now, what just happened? Not much happened to the material sample slots because VRay recreated the material that was displayed in the sample slot and used its best judgment on how to do it. It adjusted the settings that it needed to adjust to get the samples to appear the same way as VRay materials as they did with standard materials. Okay. I'm just cleaning up the queue of questions, so hold on one moment. I'm sorry? Would this convert mental ray materials? It'll convert any material. Yes, it'll convert any material. And I think there was actually a script that I saw floating around somewhere where somebody created where you can convert VRay materials to mental ray materials if you ever wanted to. So these are VRay materials now, and let's look at what's going on. The highlight glossiness for this first teapot, this light blue teapot, is 0.814. For the red teapot, it is 0.632. It's lower because the highlight needs to be more spread out. For the purple one, it's really low, 0.447. But now, can somebody tell me why? Let's do it for this. We'll do it for the red teapot. Can somebody tell me why? If I set the reflection amount to pure white, and notice it was before about 10%. If I set the reflection amount to pure white and render again, I don't even have to render. I can just look at my sample slot. Somebody tell me why I'm not seeing reflections on this sphere. If I render, I'll see that there's no reflections on that sphere. Why am I not seeing any reflections whatsoever? I should say teapot. Why am I not seeing reflections on that teapot or on the sphere in the sample slot? Okay, looks like somebody, looks like Juan, you have a question. Juan, I'm going to unmute your microphone. Do you have a question, Juan? If you have a question and don't have a mic, then you can just write out your question. Okay, no problem. No question. All right, so why would I see that? Well, when VRay converted these materials, all you told it to do, or all I told it to do, was recreate what you saw. With the materials that I had previously, with the standard materials that I had, I didn't have any reflection. All I had was this little specular highlight. If I didn't have any reflection shown on the sphere, then when it converts it, it doesn't think you need reflections there. And the only possible way you could have a specular highlight on any of these spheres is to have a highlight glossiness less than 1.0 and to have some amount of reflection in the reflection color swatch. Notice that the reflection here is set very low. It's 11, 11, 11. It's like 5% reflection. So it's not very strong, but there is some reflection for each one of these spheres. Okay, so why am I not seeing the reflections elsewhere when I clearly have some amount of reflection here? Well, it's because in the options rollout down here, there is an option that was turned off by VRay when it did the conversion, trace reflections. When that option is off, you're telling it to not show reflections everywhere other than the specular highlight. Now when I tell it to turn on, I am seeing reflections everywhere on my object, as long as I have some strength to the reflection color swatch. It's very important that you know that, because if you ever do conversions, which I'm sure everyone will, if you ever convert materials, standard materials, chances are those materials will not have reflections on the objects themselves other than the specular highlight, and the result will be that this option is turned off. Okay? That is, at the beginner level, everything you need to know about the standard options in the VRay material. There are a lot of other materials we're going to look at. That is all we need to know for the VRay material itself at this point. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about some other things like bi-rotation, directional fields, stuff like that. But at this level, that is all you need to know. And at the end of the day, I will just briefly spend a few minutes covering again some of these options. If you have any questions, please again ask. And the next thing that we're going to look at, we just covered reflection and refraction. The next thing that we're going to look at is the VRay blend material, the VRay override material, and caustics. Okay, let's look at the VRay blend material. If you would, open up a file called Intro. Open up a file called Intro. And let's take a quick peek at the settings that we have. Make sure typical test render settings are used. And yes, you have a question? What is the shortcut to access the VRay setting? The shortcut to access the render setup dialog box is F10. If I press F10, it is the toggle for the render setup dialog box. Okay, somebody else has a question. Hayden says, think I blinked when you converted those materials. Where's the button? The button to convert materials, again, is you right-click anywhere in your viewport, right-click, and select VRay Mesh Export. Or I'm not VRay Mesh Export, VRay Scene Converter. VRay Scene Converter. All scene materials and ray trace shadows will be converted to VRay materials and shadows. Are you sure? Okay. So let's go through this really quick and get all these settings up, and this is good practice. So adaptive mount 1.0, everything else looks fine, nothing else has changed. Let's turn off the stamp. I don't need the stamp on. Indirect illumination, Irradiance Map. Let's set the Irradiance Map to very low, Hemispheric to 20, Interpolation to 100. That's good. Let's turn on the light cache. Light cache should be set to 100. I'm going to set my number of passes to 12. Use light cache for glossy rays should always be on. Under the VRay tab, I want to check my image sampler. Image sampler is set to adaptive subdivision, which is good. That's what I want. Color mapping. I don't have any lights in the scene, so I could get away with linear color mapping right now. I'll go ahead and leave it for the moment. And subpixel mapping, clamp output should always be turned on. And let's turn off effect background just just for the heck of it, just because most of you probably shouldn't have that option on. Question? Yes, I did. I'm sorry? Oh, the clamp level. Sorry. I did not mention anything about the clamp level. The clamp level, that's something that was added with, I believe, Service Pack 4. I have not played around with it too much. It's just sort of a multiplier that says, you know, with 0, the clamp output that you enable has no effect. 1, it has full effect. If you want to do something halfway in between not having it and having it, set it to 0.5. I haven't experimented with it. I don't really know if it's beneficial at all. All I can, what's that? A lot of settings go beyond 1 when they don't really do anything. So, you know, going back to that DMC sampler, remember the color threshold, how it goes above 1? Color threshold has a maximum value of 1, even though it goes higher than 1. Above 1, it doesn't do anything. So there's a lot of settings that go higher than 1 that don't mean anything. Okay, I don't know why you would ever want to change that. You know, if I'm going to use clamp output, I'm going to use it. I'm not going to use it partially. I'm going to use it all the way. Okay, that would be like using subpixel mapping part of the way. It's not a setting that induces any longer render time. So, okay. So let's render, see what we got. Nothing too spectacular. Let's create a new material, and let's make that material, let's call that a blend material. So in a new sample slot, doesn't matter where, in a new sample slot, change the material type from standard, so click on the standard button, and we're going to select if you're using 2011, you're probably either confused or somewhat frustrated with the changes that were made to the material map browser. It's a little harder to get used to because it's a lot different than previous versions of Max. Max is going through this 3-year drastic facelift that started with 2010 and it's going to end with 2012. And you can expect a lot more changes with 2012. It's this drastic change that has been taking place, and one of the things they've changed drastically is the material editor, or at least the material map browser. So I want to select the VRay blend material from this rollout, VRay EDU, which is, I'm using an educational license right now. So if you select VRay blend material and discard the old material, what you get is a material that has a base material and a bunch of coat materials. So let's just find some material to add as the base material. I'm going to click the None button for the base material, and let's create a VRay material to use as the base material. So the material, the overall material is going to be a blend material, but it's made up of other materials, which can be standard materials or VRay materials or whatever you want. Okay, so I just created a VRay material and placed it as the base material. If I set this color to something like pure red and render, well, I have to actually apply it to an object, otherwise it won't show up. I'm going to apply it to the sphere, render, and I have a red sphere. Nothing spectacular. It's pretty much what I had before. If I take a coat material and create another VRay material, and this time make the diffuse color something like purple, or let's do blue. Notice I have a total purple color here. I'm going to render again, and I will see purple. Why do I see purple? Because I have blue as my coat material and red as my base material. And I have this color swatch that controls the strength of the coat material versus the base material. If I have my color selector here for my coat material set to pure white, it's only going to show the coat material. My coat material will be 100% opaque. If I set my color swatch to pure black, it's only going to show the base material. And of course, if I show something in between, it's going to show the mixture of blue and red, which of course returns purple. Now that's kind of cool, but you can go a little bit farther with this. Not only can you add tons and tons of different coat materials, you can change the way that they're blended. Instead of using a color swatch here, let's use a map. Let's use a checker map to control what areas get red and what areas get blue. Pretty cool. That's all there is to it, and you can control the strength of the map through this value here. Does anybody have any questions about the VRay blend material at this point? Okay. Notice that it says additive shellac mode. Then it says using additive mode produces materials that break the energy preservation law. This will lead to incorrect and slower renderings. For correct results, it is recommended that you keep this option off. There's a lot of settings in VRay that, in my opinion, really shouldn't even be there. In fact, the programmers, the guys at Chaos, they even say that themselves. And why they put some of these settings in here, I don't know, when they even suggest to themselves that it shouldn't be used. In the VRay manuals, you will see in a few places, like the advanced options for the Irradiance Map, it will even say in the VRay manual, you should not change these settings. So I don't know why they're in there. I just pointed out because there's a lot of settings like that. Shellac material, in case you don't know what the shellac material is, it's basically a material that allows you to see one thing in the viewport and another thing in the rendering, and it's something that if you ever do any render to texture, which is a procedure where you can bake materials and bake shadows and bake global illumination into your materials, sort of like what you would find in a game where a first-person shooter game where you're walking around and you're seeing all this great global illumination and great shadows, and it looks like it's real time, and it is, but the lights and the shadows are actually cooked and baked into the renderings or baked into the texture. They're rendered, and then those images that are rendered of the materials are put back in replacing the original materials, so it looks like you are walking around a scene with global illumination and shadows updated in real time, but you're not. You're looking at a texture that has GI and shadows burned in. And the shellac material is one of those things you'll see with the render to texture option, where it allows you to see one thing in the viewport and another thing in the rendering. So not that important here. I just thought I'd mention it. Okay, so that is the VRay blend material. Next, we have the override material. This is a very cool feature here. Let's go into another scene, and this time let's go into a scene called Lights 01. Lights 01. I like this particular demonstration because it illustrates some pretty cool principles. Okay, let's just render as is and see what we get. We get completely black image and a background color that we can see through this window. So this is just a simple interior scene. It looks like there's no ceiling on it, but it is. It's just sort of hidden from that view. There's a ceiling, and the camera is placed outside the room with clipping planes on, so it looks like it's actually inside the room. But that doesn't change anything about the rendering. So we are seeing no illumination inside because we have no lights and we have no environment light. What I would like to do is create a light, have it shine through this window, and see what happens when it enters this room. So I want to create a standard direct light, and in order to do this best, I want to do this in top view. And there's my window right there. I want to create a light and have it shine through this window opening and strike the floor. So I go to Lights, Standard, Target Direct, throw the light in right there, go to front view, elevate this up, and a great feature in Max is that you can change your viewport to actually show what you see through a light. So if I right click or if I click on this viewport name, I can select the direct light as my view. And you're seeing the view of your scene through the direct light, and the light hotspot and light fall off, which are also available inside the modify panel, allow you to control the part of the light that, or the part of the scene that is struck with this light. So I'm just trying to get this light to encompass the room, and I'm trying not to let it go over the lip of this wall. So I'll increase this hotspot just a little bit. Okay, just like that. So if I go back to this view and render again, let's see what I get. So I have a light coming through this window and striking the ground, and that's what I see. On the projector in the class here, you're seeing mostly completely black. You can see a little bit of illumination in here, but if you looked on my screen, you would actually see a lot more illumination than you see on the projector. Okay, so trust me, it's not as dark as that projector. So if I select this ceiling and go to the display panel and hide that ceiling, render again, you can't see it on the projector as well, but on my screen it's pure black, just like you see on the projector. Why would it be darker now? Why would my walls be darker now than before when I had the ceiling on it? I'm sorry? Yes, the light was bouncing from the ceiling back onto the walls and the ground, and it was trapped, and it was just bouncing around over and over again. Let's see. Omer had a question. No bounces, or yes, no bounces, exactly. Humberto, you asked a question. I didn't see it at the time. For architectural purpose, what is blend material used for? Blend material can be used if you wanted to blend, for example, grass with mulch. You know, you never want to have grass be completely perfect looking, and one way to dirty it up or mess it up is to create a blend of it. So you can have grass as your base material, have a nice clean grass as your base material, a nice dirty or roughed up looking grass as your coat material, and then create a blend of that. And you can even apply a noise map to control where it's blended and where it's not. So that's just an example of, that's one example, but there's many examples of when you could use the blend material for architectural purposes. Okay. So this scene is darker now because the light is no longer trapped like it was when I had the ceiling on it. Okay. I have two objects hidden, and I only wanted to turn one of them back on, so if you do an unhide all, you'll see a piece of glass or an object appear in the window opening, and that object is there to demonstrate something else. So with ceiling on, I can trap the light. And it doesn't matter how bright I make this light source outside. I can set this direct light to something really super high. I can set it to 20, render again, and I'm still going to see some noise in my scene. And I've illuminated this room so bright that it's unrealistic. And if I went any darker, that noise would really just start to jump out. But even here, there is some noise. And if I started throwing in objects in my scene, some furniture and other things, this would become even more apparent. I have a better chance of filling out my scene when light strikes this large area and doesn't have any objects blocking its ability to bounce around. Okay, and you'll see tomorrow when we do interior scenes, we're going to create a fill light in the window pointing inwards, and that fill light is going to do the job that this exterior light is not able to do, which is fill out the illumination in the room. Okay, so the whole point of showing this particular scene was to demonstrate another material type, and that is the override material. So the override material is a completely separate material type. So I want to go into the material editor and go to any empty sample slot and change the material from VRay material to VRay override material. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't want to start with a new material. I want to change the material that already exists on the wall. So scratch what I just said. I want to change the material that I see on this wall. If I render the scene again, notice that I see a lot of orange or brown on the floor and on the ceiling. And I think I should probably reduce the intensity of this light just so it's a little easier to see. I made my light multiplier 10 just to make this a little bit easier to see. But the point is, when you start to illuminate your scene, whether you do it with an exterior light or an exterior light, in this scene you're going to see the brown bouncing off the walls onto the floor and the ceiling. And in some cases it's just not realistic. Here it's not too bad. It's not that bad, but in many cases when you're doing an interior scene and you're using colors on the walls, you're going to have a lot of color bleeding onto the ceiling. How do you control that? Well, the wrong way to do it would be to select an object like the ceiling, right-click, and go to VRay Properties. That opens up a dialog where you can control particular properties of individual objects. You see that I have the ceiling selected. If I wanted to, I can reduce the amount of GI that the object receives. I can totally shut it off, or I can change its value to something like 0.5, so it receives half of the GI. I'm going to change it to 0 just to make it easier to see. If I change that to 0, now that object is completely black because it receives no direct illumination, and it also receives no indirect illumination, so there's nothing to illuminate it. If I go back to that object and change it to 0.5, render again, now it's darker, but it also has less color. So we fixed one problem, but we created another. That is not the way to do it. You could also select the walls, VRay Properties, and turn down the Generate GI, but that's not going to work either because that will reduce the total illumination in my scene as well. And anytime you reduce your GI, you're going to reduce the realism in your scene because less GI means you have less light bouncing around, less color bouncing around, and you defeat the whole purpose of using VRay, which is to create GI and approximate it and see it in your scenes. This is not the way to do it. So let's set the ceiling back to where it was. Right-click the ceiling, select the ceiling, right-click, VRay Properties, and I'm just going to turn the Receive GI back to 1, right back to where it was. And render again, and I'm back to having a brown ceiling. So what is the right way to change the amount of illumination striking on the ceiling? Actually, really simple. We have a VRay material applied to this wall right now. We need to change it to an override material. If I select the VRay material and change it to override, I don't want to discard the old material. I want to keep the old material as a submaterial. If I render again, nothing changes. All I've done is I've turned my VRay material into a VRay override material. And the material that I previously had was stored as the base material as you see here. So notice that we have a GI slot, a reflect material slot, refract material slot, and a shadow material slot. If I click and drag this base material into the GI material and create a copy, I have both materials in both slots. I have the same material in both slots. Render again, nothing changes, nothing happens. But what I've done is I've told VRay to use a different material to replace the base material, use a different material to to generate the GI that leaves that object or leaves that material. So this object is brown, and it wants to bounce brown light off of itself onto other objects. And it will unless we tell it not to. And so if we go into the GI slot and change the material that is bouncing off, or change the color that's bouncing off that object, we can make those other objects not receive that brown. So I go into the GI channel and I simply reduce the diffuse color from something other than brown. And if I make it a lighter material, if I just change something about the color, I can reduce the amount of color that bounces onto the ceiling. The problem is, and this gets back to the discussion that we had a few hours ago about light color and intensity and color mapping and so on, if I just flat out change this color to pure white, I will not see any white, or I will not see any color bounce on the ceiling, but I will see a completely blown out rendering. Why? Because all the light that strikes the walls is allowed to bounce off of it at full strength. In other words, a ray of light, when it strikes a pure black surface, will be completely absorbed and die. When light strikes a pure white material or a pure white object, it bounces off of it as if it never even hit it. No energy is lost. So if you have a pure white object like these walls, light is going to bounce right off of it as if it never even hit that object. The good news is we don't have any color bounce on the ceiling, but it's too bright to even see it if we did. So we don't want to do that. Let's backtrack and get back to here. Instead, we got to find a way to change the amount of color striking or leaving the walls without changing the amount of illumination. So this value that I see right here, 167, 130, 65, which is approximately 265, 262. We have to keep a value of 262 in order to, a total color value of 262 in order to see the same amount of illumination. So if we were to take our color swatch and put it to pure black and set the value to something such that these three values add up to 262, we would get what we need. So 262 divided by 3 is about 85, 86, 87. So if I have 87 for my value, something like that, that will give me something 261, something very similar. Now I will have the same illumination bouncing off that wall. I just won't have any color going along with it. And that's what I get. No. Does it defeat realism? No, not at all. I'm just showing you extreme values. I'm just showing you how to get rid of all the color. I don't want to get rid of all the color. I just don't want as much as I had. So if I want to get back to where, if I want to have something in between, I'll go back to having that color swatch be brown. I'm not sure why it's not showing me brown. Let's replace the base material with the GI material with the base material again. Instead of using pure brown, I will do something else. I know that I need to have 262 for a total color strength. I just need to back off of that color value. So I just need to figure out what value will give me 260, what color amount will give me 262 while simultaneously allowing me to see a little bit of brown. Another way I could possibly do it is to set this to 87, which is what I had before. Set this to 87, and then go up and down on these values, and every time I go up on one, I go down on the other until I get the color that I want. So I go up on one, down on the other, up on one, down on the other. And that's sort of being a little nitpicky, but the idea is that I achieve that brown look while still maintaining that same overall color value of 262, which is almost what I have now. If I render this, I'll see a little less brown striking the ceiling and striking the floor, but I still keep the same general illumination that I had before. So hopefully that makes sense. Omer says it was around 362, so it should be around 120. Was it 362? Is that what we had? Let's check this. He said that we had 362. Let's go back into the base material, copy it to the GI. The color adds up to, oh, he's right. He's right. 167 plus 130 is, yep, he's right. My bad. Thanks, Omer. It's 362. Same principle. I did the math wrong. So as long as we keep 362 as the total color value and adjust the proportional amount of colors, then we'll be fine. So just to do it one more time, 362, half of that would, or 1/3 of that would be 120. So with 120, that will give me the same illumination that I had before, just no color applied to it. Yep, that's much better. And the idea is that you can control the amount of light that bounces off other objects while still, the color of the light bouncing off other objects while still maintaining the same amount of illumination. Thanks for that, Omer. That was a good catch. And this is probably a lot more applicable to interiors than exteriors. A lot more applicable to interiors because the light is allowed to bounce around and is trapped more and is just, just going around and around more, but also because exteriors have generally more direct light. And with more direct light, you have less opportunity for shadows and to see the kind of light bouncing onto the shadows that we saw in this scene. So anybody have any questions before we take a 10-minute break? Okay, we have one question. Nope, that was the same question as before, same mention. Okay, no questions. All right, let's go ahead. I have 4:06. We'll be back in 10 minutes and continue on. Okay, we're back. I need to do a quick mic check as usual, so I'm going to unmute a few microphones. Anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, a few more microphones. Anybody?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thanks. I just have to keep unmuting microphones until somebody responds. Okay, let's keep going. So, there is a lot of information that's been thrown out, and it would be impossible for anyone to retain all of this. Hopefully you're taking good notes. The good news is that a lot of the stuff that I'm covering today, or that I have covered today, will be covered over and over and over again tomorrow. You will know most of these settings, most of the important critical settings in Radiance Map, image sampling, light cache, like the back of your hand, because I will say, okay, let's set up this scene for default test render settings. Let's now do production render settings. And if all you grasp from all of this discussion is some good settings to use for test renders and production renders, and a general understanding of what settings you need to use or change and what settings you can leave alone, then you will have made some pretty good progress and put yourself in a position to troubleshoot properly. And knowing VRay or any other program, in my opinion, means knowing how to troubleshoot. Because unless you get exactly the image that you want, there's something wrong with your image, and knowing where to look is critical to getting the image that you want and doing it quickly. So with a lot of these settings, or for a lot of these features, if you don't remember exactly what they do or why they do it, It's not absolutely critical. It's not going to be the end of the world. It's more important that you know that there is a way to do something and that there is a feature that controls this or fixes this, and that you have a general idea of where to start looking. So as an example, if you see splotches in your scene, large splotches, first thing you should be thinking of is, oh, I remember large splotches typically are caused by problems with the Irradiance map. If I see fine granular noise, that is typically caused by image sampling. If you know that alone, then that's a good start. It's a good place to build on to. So you don't have to remember everything, but hopefully you're taking good notes and keeping up for the most part. And for the things that you haven't been able to follow, hopefully with the rest of today and tomorrow, you'll be able to follow it and remember it. Please bring your questions tomorrow. Have all the questions ready to go tomorrow. If you want to ask, what the heck is hemispheric subdivisions again, ask it. There's no reason why you shouldn't if you don't understand something. If you want to write your questions down and do it anonymously, fine. Send me an email, send your questions over the interface, and I'll just answer the questions. And I generally don't say who asked the questions, and if you don't want me to say, I'll just answer the questions. But bring your questions tomorrow if you have some. If you want me to look at a scene of yours, this is a great forum to do it. Having the ability to see anybody else's scene is a great tool, and we should be using it, but nobody so far has wanted to donate their computer or show their work, which is fine, but it would be a better class if we started doing that tomorrow, especially since tomorrow is going to be some more practical application. So with that being said, yes, you have a question? Okay.
Why is that still shown regardless if you use a fixed image sampler, adaptive DMC, or adaptive subdivision?
Okay, the question, if I understand correctly, why is adaptive amount here shown if... Okay, why is there a DMC sampler rollout if we are not selecting DMC sampler from the image sampler? Anybody know the answer? Mike, do you know? Anybody online know? Anybody? Yes, they are completely different things. This adaptive mount and noise threshold found under the DMC sampler control all blurry effects, not just image sampling, all blurry effects. All you are telling VRay to do when you disable, where is it? When you tell it to disable that option right there, all you're telling it to do is to allow yourself to control the image sampler adaptiveness without having to adjust the adaptive nature of any other setting. That's it. I actually asked, I was in Bulgaria last month, and I was at the Chaos headquarters, and I was able to meet with Vlado and a couple other guys and discuss some of the math going on behind the scenes. And I asked why is it that there is a color threshold value for image sampler here and not for every other area of VRay that has an adaptive nature, any other area that has sampling conducting? Why is there no noise threshold? Why is there no color threshold for reflection glossiness, like you see subdivisions here? Subdivisions here controls the quality of the reflection and highlight glossiness. Why is there no color threshold that says use 8 subdivisions if you do not meet this certain color threshold? And his answer was to prevent further complication. VRay is complicated enough, and the only reason they put it in the image sampler is the image sampler is absolutely critical to have precise control of. And they wanted to provide the ability to control the image sampler separately from all the other blurry effects. That's it. It was a good answer. I mean, there's certainly enough settings in VRay. We don't need to complicate it further. But if an advanced user wanted to maximize speed and efficiency, he would need to have that extra little bit of control where he can control whether or not a subdivision goes after minimum value and maximum value, or something less than the subdivision value that you specify. So does that answer your question? Okay. Do you have a question? Is reflective GI caustics being off normal? Yes. Haven't really mentioned anything in here simply because we haven't needed to. There are some areas in VRay that I simply don't have time to cover, and those are the less important areas. But it brings up a good point, because anywhere you see a value of 1.0, like saturation, contrast, primary bounces, it is a standard starting point from which a lot of other settings are working from. In other words, if I set the primary bounce to 0.5, I am telling VRay to cut the energy that a light ray is allowed to use when it bounces off an object. Cut the energy in half so the light doesn't have as dramatic effect, and the result would be a darker scene. Well, if my scene is darker because of the primary bounce being too low, something other than 1.0, then any adjustments I make to the light multiplier, the color mapping, the materials, it's all skewed. So there's no reason to set this value to 0.5, which would mean all the other settings I adjust have to be different than what they normally are. So for that reason alone, I wouldn't suggest adjusting a lot of these settings. But besides that, even if that wasn't enough reason, things like saturation, contrast base, if you have a problem with the saturation in an image, that's the last place that you should be dealing with it right here. You've got bigger fish to fry, and that's the last place you should worry about fixing it. You should fix it in the material editor. You should fix it in the color mapping, in the light settings, not some global setting that controls the saturation for the entire image. In terms of GI caustics, the refractive is enabled, the reflective is not. GI caustics, what is caustics? Caustics is light that bounces off or goes through an object, and by doing so has this prismed effect where it's brighter in some areas and darker in other areas. And you see that with light coming out of a pool, striking, at nighttime, a light underneath pool water striking a concrete surface. You see this caustics effect. Well, that would be a refractive caustics. When light goes through a material, it's refractive. When it bounces off, it's reflective. Now, there's a difference between GI caustics and regular and direct light caustics. GI caustics is GI that goes through refractive materials or bounces off reflective materials. So if I had pool water and I had light under the water shining up through the pool, striking the concrete, that's not GI refractive caustics. That is direct light caustics. However, if I had no direct light, let's say it was an overcast scene, it was no sunlight to be seen, and I had skylight, that skylight is G-light, is global illumination. That skylight is GI. And if that light goes through a refractive material, it can be made to create caustics, just not as much, not as strong, but still there will be caustics. If light bounces off, if GI bounces off a material, and bounces off a material that is set up for caustics, that creates the effect of caustics, then you can get it, but only if you enable it. So to answer your question, no, I don't see any reason to enable it. Refractive is enabled because there's a much better chance of having refractive caustics visible than reflective caustics. So I see no reason to change it. In reality, they're both very, very subtle things, but sometimes it is the subtle things that really make all the difference. Okay, anyone else? Speaking of caustics, that's what we are talking about next. And to demonstrate, let's look at this scene again, chair. And let's see if we can make some caustics on this chair. So in order to have caustics, you have to have a light source and a refractive material. As we just said, direct light caustics are always going to be stronger and easier to see than GI caustics. So we're not going to worry about GI caustics. We're going to just create straight up direct light caustics. In order to do it, let's turn this chair material once again into a glass-like material. So let's take the plastic portion of the chair and make it 100% refractive. And we have a little bit of reflection that is preventing it from being fully 100% refractive. So if we wanted to be really nitpicky, we could turn off reflection so that we have nothing stopping this glass from being 100% refractive. I don't think we need to worry about it right now, but because it will be refractive enough. So we have refraction color swatch set to pure white. How do we enable caustics? Well, before we do it, let's render once, see what we have. And this is what we have here. Of course, we need to enable the effect shadows under the refraction section of the material. There we go. And now all we have to do to enable caustics is go into the VRay, into the render setup dialog box, and right underneath the Irradiance Map rollout, we see a caustics rollout. And all we need to do is turn this on. And I'll come back to these settings in just a moment, but for the most part, you don't even need to adjust any other settings. That will typically give you caustics. Now, caustics are going to be best seen, best visible when we have proper objects set up for it. This object doesn't have a lot of bending surfaces, so we can't expect to see caustics too much. You see caustics on pool water when you see waves, moving on the top of pool water, and it's those waves that create the caustics. Because if the water was completely flat and there was no displacement whatsoever, you wouldn't see caustics because there would be no magnifying effect or prism effect created, because it's the bending of the water surface that's creating the caustics, and it's the bending of the glass in this chair that's creating the caustics. And the more the chair bends, or the more the glass bends, the more you will see caustics. And to illustrate this, let's try to create a torus knot somewhere in this view. Let's just create a torus knot, which is found under the Create Geometry Extended Parameters section of the drop-down list. Create Geometry Extended Primitives. And it doesn't have to be a torus knot, but torus knot's a really good example for demonstrating this. So I want to create a torus knot of some particular size, doesn't matter what. The torus knot automatically wants to be created where it's half buried in the ground, so you just need to move it around a little bit. And I should probably change my view so that I can see a little bit more of the caustics that strikes the floor. So I'm changing my camera view just a little bit, backing it off so I can see the caustics that strike the ground over here. However you do it, all you need to do is create some sort of bent object and create a purely 100% refractive material for that object. In my case, I want to create a VRay material from scratch and just set it to 100% refraction, and that's all I should have to do to enable caustics. I just created a new VRay material and changed the refraction color swatch to pure white, and I'm applying it to that torus knot. Render again, and I should see some caustics. I'm rendering in top view, which is not really what I wanted, but I still see caustics on the ground there. Let's do it in the proper viewport. There we go. Not the best object, not the best scene, but you get the idea. If you had the scene set up properly, you would see much better looking caustics. Okay. Anybody have any questions about caustics? Looking at the settings within the caustics rollout, we see a multiplier. That's obvious what that does. Search distance, that can change the density or the size or spread of each individual highlight. So in conjunction with the bending or warping of the material or the object that the material is on, the size of each individual, I don't know what you would call this, but a highlight is impacted somewhat by this search distance. You have the ability to save a caustic map just like you do with the Radiance Map and Light Cache, and we haven't even looked at that yet, but if we wanted to, instead of recalculating a caustics map every time we do this, and it did it very quickly, so it really took only a split second to do it, but other times it could take minutes to calculate caustics. This is a really simple scene, and for more complex scenes it could take much longer. And if we wanted to, we could save that map, save to file, and then load from file so that we don't have to adjust the caustics or recalculate the caustics every time we want to render our scene. Okay, that's enough of that. Now, we are ahead of schedule, about 30 to 45 minutes ahead of schedule, and because we have more time to do more practical application, more playing around with real-world materials, which is what the last hour of this class is supposed to be about. Actually, I think we're only about 20 minutes ahead of schedule, but still, that's fine. Let's start playing with some real-world materials, and I want to start by creating one material and ask one of the guys here in class to take over my computer, and I'm going to walk him through the process of creating a different material from scratch. Okay, so the material that, let's start with something pretty simple. Let's reset, or better yet, let's reopen this same scene, this chair, and then simply delete the chair in the scene. And the reason why I'm using this is because we have a light source already set up, we have color mapping, everything already pretty much set up. This is sort of like a studio setup, and it's got shadows, it's got direct light, it's got GI already set up. Okay, so if you reopen this file and delete the chair, let's create some objects let's create a box. Let's start with a simple box. Let's create a box and have it take up a good portion of the image, a good portion of the scene. Okay, let's create something simple, concrete. Now, there's a lot of different types of concrete. You can have concrete that looks like stucco, you can have concrete that looks like asphalt, you can have concrete that looks like rock. There's a lot of different types of concrete. I want to start with something simple. I'm going to open up the material editor and create a new material from scratch. We have in all these other sample slots standard materials, but let's create a VRay material. All we need to do is click the VRay the material type button and switch to VRay material. Okay, so once we have a VRay material, we want to create concrete. We have one of two options. We can use an image in the diffuse color channel, or we can use an image in the bump channel and use the keep the diffuse color channel open so that we can change the color of the object or the color of the concrete easily. Now, if we were to render a very complex image, and by the way, I have a PDF of our latest book, Inspirato, which is a gallery book. I have a bunch of images here from this book that I wanted to show so that we can talk about some real-world materials. But I'm going to pick out a few materials to help illustrate some points. Here's a scene that a lot of people are familiar with. This is from the 3rd and 7th video from Alex Roman that's won all kinds of awards. It's a video that's gone viral. If you have not seen his video, you must see this video because it's pretty much a piece of art. What he's done in this image is applied a unique set of maps to a lot of different surfaces. In this particular area, it seems like he's applied a concrete looking material and repeated the pattern over, but sort of hid that pattern. And we don't have time to even go into a brief overview of the subject, but he uses the same process that anyone that knows what they're doing would use in this situation, which is unwrap UVW. If you want to look into something that's really cool and really can improve the way you create materials in your scenes, look at unwrap UVW, because it's the same technique that movie studios use to do scenes like this. It's the same thing that gaming studios use to create complex looking textures on all the different surfaces. And it's all, in a nutshell, if I had to describe it, if you can imagine skinning an animal, if you are a hunter, if I don't hunt, but if you hunted and you wanted to skin an animal, you would cut that animal's skin, you would split the skin in certain locations. You would create seams along its legs and along its torso, from its neck down to the rump. You would cut these seams open and spread out that skin, sort of like a bear's rug on a floor, and you were basically unwrapping that fur on the animal, and you could then modify that fur as a flat bitmap, paint it in Photoshop, make any adjustments you want, rewrap it on the same object that it was unwrapped from, and then you've got, instead of a typical ordinary looking map that would have a obvious repeating tile pattern, you've got a complex looking map that you've gone in and photoshopped and taken, you can, as an example, make a clean looking concrete look like what you see here, which is a moldy looking concrete that's been aged and weathered and stuff like that. So he might have started with an ordinary image of concrete, unwrapped this object and all the other objects you see, gone into Photoshop and just manually painted all these blemishes, all these different weathered appearances to these objects. And it's the most common procedure to do this. There's really no better way to do that sort of operation than unwrap UVW. However, there's absolutely no time to go over that. We could spend 2 days going over that and not even cover half of it properly, not do it justice. I don't mean to discourage you, but if you are going to get into it, be prepared to invest some time into it because it is pretty complex. Nonetheless, I just wanted to show you a couple of different images to help illustrate that process. Let's see if I can find one more. Here's another. So here's an image that has a lot of different concrete surfaces. So the first material that I want to create is concrete. And I could just use a simple image and throw it on a box. But the problem with that is, if you want to change the look of it in some way, you have to change the image. And that might be fine if you're willing to invest the time, if you're willing to do some unwrapping, if you want to take some extra time to experiment with different looks to the concrete. But if you want a good, quick, fast concrete that works in a lot of situations, whether you have sidewalk concrete, stucco walls, the kind of concrete you would find on a street curb, that sort of thing. The best way that I can tell you to do it would be to leave the diffuse color alone and modify, or leave the diffuse channel alone and just modify the color, and instead go into the bump map or the bump channel and load a particular type of image in the bump channel. And the one that I want to use is one I've used for years, which is a black and white bitmap image. It's just a JPEG, but all images, all raster images like JPEGs and TGAs are considered bitmaps. I want to load a bitmap in the bump channel, and that bitmap is called Stucco02, and it should be in the maps directory that is in the folders that you have. Here's an example of concrete. I could load this concrete. I really don't want to use this concrete. I could load this concrete as a bump map. This is an image of concrete, but instead of putting this in a diffuse color channel, I could load this in the bump channel and change the color of the concrete through the diffuse color channel. Instead of doing that, I want to use Stucco02, which is right here. This is a great map. I've used this for over 10 years, I think. And when used in the bump channel, it really creates the appearance of some good-looking concrete. So if I apply this to the box, I can even show map in viewport to see the scale of it on the box. I can control the scaling of the map on the box by adding a UVW map. Of course, you would have to use box mapping if you have a box. And you can change the tiling to control the size of the map as it's applied on the box. Or if you want to control the strength of it, that's when you would go into the bump channel and change the bump amount for that particular bump channel. So if I just leave the options that are here by default, if I just leave the default bump amount and remove this UVW map modifier and render, this is what I have. And my scene is a little bit dark, I think because I am rendering without a light cache. So let's add a light cache and render again. Okay. So we see the concrete texture right here. It shows up better in this direct light than it does in the indirect light. In fact, when I rendered without that light cache, that area and shadow actually showed up a little bit better. And so there's some things you can do to combat that. And the biggest culprit of this is that we're using very low image sampling. If we use higher image sampling instead of what we're using right now, which is adaptive subdivision, if we use higher image sampling, this texture will show up a lot better. When I say image sampling controls detail, I don't mean just the detail in the objects, it's the detail in the materials that are just as important. But anyway, this stucco material provides a look of concrete that is suitable in many situations. Okay? Any questions about that? I can change the color. And it doesn't change anything about the concrete other than the color. It doesn't change the texture at all, just the color. Okay. When I do these classes, a lot of times people just make a list of different materials that they want to simulate, that they want to recreate. Another typical one that people tend to want to use or recreate is wood. Wood is another example, sort of like concrete, where it doesn't take much to make it work. Wood would be one of those where you really have to use a material in the diffuse color channel and control the little things like the highlight glossiness and reflection glossiness, and like we saw in one of the images earlier where the interior the floor was covered with this glossy wood material. So that would be an example of a wood material, but there's really nothing more to creating wood than applying a image in the diffuse color channel and tweaking the amount of reflection on that wood and maybe a little bit of the blurriness of that wood. So not really too much to go over with that. That's not really a very complex material. Okay, let's do something here. I just want to switch. I want to add the light cache to this scene. Render again. We're back to having this. And now what I would like to do is have one of the students come up and build a scene with some water. And I want to set the scene up, create a bunch of teapots and a bunch of objects that the water will be showing, that will be seen through the water, above the water, below the water, and so on. So give me 1 second. I'm going to add a few more objects. And while I'm doing this, I would like to say that it's really, really important that everyone understands that water and a lot of other reflective materials and refractive materials will only look as good as the objects that they reflect and refract. And they will only look as good as the lighting that is set up for them. It is imperative to create good water, and I just use the example water because it's the best example. It's imperative to have a good scene to show off the look of the water. Okay, so can you swing a chair up here, and I'm going to let you take over. So we have Novell up here, and he's going to take over the computer in just a minute. But before we do, I just want to go through a couple more images so we can find an example of some water that we would like to simulate. And I'm going to scroll towards the end of this because there's some images towards the end of this book that utilize some good-looking water. So here's a good example, pool water. This image here is, you can see who made it. This is a pretty nice looking image. A guy named Martin Jan in Germany made this. And so what I would like Novell to do is, using the scene that's set up, which clearly is not as great as this scene, using the scene that is set up, try to create the look of this pool water. And I'm going to ask you a series of questions to help you figure out how to adjust your water. Well, the first thing I would like you to do is create a plane that cuts through all these objects, and that is going to serve as your water source. So using snaps, I would suggest creating a plane that snaps from the end of the top of this one portion to the other corner of the object. So click and drag, yep, just like that, and turn off snaps. Good. It's always important to name your objects properly. I would turn off snaps and move that object down so it cuts the teapots, those big teapots, right in half, somewhere right in the middle. That's pretty good. Okay, so that's going to be your water object. So go back to the PDF that we were looking at. Looking at this water, if I asked you what percentage of reflection is used, how in terms of percentage, how reflective is this water from 0 to 100%? What would you say?
I would say 100% reflective.
100% reflective?
Well, I guess with noise added to it.
It's okay. If it was 100% reflective, would we be able to see these stairs down here?
It would be a mirror, basically.
It would be a mirror, yes. If it was 100% reflective, you would see nothing below the surface of the water, and you would see a complete mirror-like surface. So 60? Mike, what would you say? 90? I think you guys are underestimating the power of reflection. You're saying 60?
Except we see more reflection than actually bottom of the pool. So we would say something like 15%. Maybe
That's a good way to look at it. You're seeing more reflection than the bottom of the pool. Well, it's sort of hard to know what the bottom of the pool is. The best place to look is the stairs. The bottom of the pool, if I take the mouse, looks like it goes right along here, and the deeper it gets, the harder it is to see the bottom. So really the only bottom that I can see is the stairs. So if I look at the stairs, I would say about 50%. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at that, and I think you can see the stairs just as good as the reflections. You know, if you look at the building here, this is the building being reflected. Here you see this reflection stronger, and it appears that Martin may have put some Fresnel reflections in here. I don't know if this is an illusion or what, but it looks like the reflection of the roof here is stronger than elsewhere. But what it really might be is just you're seeing this white line stronger here than what you see here. I think that's what it is, just an illusion. This white area shows up a lot easier than this. But looking at that white area, it does look like it is fairly strong. Let's go with 60. Let's go with your initial guess. So let's change the reflection amount to 60%. Let's create a new material, a VRay material. How do we change to 60%? That's 50. No, that would be about 40. Pure white is 100, so yeah. Yep, that's pretty good. Hit OK. Okay, now let's go back to the image. If I asked you what color the water was, how would you describe it? Now, it's sort of hard to describe, yeah, aqua color. So try to simulate that color. First of all, where would you apply that color? What section would you do it? Would you do it in the diffuse color channel? You could. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. In fact, you probably should. If I were doing this, I would add the same color to the diffuse color channel as I would to the fog color. But I would first, before I manipulate the diffuse color channel, I would change the fog color and see what that does. But go ahead and pick the color that you want. That's good. And what should you do with fog multiplier? .5, okay. Okay. Are we going to see the water, you know, showing? Are we going to see the color right now? Is it going to be that color that you set? Okay, why are we not seeing the water the proper color, or what do we still have to do? What's one of the most important things that we have to? Yes, refraction. So my next question would have been, if you go back to the PDF, how refractive is that material, or how refractive is that water? If it was 100% refractive, you would still see it, but you would only see it because it would be warping other objects. If it was 100% refractive and the index of refraction was 1, it would be completely transparent. So knowing that, what do you want to set the refraction color slider to, and what do you want to set the index of refraction to? The refraction is what that's one way to make it look transparent, and that's the best way to make it look transparent. You have the opacity channel, but the opacity channel should not be used for this because the opacity channel will not affect the bending of the material. So always stick with the refraction. Would you set the refraction to the same as? Well, no. You would set it to whatever you think however transparent you think the material is. You said the reflection should be 60% because that's what you see in that image. What percentage of refraction do you see in that image? You know, it may be 60%, but I'm thinking it's going to be more than that. I think somewhere like 70 or 80%. That's only like 20 or 30%. If you leave it there, that material will look like candle wax. It won't be very refractive at all. Okay, something like that. Yeah, I think it'll need to be even stronger than that, but that's fine. Because no, you can leave it like that. Okay. So we've got the refraction done, we've got the reflection done, or the reflection strength anyway. We've got the fog color set. How blurry is that material? Is there any blurriness to it, or is it completely glossy?
It's glossy, but it has some noise.
It's glossy but has some noise. When you say noise, do you mean ripples or
Surface
surface?
making it look blurry.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if I see noise. It doesn't to me look like noise. The only thing I see are ripples in the water. But even if there was noise, that doesn't really address the question. The question is, how blurry is it? You know, the blurriness of a material is not affected by the noise of the material. The noise, if you have blurry reflections and have the subdivision for that blurry reflection too low, then you're going to have noise. But if you take noise out of the equation, how much blurriness do we see in this?
I think it has very little blurriness and like a noise map applied to the bump map.
It has very little blurriness and a noise map applied to the bump map. Yep, it does. It does definitely have a noise map applied to, or a something applied to the bump map. But that's another area that we're going to get to next. I'm just asking.
I think very little.
Very little. Very little. Okay, so on a scale of 0 to 100%, give me a percentage.
I would say like 10%.
10%. Okay, I think that's actually way too much, but that's fine. You can go ahead and adjust it so that it's 10%. How do you change?
Blurriness is this.
Okay, well, good question. Is that 10% blurriness a blurriness that we should change in the refraction or a reflection? There's two different things. Are we seeing 10% blurriness in the reflection, or are we seeing it in the refraction? There's a big difference. If we apply it to the reflection, the material, all the reflections will be blurred, and yes, if we do it in the refraction, it'll look more milky, more like milk, dirty water. If we do it to reflection, it won't make the water look dirty. It'll just make the reflections look blurry. So, and when you start adjusting so many settings, it's almost impossible to, from scratch, go from a default material to perfectly good water without doing a bunch of testing. You know, materials are sort of like a recipe. You have to experiment. So reflection glossiness 0.05, no. That actually, you're saying only 5% glossy, 95% blurry. You want the opposite. You want 95% glossy, 5% blurry. Okay? That's probably a good amount. That's going to show you just enough, but not so much blurriness that you can't see things reflected properly. Let's leave the glossiness for refraction alone for the moment. And what about any other options you've seen here that we absolutely have to adjust or change to see good, okay, let me ask you this. What do we need to do? What setting do we need to switch in order to let that light go through? Yes, affect shadows, good. Affect shadows. If we did not turn on affect shadows, then the bottom of the pool would be very, very dark. Exactly. Okay, what else? Max depth, we don't need to worry about that. Yes. Do we need to go to the chart to find a good IOR? Yes. I think we already have it open. If you open up there we go. So water, what is water? 1.33. Something in that area should be fine. I would say that if any setting had to be adjusted away from its real world setting, this is probably the one that it's going to have to be. Why, I don't know, but sometimes it seems that you need to drop the index of refraction lower than what that chart seems to indicate. Because if you leave it, you can leave it, that's fine. If you set it too high, you will see objects start to flip too soon. You know, when we had that sphere, when we first started looking at materials and we had that sphere, we made it refractive. If you remember, it refracted all the objects behind it, and it totally flipped it. So you saw the sky at the bottom of the sphere and the ground at the top of the sphere. And it shouldn't have happened, because I don't think in the real world you would see that drastic of a bending of light. But whatever, let's leave it at 1.2. That's fine for right now. How about we render right now and see what we have to work with? Okay, what are we looking at here? We are looking at are we able to see through this object at all? Are we looking?
Yes, but not very much.
Yes, you see that cube on the right-hand side? The cube over here? It's very hard to see that. So what is preventing us from seeing that? What is probably the biggest culprit of not being able to see into the water enough? Yes. This is why I was saying, when you suggested a refraction amount of 60% or something like that, I was saying it would just be too much. Okay. Now, what's the next biggest culprit for why we can't see into this water enough? Okay, when light strikes an object, it can do one of two things. It can bounce off or it can go through. If it bounces off, it's not even allowed to go through. And knowing that light is not going through this water enough, it's either because it's bouncing off or the refraction is not set high enough. We know the refraction is set high enough, so possibly the reflection is set too high as well. So no, not the reflection glossiness, the reflection color swatch. So just it's sometimes good to go to extreme values just to see. Now that's going to make it harder to see the objects in the water. We want the reflection to be lowered so we have less light bouncing off of the object. I think you're going to need to go just go a little bit lower there. That's good. I'm only asking you to go to extreme values so we don't waste time doing render after render. So let's isolate the problem as quick as possible by doing extreme settings. Okay. Now, that looks pretty dark. What could be causing that? Well, we have the effect shadows turned on, which is going to allow us to see through the water easier, and the shadow that the water creates is not going to be as dark. But it looks like we got something really wrong, and I would have to say it's the fog color. That fog multiplier to me looks way too high. When I was doing my demonstration, the fog color was set to 0.01, and I think that fog color is just way too high. So I'm sorry, the fog multiplier. So that is probably the culprit. Remember, I set it to 0.01. I would suggest that value. It's good to start with 0.01 and adjust from there. So now go ahead and render. There we go. That's a little bit better. So we don't have any ripples in the water, but that's fine. And yes, this is not the best setup. This is not the best scene to demonstrate this with, but it'll work. Now that shadow is pretty. That light is casting shadow over a good portion of this scene, and let's move the light so it's higher up in the sky, so less shadow is taking up the image. So just grab that and move it. That's fine. Oops. Let's render the camera viewport. Okay, that's better. All right, so it clearly looks like there's some water here, but that water is perfectly still. There's no wind, there's no nothing moving it. Okay, so going back to the PDF, what are we missing here? That water in that PDF looks a lot bluer than the water that we have. Now, that is a result of two things. The color of the water and the water that the color of the water and the color that we're reflecting. If his sky was pure white, this water would look completely different and it would be just blown out and ridiculous looking. So the color of the sky is very important, especially when you have reflections set really high. We turned down the reflections pretty low, but now it's time to turn it back up a little. Let's go back and let's get that color bluer. And in order to do it, let's first look at what the color is of our sky, because we are reflecting the sky. Okay, color of the sky is right there. Now, if we didn't want to change the color of the sky, but wanted to just change the color reflected, what can we do? What was one of the things that we saw earlier in the day? The environment. You had it just a second ago, the environment. Okay, so if we wanted to change the color that gets reflected, we can do that right there. So in the reflection, refraction, environment override. So let's just, for the heck of it, how about we just create some deep blue color in here, not too ridiculous blue, but something that the color of the sky, basically. That's good right there. And let's render that, see what happens. That changed it a little bit, had a little bit of effect. We could go a little bit more. We're also, notice the bottom portion of this image right here. This is the sky. That is the top of the box that we're reflecting. This is why I said the materials that you create are only good, especially water, are only good as the objects that they reflect. So let's do something a little, I don't want to say extreme, but let's do something a little different. Close all these rollouts on all these, everything that you see here. And carefully select this wall object and go into, let's scale this down along the y-axis. Let's do a non-uniform scale right there. Yep. And grab that y-axis and just drag it down. Let's go down so that it's lower, not just so it's above the camera's view. So a little right there. Now render again and watch how different this image looks. Now you've got a lot more blue showing, and it's just reflecting the sky. Now again, if you don't have the right objects, you're not going to see really great reflections. But now it's getting closer. Let's see if we can make that color a little bit richer. So let's go into the material editor and adjust the, let's take the diffuse color and see if we can do anything with it. Now I only do this to see the effect and to see what effect the diffuse color has. A lot of times what I will do is I will set some really obnoxious bright red color or bright green just to see what effect the diffuse color has. Because if you make a subtle adjustment, you're not going to know, can I even make the adjustment that I'm trying to make? So hit OK, render again, and if you see no red or very little, then you know that that setting has very little effect. There's very little you can do with it. You can set it to blue, but it's not going to have a dramatic effect. So, but let's go ahead and set it to blue anyway. Something like the blue sky. That's good. Okay, we can't expect it to do much from that. Let's increase the reflection, I would say probably 20%. So it gets whiter. There you go. And what else can we do to this before going into the bump channel? Can we do anything else to make this a little bit better? Okay. Not much you can do with the scene as is. It's
Tell the walls not to show up in the reflection so we have more sky.
We can do what?
Tell the walls not to show up in reflections. So
We can
see more sky.
tell the walls not to show up in the reflection. Well, do you mean you want to make the walls not see in reflection at all?
Right. Just for this example.
Okay, well, we could. All right, how do you do that? How do you make the walls not show in the reflection? Okay, what you just did is you right-clicked with that object selected, you right-clicked, selected Object Properties from the quad menu, and you said turned off visible to reflection and refraction. So go ahead and hit OK and see what happens.
Got the right object.
Okay, let's go back Well, don't just hit undo because you won't see the change if you just undo a setting like that, you won't see the change made. So yeah, you did it to the floor. Okay. Well, the floor is the same as the wall. The floor is the same as the wall. So yeah, you would have to separate the floor from the wall, which brings up my next point. If you were trying to create pool water and you know that that the scene is only going to look as good as the objects you reflect and refract, something you might want to try to do, and something that they probably did in this image, is create a gradient from the top of the pool walls down to the bottom. And what that allows you to do is create the appearance, sort of cheat, and create the appearance of this subsurface scattering, which simply means as you get deeper into the water, the material becomes darker and the light becomes scattered more. Okay, sort of like candle wax, right? And all I mean by that is I'm going to take the mouse from you. I would create a new material, a new VRay material, and in the diffuse color channel I would assign a gradient. And that gradient would have 3 colors, and I should probably see this in my box view. I should probably use a box to see it best. So I could have dark blue down at the bottom, light blue in the middle, and very light blue at the top. So I could just set this color swatch to something like that. I can copy from one color swatch to another and then just change the whiteness value of that. Maybe the whiteness, maybe not the whiteness, but the value. Copy this one and make it much lighter. Something like that, and apply this material to that portion of the wall that is below the water. And that's not hard. I don't want to take any more time to do that, but you could also apply this deep rich blue color 3 to the object that simulates the floor. So that's just an example. Instead of going that route, let's just do one more thing, and let's add the bump map to this material so we can get the appearance of a little bit of waves and specular highlights. So what are you doing? Okay, noise is right there in the middle. Okay, so you're adding a noise map to the bump channel. Okay, let me show you a trick that will, you take the mouse, let me show you a trick that will help you create materials that utilize maps like this. Go up out of this material into the parent, okay, take that noise map and drag it into an empty sample slot. Create an instance. Okay, now you have that in that sample slot. Now go into another blank sample slot and take that noise map and drag it into the diffuse color channel. To the right there. Instance. Now you've got a noise map in one sample slot that is instanced to the diffuse color channel of another material. Now apply that new material that you just created to the water surface. Right there, that material. Yep. Now show map in viewport and you'll be able to see the map in the viewport. Now you can go into the noise map and adjust the size of that noise right there so that you can see the size of the ripples that you want for your water. And whatever you see here in the viewport is the size of the bump that will be applied to the object that you have for the water. That water, the noise map in the water is instanced into, all 3 of those materials are instanced. Yes. And now that noise map will show up as the size that you saw a moment ago. And you can adjust the strength of that bump by using the bump amount. Now look how much better it looks just by adding a little bit of bump. You also start to see specular highlights when you do that. You start to see reflections of the sky a little better. Instead of having one solid area of sky reflected and one solid area of wall reflected, you start to see a more gradual gradient. So that's not looking too bad. To add the singular ripple that he had, let's go back to his image. To add that ripple that you see right there, how would you do that? Do you have any? I don't know for sure how he did it because there's a few different ways to do it, but in conjunction with the noise map that he probably added to the water or the bump map that he used, he probably added a wave modifier and created a physical displacement. So the bump doesn't displace the water, it gives the illusion of displaced water, but he probably added a wave modifier or a ripple modifier to create that look. And is it possible to add a gradient to the noise? Is it possible to add a gradient to this noise map for the purpose of doing what? Is it possible to add a gradient to the noise map to get a variance in the ripples? Well, yes. There is a map called, let's look at another sample slot. There is a map called, where is it? Wave. And that can be used to create the illusion of waves moving in a certain direction. You could create a blend material like we saw earlier and have the base material be either the noise map or this wave map, and then the coat material be the other. And then this takes some work and takes some playing around with to get it to adjust properly. But once you figure out the settings here in the wave map and get the waves to be shaped properly and to be oriented just so, you can get that look. I'm going to apply this wave map to another sample slot over here, and when I copy it up here, I'm not erasing this material. I'm just from the scene. It's actually not in the scene. But if it was, it wouldn't be erasing it. It would just be copying over the sample slot. So I can instance it up here, and I can set up the waves however I want here, and can make some adjustments. And it takes some playing around with. And actually, in our beginner book that was written several years ago, I put some settings in here that gives you the look of real waves like you saw in his pool. And I can't remember the settings, and it takes some experimenting with, but regardless, you could use that method and create a wave map that emanates from one direction to the other and have a noise map. And materials can be made to be a very complex thing. And if you know what you're doing, you can have the wave map only applied to one area of the object and sort of fade away or fall off towards another portion of the object, and have the noise map go just the opposite, have it strong in one area and start to fade as it moves towards the wave map. That's starting to get in some really complex material creation, and we don't want to get that crazy with this. But yes, you can do what you suggested, or you could add a physical displacement to this object. In order to do that, you would have to break up this object and create a tighter density mesh, and have that mesh be modified with the wave or ripple modifier. Notice that there is a wave modifier here and a ripple modifier right here. And you can play around with those with some pretty simple scenes and experiment and get the kind of look that you're trying to achieve. But that's starting to get into some complex stuff that we simply don't have time to get into. You'll see tomorrow when we look at the VRay displacement modifier, you can take a simple plane material with only one polygon and 4 vertices and create a object that appears to have millions of polygons. You can make one polygon look like millions of blades of grass using an image to create this displacement. And in the case of water, instead of having to have a mesh, a high density mesh, like you would have to have with mental ray, instead of having that, you can have one polygon like you currently do, and using an image with the VRay displacement modifier to create not the illusion, because it will physically displace your object, to create the displacement that you see in his pool. So there's many different ways to do the same thing. So thank you for helping create that water. All right, hopefully that helped. Okay, there are some questions. Let me see if I can address some questions here. Okay, not really questions, just comments. Somebody says maybe he created the bump in Photoshop blending the noise and ripe wave. Possible, yes. A lot of these images are going to be photoshopped. It's very, very possible that he created the ripple in Photoshop, and that's perfectly fine. There is a lot of different filters, a lot of different tools in Photoshop to do this in an easier way than doing it inside Max. Now, if you were doing this for an animation, that's simply not an option. You simply don't have that luxury. But for a still image, yes, it might be easier just to do this in Photoshop. You can even render out your image as you see it here without the water and then add the water later in Photoshop and control it precisely and control the transparency and the color. There's a lot of ways to do the same thing. And let's see. Anybody else have any questions before we continue on? Okay. Well, Mike, you're not getting off this easy, so you're next. You're in the hot seat. So why don't you come on up here? Your material won't be quite so hard. Let me set this up. Let's delete all of these objects. Render again so we can see what we have to work with. Okay, that's a little bit bright. I'm going to darken the light multiplier just a hair so that it's not too blown out. No, it's still too dark. Okay, perfect. Okay, I want to create a cylinder, and what I'd like you to do is create a nice stainless steel material and place it on that cylinder. And just stainless, well, I shouldn't, there's a lot of stainless steels. Let me find, now that you say that, let me find a good image of stainless steel. I'm thinking of the kind that you would find on a refrigerator. Brushed, yes, that's the word. That's the word that escaped me, and I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. That's not the best example. Let's see if we can find something else quickly. There we go. That's not quite what I'm looking for either. Let's try a few more pages. There we go. Right there. How do we create that right there? The brush pattern is probably not as visible in this image as it is in real life, but regardless, how do we create that look right there?
I'm thinking that for the brush defect, you need some sort of a pattern.
Okay.
Some sort of a pattern.
For the brush defects, we need some sort of pattern. True. Okay. That'll be the last thing we do. How do we get, forgetting the brush pattern, how do we get the reflections and the color, how do we get that set up to look right for this particular object? So go into Max, create a new material, find that new sample slot on the top right, create a new VRay material, go ahead and apply it. Now, how do we make that material?
Well, there is no refraction.
Right. There's probably no there's no refraction on metal. So
So we just worry about reflection.
yep.
I'm thinking that it's going to be pretty much starting off with a pure mirror and then dulling it down with the blurry reflections.
Pretty good. Starting with a perfectly mirror-like reflection and blurring it down with the reflection glossiness. Okay. Why are we seeing, just out of curiosity, why are we seeing blue on the sample slot? Why is that blue showing up there? Any idea? You might want to check the fog color. Just click on the fog color. Nope. A lot of times you will see what's that? Self-illumination. There is no self-illumination in the VRay material. That's one of the only things that the VRay material doesn't have that a regular material has. Do we have any map loaded up? Okay, no. Click on that question sign. Let's see if anybody else has any suggestions. Okay, Hayden, you have a question. I'll get to that in just a second. Does anybody have any idea why we're seeing blue in the sample slot? Not that we can't just go to a new... Yep, look at that. What do you know? It was... Yes, it's reflecting something. It still shouldn't... I don't know why it's reflecting such a strong blue color. So let's go to another sample slot and see what happens. We do the same thing. Set the reflection to 100%. Oh, very good, very good.
And if you put the background over it, it covered it.
Yep. Somebody says it doesn't have a function to reflect the environment. Yes, very good. It's that option right there probably. Let's see, is that it? Let's close this and see if it's there when we open it up again. That's still there. Let's look at the background color. No? This here? Yeah, but we disabled it. Nonetheless, I don't think it's something we're going to see once we start rendering. So, okay, I didn't mean to take the mouse from you, but if you can go ahead and start again.
So, we're disregarding this one?
Yeah, let's 100% reflections. Okay, let's turn on the background. There you go.
And then I think I was about to lower this down to around here.
I would say a little bit more. And you can always test and experiment and try again. So let's render and see what happens. Okay. Is that what you want? Still too shiny. Okay.
So I'll probably go down a bit more. And,
Okay. Okay. Why are we not seeing the change take place? We don't have that material applied.
silly me.
Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Now see the noise in there? What's causing that noise in the reflections?
So fine noise, would that be classified as fine noise? Or blotchy?
It would be fine grain lunar noise, yes. That would be image sampling, yes, but if it's confined to one material, it can't be image sampling. Or I shouldn't say it can't be. It's not the main culprit. So what controls the sampling within this material? Subdivisions. So let's try 20.
And at this point right around here, should we use interpolation?
You could.
0.75?
It's about 0.75. I mean, you could drop it to 0.75, or you can just turn it on right now if you want. But I don't think let's not skew the results. Once we get the look we're trying for, then we can worry about that. Let's get the look first. So hit red. Not bad. Now, just for the heck of it, change the subdivision value to 100 and watch what happens. And before you hit render, go into the Radiance Map and turn off Show Calc Phase so that we don't see the calc phase replace the image that was there before. Okay, well, maybe it's light cache. Show Calc Phase, turn off Show Calc Phase. Yep, close this out and render. Now, does that improve the noise at all?
Really?
What is the reason why that subdivision is not allowed to go after 100 subdivisions? What's preventing it?
No.
Yes, the noise threshold.
It's too high?
Yes. The only possible way we're going to get that noise to go away is to lower this value now. So, or I mean, you could lower the adaptive amount and really induce some long render times. But let's set this. Yes, let's try that. And render again. Okay. So even though you have 100 subdivisions in here, it won't go after 100 subdivisions unless that noise threshold's low enough. So that
You still need 100?
you don't need it, but there's no reason to drop it. I mean, it's not going to, whether it's 50 or 100, there's a certain point, and you would have to render over and over again to find what point that subdivision value matches the noise threshold value, but clearly it's way above the what's needed, so it doesn't matter. Now, that looks good to me. We're seeing a lot of blue skylight, and that's sort of painting blue all over the rendering, but that's not a big deal. Now, how do we get this streaking pattern, this brush pattern, to be put onto this object? Where do we have to apply this? Should it be in the diffuse color channel? Should it be something we apply in the bump map? What would you?
Well, I suppose it is a subtle bump.
It's a subtle bump. Yep. I would put it in the bump channel. So what map could we use in the bump channel?
Something that produces lines.
Yep, something that produces lines.
So noise is out, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Not really sure what there is here.
Well, let me give you a hint, because this is sort of there's not much to work with, and this is one of those things that it would probably take a very long time to find. Add a speckle map, and let's look at the speckle map a little better. So in order to look at it just as the speckle map, how do we put that speckle map in a viewport or in a sample slot instead of seeing it as applied to the sample sphere? instance. Yep, there we go. So double click that to make it bigger. Okay, now we got a speckle pattern. It's just a bunch of black and white dots. Now, looking at the tiling settings here for X, Y, Z, and knowing that the X value controls the tiling, repetitive tile nature of this map along the x-axis, and the y is for the y-axis, what do you think we could do to one of these settings to create a streaked, a line appearance, or to create the appearance of lines?
Stretch the vertical, I suppose, if you wanted to make it a vertical.
Yep. Yep.
So I guess we'll stretch this up.
Let's use some extreme values. Type a really high value in there, like 1,000. Okay, it's starting to show it up. Okay, what if we make it 0? Okay, try 0. Very good, very good. All right, and so there's your streaking pattern. So let's apply that. Well, we've already applied it to the bump channel. Let's go ahead and render and see what happens.
Set the button strength, but displacement mapping takes a long time. But bump mapping should.
Displacement mapping takes a long time, yes. Bump mapping should not. Okay. Now, clearly this is taking a little bit longer to render. So if you want to experiment quickly and see the results of this a little quickly, what you could do is, instead of rendering, you know you've got your reflection strength set properly. You know you got everything set except the streaking pattern of this object and the way it's placed on there. So instead of spending all this time rendering, let's just for those that were online that might not have heard what was going on, I was informed during the lunch break that during renderings, when I'm doing long, complex renderings, the audio breaks up a little, and I forgot that, and I just got a little message on my interface that said the audio was degraded. So if you didn't hear what we were saying, sorry about that. Try to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Whenever all the cores on the machine is running at full speed, it tends to drop the audio quality of the broadcast. Okay, so how can we disable blurry reflections temporarily for this object? Go into the VRay tab of the Render Scene dialog box and go into Global Switches and look for a setting that says Glossy Effects. To the right there. Okay. When you disable that, you are saying to turn off all glossy effects like the blurry reflections. It says glossy. In my opinion, it should say blurry, but it's the same thing. So render again and watch how much faster it renders. And you do this just so that you can temporarily troubleshoot this problem. Now, we have a column and we applied a map to it. Do we have any mapping? Do we have any UVW mapping for this column? Okay, let's go out of this rendering and go to the Modify panel. Now, see where it says Generate Mapping Coordinates down there? We do have mapping on this. Any primitive automatically has Generate Mapping Coordinates applied, but perhaps it's not the right kind. Let's go and let's add a UVW map modifier. Okay, and let's change it to cylindrical because we're using a cylinder. And let's just see what this does. See if this does anything. So yeah, so hit render. See if that changes anything. and it doesn't. And the reason why is because we already had cylindrical mapping, because that's the default option that comes with the cylinder. Obviously, you're not going to use spherical mapping on a cylinder. So what can we do to make this map work? Just to see what happens, let's try taking the 0 value that we have for y and put it in and replace it with the x. So put 0 in x and 1 for y. Okay.
So you basically just turning it on the side.
Sort of. We're just sort of turned on its side. Okay, something is... Try what? Try the map scalar modifier. Okay. The size of the map might be too small. It really probably isn't, because the map is going to be wrapped to the extents of the object by default. But what we could do is show map and viewport. Well, once we have to create a new material. Let's create a new material, or let's see, are we using this? We're not using this material at all, so let's get rid of this material and turn it into a VRay material and throw this into the diffuse color channel and throw that onto the object. Show map and viewport, and there is the map. So clearly it's streaking in some way, but it's for some reason not showing up properly. And it's not even showing up properly in the sample slot up here. So what can we do? Now, in the past, I've actually never used a value of 0. I've always used a value of 0.01. And I'm not sure if this is going to fix it, but I want to try it at least. Nope, that didn't fix it. Let's see, what else do we have? See if anybody has any suggestions online. Increase the size of the speckle to 0.4. Increase the size of the speckle to 0.4. So it says 1. Let's see if 1 is correct. Well, something's happening here. That didn't do it. Okay, let's try something else. Just for the heck of it, let's try box mapping. Just want to, nope, that clearly didn't do anything. And what else do we have? Oh, I figured it out. I've done this many times before, and once in a while I'll just flat out forget. It's this source type. We have this source type set to object XYZ. And to make a complicated explanation really simple, we want to set this to explicit map channel so that we are telling so that we're telling Max that the image as it is just needs to be wrapped around the object and the coordinates for that object are not tied to something else like that's probably not a good explanation. I'm not even going to try to explain it. It needs to be set to explicit map channel, I can tell you that much. Looks like it, yeah. Let's keep this 0.4 value that Juan suggested and see what happens here. Oh, I don't know about that. Let's put it back to 0.1. Change the tiling to be vertical. Okay, so let's put this 0.01 back here and make this 1. That makes it vertical. Okay, now how do we tile it and make it more repetitive? Let's try changing the U to 10. There we go. It's a little better. Let's make it 50 just so that we can get those streaks not to show up quite so strong. There we go. It's a little more brushed. Or not, I shouldn't say so strong, but rather a little more chaotic. Now if we go, I think the last thing that we need to do is adjust the, actually I'm not sure we need to do anything more. This material that we have applied is the bump, is the map applied to the diffuse channel, but that's not the map that we're really settling on. What we're really using, or what's really tied to this, is the material that was used before. Was it this material?
Yes.
So if we apply this material to the object, render again, hopefully we will get the right appearance. So that has streaks now, and what's that? Well, let's see. Let's go back to the render scene dialog box, turn glossy effects back on, render again. It's a little strong, I would say, but if we wanted to fix that and smooth it up, we could tone down the bump. All we'd have to do is go into the bump channel, make it a little less strong, maybe make the reduce the noise in the bump by having a little bit higher, a little better, not subdivisions, because subdivisions was set to 100, but have a little bit lower noise threshold. Needless to say, I think we're well on the way to having a decent material. So we'll leave it there because I need the last 10 minutes to demonstrate something else or to show something else. Thank you, Mike. Okay, I'm not sure if the audio was degraded during that last 30 seconds during the rendering process. It seems that when things render, the audio gets degraded for some reason because a lot of the processing power is used to broadcast, and it's not able to share properly with the renderer. So last thing I want to point out in terms of real-world material creation is a website probably many of you already know about, but for those of you that don't, I know those in class don't know about it. VRay-materials, VRay-materials.de. VRay-materials.de. This is a one-stop shop for all the materials you would probably ever need for your typical architectural visualization. Well, not so long ago, there were no advertisements on here, but they've gone crazy with advertisements, and rightfully so. This company from Denmark has been building up this website with lots of materials over the years, and it's really amazing what they've done. So if I were to go to all materials and browse by category, I can see that there are categories for glass, liquid, metal, wood, all kinds of different things. There's just so many different things that you can pick from here. I'm just going to select liquid. And instead of trying to spend all day finding the right pool water, sometimes it's better just to start with somebody else's water and adjust it as you need to. There are 5 pages of water here, and let's go to let's go to one that looks a little bit, let's go to ocean water that looks realistic. You click on the image, open it up, and there you go. You've got ocean water already set up. You've also got comments that say, I always struggle with nice water materials. I seem to have found a good way to finally do it. This one's very fast to render and easy to adjust. Tell me what you think. And so you can see what other people think about this material. Thanks, this is the best water material I've come across and perfect for what I needed with a few adjustments. So all you need to do is register, log in, and as soon as you do, you'll see a download link where you can download this zip file, and the zip file will contain, in most cases, nothing more than a .mat file, a material file that can be loaded into the material library in the material editor. You can load a mat file, a material library file through the material editor, and once you do that, the material can be loaded into the sample slot. And sometimes they have bitmaps or some types of maps to be used in conjunction with the material library or the material that they created. So once you copy all the materials over that you want, you can start to apply them. And it's really amazing some of the stuff that's in here. And it seems like every day there's new crazy things. And everything that you see in here is done strictly with materials. So if I can find something that is pretty unique. I'm sorry? Grass? Okay, grass. Let's look for grass. Well, it doesn't have grass, but it might be called something else. Organic? It might be organic, or it might be VRay fur or VRay special. I'm not sure, so let's look at organic. Okay. Yeah, I could just type grass. Good point. Actually, let me look at this real quick. Ivy with materials. This is pretty neat. So this is strictly a material that, no, actually it says thanks to Ivy Generator, so no, it's not just strictly a material that was created with VRay. Let's type in grass. And grass without VRay fur. We will look at VRay fur tomorrow and see how we can create some pretty nice looking grass. That looks pretty artificial to me, but let's see what else we can find. Ivy Generator only works 32-bit? Okay. Lawn grass. But even if you don't like the way this grass appears or whatever you load, even if you don't like it exactly the way it is, as long as you know the settings that you need to adjust, then you can quickly get to where you want to go. Okay? So take a look at that. It's really, really cool, that website that they built, and it's a great place to start. So does anybody have any questions before we end the day? Anybody have any questions about anything we talked about? Okay, looking at the agenda for tomorrow, here's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to start off with HDRIs, which of course is high dynamic range images, images that are used to illuminate a scene, either in conjunction with the light or by itself. We'll look at the differences between all the different light types available. Then we'll move into advanced lighting techniques and talk about animation, look at the VRay physical camera, and then we'll look at all these individual tools that don't really have, a place to call home. They're just a bunch of tools that you'll find around VRay, and we'll look at some of the more powerful ones. And we'll finish with lighting an interior scene and exterior scene from scratch and see where we can take it. Let's see, we have somebody, Hayden is asking, search distance in caustics. Search distance in caustics is going to control the size or spread of those individual highlights. Sort of like with the noise map, you have dark areas and white areas. So you can control the size of that through the search distance. Somebody's asking, it's about animation, maybe tomorrow you can respond. I'm not sure if that's a question, but if you have questions about animation, let's hold those off until tomorrow. If you have a question about anything we talked about today, I am game. Okay, anybody? Whatever questions you have, please bring them to class tomorrow. We'll start tomorrow, 20 minutes. We'll start with a review of what we talked about today. I want to make sure that you guys hear me say certain things over and over again until it's ingrained in your mind. And we're going to keep going. When we go to all these new scenes, we're going to keep ensuring that the scenes are set up for typical default test render settings and typical production render settings. And the settings that we've adjusted so far are not all the settings that you need to adjust for typical test render or production render settings. They're only the settings that we've covered so far. There's other settings that you should always adjust, and always adjust depending on whether it's a test render or production render. but if we haven't talked about that area, there's no point even mentioning it. So that's why there's still some settings left to be talked about. Are the test renders always the same? No. Are all test renders the same? No. The goal for all test renders should be to make the renders as quick as possible. I had mentioned that as an example, if I'm doing a light cache for a test render, I would always use 100. Unless I'm using a really small scene, maybe I can bump that up to 200, 250. For a few extra seconds or a few extra moments, it might be worth having a little bit higher settings. When we were doing that material just a moment ago, trying to simulate the brushed metal, we turned off the glossy effects option so that we didn't render all those blurry reflections. And we did that so that it sped up the rendering. So for test renders, which we were doing, we turned off that option. So I can't really say all test renders are the same. For the most part, the quality settings are the same. The quality settings are the same for the most part. But we haven't looked at all those quality settings, so there's still some that we're going to be discussing tomorrow. Somebody's asking about a VRay preset. That is something we're talking about tomorrow. That falls into those categories of power tools. I never talk about presets on day one because that is sort of something that gets used too often. And if all we did is load presets, then you wouldn't get into a habit of learning what those presets are that you are changing. Shadows when you render an animation with GI. I'm not sure if that's a question. Shadows when you render an animation with GI. That's something we're going to talk about in depth tomorrow. That's all during the section on animating, and I'm not going to get into that right now. Flickering with shadows. Well, you can't have flickering unless you have an animation. And we're not talking about animations today, so let's look at that tomorrow. Any of you guys have any questions? Anybody else online? Alrighty. Well, thank you for showing up. Thank you for watching and sticking with the class throughout the day. It doesn't look like we actually had anyone drop off from the first hour, so that's really good. So with that, I will say get some rest and be ready for another full day tomorrow. Thank you for watching.